Look what we have here. We got Unknown in Korea, in Goyang, South Korea. You're at the venue. Hey, first of all, I'm just really jealous because I'm not there, honestly. But yeah, can you just tell us what the vibe is like over there? It's the final day of the Midseason Madness tournament. How's it like being over there?
Hey, Danny. So here in Goyang, as you can see, we're getting final preparations done. The crowd is slowly coming in. A lot of the professional players are also here, so a lot of like good land vibes. This is like, for me personally, this is what you come here. This is what makes you, feel that you work in esports. The atmosphere is so great, man. I wish you were here as well.
I wish I was there, but it's fine. I'm feeding off the energy that you're getting, and also from the screen. I'm getting it right now. I also want to ask. I mean, from the last 2 days, like I saw the crowd was packed. Do you know by any chance if which team had the most fans at the venue?
Oh well, I don't want to play favorites. I don't want to upset a lot of other people, but I think definitely the home fans, Seoul Infernal, had a lot of fans. I think Boston Uprising also had a lot of fans. They had a fan meeting with the line that lasted about 2 hours, I think, even after the entire show. And overall, there were a lot of people, a lot of fans supporting all the teams. I think it was just more of a Overwatch League fan, more like a festive event rather than just rooting on one team.
Unknown, thank you so much. Hey, good luck today. You've been killing it. One final day. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
$1 million up for grabs. Final day of the Midseason Madness tournament. Let's go.
This guy's unstoppable. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the double with the grenade. What a layup. This is crazy.
Oh my lord.
This guy wants to win.
This is Midseason Madness.
Welcome one and all to Watchpoint. The Midseason Madness will conclude today. We have 2 more matches to go. And we're here to tell you all about it, about the matches, about everything you wanted to know, and some more as well. We, of course, have the big brains in the Overwatch scene with us today.
Danny.
Starting on this side, Jonathan Larson, Jake Lyon, and Danny Lim. Yeah, I thought just for confusion's sake, we're going to start on the other side. Guys, we're ready for this. Are we not ready for this? I think we got
always ready.
Some incredible Overwatch over the past 2 days, and I think we are in for a treat again today as we have 2 more matches. As I said, we of course have the grand finals, but first we need to determine who is going to meet the Atlanta Reign there and play that for all the marbles. There is one more actually than $1 million on the line distributed, as you can see on your screens right now. So it's a lot of money. Currently, of course, the Seoul Infernal, the Hangzhou Spark, as well as the Boston Uprising already figured out how much pocket money they can walk home with. And let's see who is still alive, because yesterday we had to say goodbye to 3 of our 6 teams. The first to go was the Seoul Infernal. It was a real heartbreaker, of course, in front of their home crowd. After that, Hangzhou Spark went down against an explosive-looking Boston Uprising, who unfortunately could not continue their lower bracket run. Mayhem made quick work of them and kept themselves in the running for a shot at the Midseason Madness Mad Lads title.
Nice.
Nice. I'm going to run with it until it becomes an actual thing. Yeah, so they need all your energy. In fact, all the teams need your support. And what better way to show your support and undying love for them than with a team jersey? They're up to 20% off on our website right now. So head on over to shop.overwatchleague.com and grab yours now. I think we had some certified bangers, as already said, in the last 2 days. And there's definitely more to come. So make sure to let us know your hot takes, everything you feel like we should know. Use the hashtag OWL2023 and you might be ending up on our big screen. You certainly are entertaining us during the breaks when we get to see the Twitter board. Yeah, we read it. We read all of it. We're also judging your profile pictures, just so you're aware of that.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
Whoa, I don't. No way.
Handles and the profile pictures.
Keep it classy out there, social media.
We've seen some crazy ones.
Also the names.
So far.
We also judged the names.
Yeah.
The handles.
If you're trying to sneak something in, we see
Like
it.
we
Don't
see
try
it.
any funny business now.
But some snuck in there, so congratulations, you made it. But
No more.
No more of that. No more of that. Now, of course, it's been a fantastic 2 days so far already in the Midseason Madness tournament. The journey was arduous. And to catch you up on some highlight matches, in case you missed it, we want to call out our APAC teams. No longer alive in the bracket, but they gave us some of the best matches, and both of them were against the Florida Mayhem. So let's talk about it.
Feels good.
Take it in.
Feels good.
Come on now.
The better division.
Okay, Jake obviously doesn't want to give them the proper hype they deserve. The Hangzhou Spark, they came into this one taking down some of the toughest East competition.
Number 1 in APAC.
Guangzhou Charge, for example. They reversed with the Guangzhou Charge. And honestly, they looked lethal with this Winston Tracer Sombra competition. They beat Florida Mayhem in their opening match. We all predicted Florida. We all thought that Florida was going to win the series, but Hangzhou Spark, they had other ideas. So great execution when it comes to the dive composition for Hangzhou Spark. But Soul Infernal, I mean, they at least gave Florida Mayhem a run for their money.
You know, I was impressed, I got to admit, by Soul Infernal's willingness to play rush comps into Florida Mayhem, who looked like one of the stronger rush-oriented teams in the West. So respect to Soul Infernal for having that compositional versatility. But alas, they couldn't get it done in Map 5. It really was, if you missed it, that Ilios Map 5 between Florida and Seoul really was all about those, you know, NA compositions, right? The Moira Kiriko came out. Some Anna Brig Ramatra with Merritt's Widow came out for Florida, and you know, with those innovative comps, Florida was able to take the series. And really, at the end, when it looked so close, that was when Seoul fell flat and they looked like they got outstratted by Florida.
Outstratted. Well, based on what we've seen from the Florida Mayhem thus far in their lower bracket run, how does that bode for the team in their match today?
Well, I think it is good, but you're going up against the Houston Outlaws, who are, I think, not scared whatsoever of these like off-meta kit picks or different comps that might come out. So I think for the Florida Mayhem, I don't think you're going to be able to win this one in the same way. I think you need to win, you know, really on the fundamentals. You have to be able to take it to them in that Sombra Tracer mirror. I do think Florida is a strong team. I think they absolutely can be a threat. I don't think the Houston Outlaws can take them lightly or expect this to be an easy win, but I do think this is kind of Houston's series to lose. If you think about both these teams, the range of their performances, we need to see Florida at their best. And honestly, we need to see Houston slouching a little bit, slowing things down, I think, for Florida to expect to get the win.
If you take a look at the Tracer stats, Checkmate versus Happy, Happy has been a standout on the Tracer, and going into this tournament, I don't think we expected Happy to be, you know, a top 3 Tracer, but you can see the numbers versus Checkmate so far in the Midseason Madness, 8.1 final blows to Checkmate's 7.5. Pretty big discrepancy in the hero damage done, honestly, but the rest is about even. So this is going to be a matchup we have to look out for here today. Florida Mayhem, as you said, Jake, I do think they're, you know, the underdog in this series. So we'll see if they come out and they try to match the Sombra Tracer. Certainly they have the aggression. You know, someone, he is so vocal always in the communication from someone wanting to dive in, and maybe that can rally Checkmate and Merit, really follow up on that, and maybe an aggressive dive could be what works for Florida Mayhem. But Houston Outlaws, they have the edge in that matchup.
Right on. Well, let's talk a little bit about those two teams, because while the Mayhem are still alive in this, they do have 2 more opponents they need to take down. And those are the 2 juggernauts, really, currently we have in the league. Of course, I'm talking about the Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws. First up is going to be the Houston Outlaws. Where to even begin? No, I do not want to begin with you, Jake. Actually, I want to hear it from you, Jonathan.
Oh, me talking about Houston?
Yes, I want you to tell us what makes Houston such a good team right now.
So what I really love about Houston Outlaws is I think they're really good when it comes to reactive gameplay. They see what the opponent is doing, and then they react based on that information, based on those abilities, and then they win the fights that way. Someone who is pivotal for this team is Violet, the Brigitte for this team. I think that the way he keeps his support duo Shu alive on the Honor, for example, we take a look at the stats, he is top 2 in most of these categories, with Chiyu on the Atlanta Reign being number 1 in most of them. But something like rally armor efficiency, for example, Violet leads that category. So whenever Violet pops the rally, he gets the most efficiency out of it, out of all the Brigs in this entire tournament. Same goes for the Inspire uptime percent, 37%. That leads this tournament as well. So Violet, his Brigitte is going to be pivotal. Dare I say, I think Violet is under more pressure than Chiyu because of Atlanta Reign's aggressive instincts. You know, Lip is in the backline, Stalker's in the backline, Dongak goes aggressive. So it puts so much pressure on Violet on the Brig to play well and not commit any mistakes. And so far, I think Violet has done a spectacular job, and it's part of why Houston Outlaws went to map 5 against Atlanta yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, that might have been the best performance we've seen from any team out there, really, against the Atlanta Reign. But let's focus on the Atlanta Reign here. What makes them such a juggernaut? Why do they look so untouchable?
So we've talked a lot about Atlanta Reign's teamwork. We talked a lot about their backline, about how solid they are as a unit. But I want to kind of throw all that to the side for a moment and just talk about one individual player, which is Stalker. I don't think it's an exaggeration to call Stalker the best tracer in the world right now. Many have tried to hold on to that title, and it proves to be very difficult to maintain for a long period. But I think Stalker has a very strong case for being on top right now. Just an insanely strong player. For me, what makes him so different is not actually the pulse bombs, which I've highlighted as a crucial ultimate in this comp, but it's when he doesn't have ult, he still makes incredible clips. It's like his damage is really unparalleled, regardless of having the pulse bomb. He's one of those few players who is like consistently taking down Briggs and Anas, even without the pulse bomb. I mean, he's such a scary individual threat that I think he's a huge part of the success in this meta. I think the Tracer Sombra meta really favors them. And we came into the season singing Lips praises, which is totally fair. But Stalker, for me, he's, you know, to have #1 on both DPS roles is a little bit absurd right now for the Atlanta Reign. And I think ultimately that's kind of what's making them look so strong. Their DPS are just deadly. So Fielder and Chio, you just stay alive, you're gonna win. Like, Stalker will outproduce almost every other player in the Tracer role.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect. Florida Mayhem definitely have their work cut out for them. And then some. Florida Mayhem have to go up against the Houston Outlaws first. And of course, as I said, the Atlanta Reign are waiting in the finals for either of those two teams. And while I'm sure they give us a show, well, I felt like we need a little more flair. Like, yeah, they're popping off on the service. That's awesome. Love those teams. Big stars, great lineups. But I think like we can even improve on that. So for the finale in Seoul, Korea, we decided that we here in beautiful Burbank are going to make a K-pop band with the players we have in the Midseason Madness.
K-pop band out of Burbank.
Exactly, the hub of K-pop, Burbank. So Danny and I will be the judge. We have two teams. It's going to be Jonathan and Jake going up against Vicky, Kitty. Both of you teams will make your own K-pop band, and then we two decide who's going to K-pop off.
Okay, that was pretty.
Wow,
what are we judging?
That was a good one.
Are we
anything you want? Like there's no rule. Like judge with your heart.
Cool. Well, then, I mean, Vicky, Kitty, and Necro wins.
That's correct. But let's take a look at how they're going to win. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, so we put a lot of thought into this because we have to make sure that we have to be one of the most competitive people on the desk. Obviously, Jake and Johnny, guys, I'm sorry, but we have to actually strategize over here, and we have a lot of ideas, Necro.
Oh, we have. I mean, first off, you got to start with the obvious, like, K-pop star, the pink hair, everything.
No.
It has to be Fixa. Come on now.
They took Fixa. We were gonna do
of course
that.
we took Fixa.
All right.
We're gonna take it from you.
Well, I mean,
well, you know what?
Bold move.
he'll be fixing that later,
You
but
can clear it, but yeah.
I'll try it again.
You put it on the head. There we go.
There you go. Close
There
enough.
it is.
Anyway.
and it matches
That
perfectly
actually
with
looks
the
so
fit,
good.
actually. It looks great.
It actually works.
It's good.
All right,
We had another one.
Yeah, hold on. Let's
Who
see.
you got? Who you got?
All right, let's see if we could find it because we have to navigate through here, you know?
So it's a little complicated. Like
Kinda
we're
looks like-
figuring
like-
it out.
A lot of time went into this. I can
Yeah,
tell.
we
tell.
strategized over here.
You could tell, actually.
I
Of
can't
course.
imagine taking these
Of
desk competitions
course, you
seriously.
guys know, right? All right, I may not got
Oh.
the moves, but we know somebody who's got the moves, and it's got to be...
Did they just?
Someone.
Yes.
Did they
It's
just
gotta
get to
be
pick
somebody.
all of them?
We need a handicap, Johnny. We got to make this close.
They just get to pick all their 5 first.
And you can have some of the
we
same.
do.
Let them.
Well, we have
Yeah.
we have
I
winner's
mean, you can
advantage.
overlap if you want, but then you're kind of cheating and copying us. So.
It just looks a little pathetic if you pick the same one.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
I
We'll
feel
be
like Jake would
innovative.
ask for my homework
Yeah.
too, you know?
So listen, right? You obviously need to have like the star, the person in the middle, like the one, the only.
the one bringing the heat.
Yeah,
Don't.
like
No!
diva.
No! No!
Look, we knew it, Johnny. We knew a lot of these would go in the first round.
Oh.
Understandable.
What do you mean first round? This is all first 5 rounds.
Yeah, they get first 5, and we get the next 5.
Oh my, they're picking all the best
This
ones.
isn't a snake draft.
There's a lot of good
I like
choices.
this. I like what I'm looking at. Okay.
Okay,
Continue.
come on.
All right,
We have
so I'm
2
trying
more
to think.
here.
We gotta strategize this, all right?
Don't you dare.
Why? Is it because he's taller than you?
Oh, that is just slander.
Yes.
We have to have
We
the
have to do
stars
it.
stand out when
Yeah.
they're dancing in the back.
We need the tall, dark, and handsome one.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
fair.
And that's definitely Lip.
He's not that tall.
We can do better than this.
He probably is taller than
No,
you.
thank
You
No, I
think
don't
so?
think he is.
I'm pretty sure we took all your pickings.
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
think
but his
we actually
personality
did.
is way bigger.
Listen, but
I
we
took this
still have
personally.
one more.
Yeah,
Just
we
letting
have
you know.
one more, okay?
We still have one more. I'm
didn't
not gonna
want Lip
lie,
anyway.
I actually forgot who our fifth one was.
Well,
Like,
the
it's
thing
good like
we
this.
had so many ideas.
I know.
I'm telling you, we put a lot of work into this.
I actually don't remember. I mean, it's hard to pick. There's some really good players
we
that
talked
would
about
make
style.
perfect.
We talked about style.
We did.
We talked about style.
We did talk about style, and that has to be Gushwei. So
There you go.
That's our fifth and final.
That's the random
All right.
card that we'll give to
and
you
like
guys.
a little edgy, right? Like a little edgy.
We can beat this, Johnny. No problem.
Yeah, we can beat this.
I don't know
can do
about
better.
that.
These are
This is a pretty good
Took a lot of
lineup.
our
We can beat
ideas.
this.
All right, but
But what? Well, let's swap.
Okay,
Let's swap.
let's go.
All right.
Come
it's
on.
our turn, Johnny.
Well,
It's our time to
put
start.
I like what we
your
said.
money where your mouth
Let's
is.
go.
Johnny,
Put your money where your mouth is.
Any
Honestly,
first thoughts
this
here?
is really hard to
All right,
beat. Like,
Jake.
they got all
Right.
the basic.
All right,
wanna go ahead?
I'll be honest. Let's get rid of these guys. Let's show you guys
need
the
a
real
foreigner.
future.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right.
Or the nice
Number
one.
one, the front man. We've got to bring the ladies to the shows. We've got to keep them interested, and so
Smart business.
let me put him
Business.
right in the middle. Boom.
There it is.
There he is,
my
the main
God.
man, Merritt. Okay. All right. We're starting off strong.
Everyone loves Merit.
Up next.
Everyone's
Up
That's
next.
true.
That was one of our other options too, actually.
Yep. Thought about
You
him.
pick Gushue instead?
Don't even.
I mean, we talked about style.
Oh,
We
we
need
didn't
the
take it.
stylist
He was
one.
our second.
You're gonna go there now, Jake? You're gonna go there now?
Let's go.
Don't pick Junkbuck. I know you like the guy, but don't pick Junkbuck.
That would be pretty funny.
Yes, yes,
We want to
yes.
mix things up, right? Not everybody can be the front man, pretty boy. We need somebody dark, mysterious, mischievous,
Little edge.
little edge to him,
You know?
and that's why we got Violet. We got
Yes.
a little bit of dark energy in the shows now. We need to have
We got cute Merit. We got edgy.
That was like
This is really good.
now,
It's just going to be the
and
case
now
now.
a pick out of left field.
Out of
I
left
think.
field, out of nowhere, we're going big, international, worldwide. Not Mr.
Hawk,
Worldwide,
it's
this
Hawk.
is
We are
group
global.
worldwide.
We are global.
Bam.
Boom. Hawk. Global presence.
Oh, so you
We-
need your diva. You need your diva.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like
Okay.
Like
We have
actually
deal.
literally.
True.
We're not
True.
stopping.
you
We're
guys
not
do
stopping.
need a foreigner.
Okay,
I'm
smart.
thinking. I mean, this is off the cuff. This is off the cuff.
Don't go off the cuff on me,
I'm
Jake.
gonna go off the cuff on you guys.
No. Can
I
you at
think-
least ask me? Ask me.
I think we need a youngin. You know, we need to bring.
Okay.
We need
Alright.
a age
Okay.
variance here.
Oh, well, that's one way to put it. Sure.
We've been focus grouping. All right, we've been focus grouping.
We've been focus grouping yet. We're running the
So,
data. Running the data.
I think Donghawk and Hawk. We've got
Yeah.
the Atlanta tank duo synergy. We've got the veteran teaching the young one. You know, I think that'll
Really
be
good
a
social
fun
media
dynamic
metrics here.
for the
Yep.
group.
Yep. Really good analytics right here.
I mean,
Houston
we need to
outlaws.
fill this out. Like who?
There
Danny,
is
it's
one.
Houston
Your eye.
Park.
Who's
There
catching your eye?
There is one that stands out.
Show me who stands
There is
out.
one that stands out.
Is there a
And
Swedish
look,
player?
There is not. No, there is no Swedish player
That-
here.
Johnny
There
would've
is
put
no
them in
Swedish
already
player
if they
here.
were.
We need our star.
The star?
The star.
Oh.
The biggest
How
of
could I have
stars.
forgotten?
The biggest of stars.
I
right
knew
here.
it. I knew it.
Fearless.
Predictable.
Right
Protagonist.
here. Literally the biggest star on the planet. You know, don't even bother with Ticketmaster. I mean, those tickets are just like off the charts.
I thought Merritt was a center. Merritt was a star. He's not the star.
We've got stars on stars.
We got
We're going
two, you need
international.
2 stars. You need like a duo.
worldwide.
You
We're
need a duo.
worldwide.
Yeah,
and
but
then,
this band is going to last a year, and then there's going to be internal
Yeah.
conflict.
what are you talking about?
Relax.
Hey, the brightest stars burn the hottest. I think that's what they say.
Exactly.
Fearless-
This is
Yeah, after 1 year, Fearless is going solo. I can tell that already. Like he's gonna
We're
go
gonna be so
after the
successful.
singles.
They're all
This is-
going solo.
I don't know, man. I
This
mean,
is
those
We're
are
gonna
some
get back
interesting
together for a
propositions.
legacy album in
but
5 years.
here's the thing,
really
guys.
put thought
Come
into
on.
the journey.
Dancing.
They tried.
Dancing is a crucial component of a K-pop band. So I think we need some demonstrations, right?
Wait.
Yeah.
And since you guys
Hold on.
are the
Wait a minute.
managers, or I don't even know what to call you, but I feel like these bands need signature moves. So I need both of you to come up with some signature moves to really sell your K-pop groups.
do we need one per One per.
Oh,
Let's see
no.
the dance.
Wait, hold on. You guys are trying
All
to
right,
sit
yeah.
you guys over there?
Or do you want to do
We're
one big
gonna-
signature
we're gonna
move
do
for the
thing, okay?
entire?
If
We're
there's
just
gonna be
doing the
strategy,
thing.
we're gonna
Oh,
have to be
no,
talking
we're
to-
just-
I think
Okay, we're
I
gonna
like
do
the
the
one
thing.
move.
The
I think we
thing.
should be
The thing
instant.
that we talked
I think we should
about.
go just one.
That-
We're ready. We're ready.
We're ready.
All
I'll follow
right.
your lead,
We're
Johnny.
ready
I
too.
trust you.
Wait, I was gonna follow your lead.
Well, we'll figure it out.
All right, we got this in the bag.
Let's go with the
Yeah, I
Swedish
know,
classic.
easy.
The Swedish classic.
Yes.
All right, we'll go with the Swedish
Yes.
classic. All right.
All right,
Oh.
do it at the same time. Everyone go.
All right.
All
At
right.
the same time?
Everyone has to
Are we
go.
ready?
All right.
We're
Okay.
just
Let's
dazzle
start.
us.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, I see people plucking.
yeah.
plucking
No,
apples.
we gotta change. This is not good enough.
let's
we
go
gotta
now.
do a throwback. We gotta do the baby bay. The baby bay.
I think Johnny and Jake are doing better.
The baby bay. Come on. 2019 goats meta. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
Oof.
This is hard. Okay, I think the members I like Necra and Vicky's, but honestly, the dance move I gotta give to Johnny and Jake.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
I mean,
That's what's up.
but they
Whatever we
did
want
just
lineup-wise.
go, like, you plucked apples and then you shook it around a little bit. I just don't know. Like, there was
You're a
more
hater.
We like the Egyptian
choreography.
stuff.
You're a hater.
There were
You know what I
options.
mean?
I think she's jealous,
Yeah.
all right?
Danny, do you wanna join? Do you wanna join us?
Yeah.
No, I don't
Join
want
the
to
crew. Join the crew.
Come here.
No,
We're going
thank you.
worldwide.
You make the call. I think.
Can chat make the call?
That.
Yeah,
you know what?
Yeah,
Come
you know
on,
what?
Chad. Let us
We're
know.
impartial.
Guys.
I'm from
Come on,
Switzerland.
Chad.
I cannot judge. So
We're global.
we've seen their K-pop lineups. We've seen their moves or whatever that was. Now it's up to you, chat, to vote on which pair. No, guys, no, stop it. Go away. It's on everyone in chat to tell us which pair did it best. It is the lovely Vicky and Necra or the Mad Lads. Is it Johnny and Jake? Let us know in the poll who is going to come out on top of that one. We keep it competitive. Yeah, so these are teams. I like it though. I like the effort. Thank you all so much.
Thank you guys.
That was a beautiful demonstration. These are our favorite teams, but what are yours? Let us know. We're calling on all fans to show us their skin in the game. As you can see on your screen right now, grab clips of your best pop-up moments wearing your favorite team skins and post them on Twitter or on TikTok if you want, using the team hashtag and the official hashtag skins in the game. You can submit that through August 10th. And you can also, of course, check out the leaderboard at overwatchleague.com. You can see where we at to see, which team is currently on top. And the top team in the end will be getting a custom skin, and that will be available to all our fans. How very exciting. I have an idea already of who might be coming out on top of this one, but I'm happy to see y'all prove me wrong. And now, Florida versus Houston Outlaws is going to be our first match of the day. We're going to talk all about it right after this break.
Your team needs you. Let's go! Now more than ever to secure victory.
Beautiful stuff.
Simply post your epic gameplay highlights on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram with your hero wearing your team's skin. To score big for your squad, use these two hashtags. Hashtag skins in the game and your team's unique hashtag. Every post earns your team a point, so rally together to dominate the leaderboard. The team with the most points will win their own in-game spray.
Unbelievable!
Turn up for hashtag skins in the game, where fans become legends.
Oh my god!
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah.
Well, welcome to our life indeed. Here is where it's all going down. We're about to witness the loser bracket final battled out between the Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws. And the winner will advance into our grand finals and face off against the Juggernaut, the end boss, the ultimate villain. It is the Atlanta Reign. Tough opponents ahead of the Florida Mayhem, who are definitely considered the underdog in this entire anime script at this point. But how far can they take it? We'll find out soon. Merit Checkmate, Someone, Shurong, and RuPaul will give it their all as they face off against the Houston Outlaws. A scary squad front to back. It's gonna be a really uphill battle, a really big uphill battle for the Florida Mayhem. So let's discuss here how they can get it done. What was the best look from the Florida Mayhem? What do you think they should be relying on today?
Look, I think at the end of the day, we can talk a lot about these brawl compositions we've seen so far, but it becomes clear that the most important composition is going to be the Winston, Tracer, and the Sombra composition. Now, as you can see right now on your screen, Florida Mayhem, they have shown different kind of variations of this composition. Like right here, someone is playing the Ramatra instead. It gives you the same kind of like engagement tools, but swapping out for the Ramatra instead, you sort of make it more difficult for the opponent team to get out. You can get punished as the Winston by playing this Ramatra composition instead. We can maybe see them pick Shambhala Monastery, for example, Havana, go to these kind of escort maps and force this brawl composition. But I think the most important composition overall for the Florida Mayhem will be the Winston Tracer Sombra drive, because it just seems to be the pivotal composition, Jake, when we only have 3 teams remaining.
Yeah, I agree. At this level, right, trying to win the whole thing, really, for all these 3 teams still alive, you're going to need to be able to win on that comp. I do think, though, for Florida, they are, when it comes to their map picks, they should be taking us to rush maps. I think they have a much better hope there. However, I'm a little bit worried because I think the Houston Outlaws is one of the better brawl teams, and I think it all starts in the support line. I think Shu and Violet have looked like some of the best supports in the league, and I think while Chu and Fielder might be a step above on like the Ana Brig comp, I think when you bring out Baptiste and Kiriko into the mix, I think I take Shu and Violet when we bring out those comps, right? A little bit more individual aiming, fragging power on the supports. That's where Shu and Violet look terrifying, and I think for Florida to win this match, it has to all start with Chorong and RuPaul. We've talked about them both as really strong players this season. I think Chorong's Brig has looked really immaculate at times. RuPaul has made big plays. But by the same token, we've seen teams pick apart Florida Mayhem starting from the support line, right? In that Lucio Moira comp, it was the Lucio and Moira going down first all the time. And I think that's the type of pressure that Houston should be putting on Florida. Don't let those supports play the game. You know, leverage your backline's advantage by punishing the enemy supports first.
Well, if we're looking at the Houston Outlaws here a little bit more in depth, do you guys feel like they really showed a big crack in their armor? Is there anything obvious that the Florida Mayhem could be focusing on here?
No, I kind of don't. Honestly, I think yesterday between the Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign, it was just a battle between 2 spectacular teams playing top-tier Overwatch. Like, minimally mistakes for either of these teams. I do think that the Houston Outlaws, they have shown that they're not quite as willing to be, you know, take initiative compared to the Atlanta Reign. The Atlanta Reign are just like ruthlessly aggressive. Like, Lippenstalker is going to be in your backline at all times. Houston Outlaws, they play spacing a little bit more. Fearless, common sense Winston, just plays space expertly. So that means that they're just really well-rounded. Reactively or initiatively, I think the Houston Outlaws are going to be really good. I don't think there's a weakness here that the Florida Mayhem can expose. I think you just have to come into this one hoping to play your best game and maybe just play to your own strengths or what you're comfortable playing.
Yeah, so let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I think it should be Houston Outlaws across the board here. They have to be considered the favorite, and for good reason. If the match against the Atlanta Reign yesterday is any indicator of what's to come, then this is going to be a tough one for the Florida Mayhem. Houston Outlaws, they will take advantage of every small mistake you're making, and the Mayhem has shown a lot more mistakes than the Outlaws.
They did, but you're forgetting that, you know, after losing to Hangzhou Spark, they clawed their way all the way up to the top 3, right? And
Danny,
even
no.
yesterday,
Danny.
we all thought Boston was
No,
going to
Danny,
win.
no.
But Florida
Don't do it,
Mayhem
Danny.
beat them.
I'm here.
Don't do it, Danny.
I am going with the Florida
no.
Mayhem. Of course, it's going to be a difficult battle, but I believe in the Florida Mayhem. I doubted you guys yesterday, but today I'm on your side. Let's go.
Oh, no,
You know,
Danny.
honestly, I respected Danny. I do think the Florida Mayhem could be a team to throw a wrench in the works, but I just don't know if the Houston Outlaws are the team that's going to fall victim to that. I think playing these rush compositions, you let Pelican either take the mirror on the May, or you let him bring out the Echo. You're letting Violet and Chu potentially play double flex support. You're kind of opening yourself up to some very scary compositions if you step away from the dive. And if you take the dive mirror, I think Houston wins. So I've got them all day here.
I think I proclaimed enough in this pre-show that I'm all about the Houston Outlaws. I think they're favored in this one, and I can't wait to watch Houston versus Atlanta.
Right on. Neither can we. Danny, I respect you. I love you. And you got this. Maybe. Maybe. But you know what? I love it. I love it though. Like you coming in with an aggressive pick, and if that pans out, you're gonna look like a genius. Speaking of geniuses, we got two on standby to bring you all the action for the loser bracket final. It is of course Necra and Vicky.
Hey guys, all right. I just gotta give a shout out to Danny because he's got more faith than I do.
You've been from Florida.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. No,
cool.
I'm not from Florida. I'm from Florida, and I'm not for Florida. I mean, look, I don't know what it is about Florida and having these really tight situations, but they really love living on the edge. I really want to see this team succeed, but the Houston Outlaws looked so good, Necra, yesterday, and of course, we've seen these two teams fare off against each other before.
Yes, we have. So like the last time that the Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws played against each other was during the regular season. It did go to 5 maps, so maybe there's a little bit of hope for us to be able to get a great close series on our hands, but I feel like since we ended up seeing them in the regular season, both teams have really leveled up. Maybe Florida Mayhem getting a little dizzy with the compositions that they're running, but Houston Outlaws looked at the top of their game during the tournament so far.
Yeah, it goes down to what Jake was saying earlier. Can the Ram comp really come through for the Florida Mayhem? Houston Outlaws, though, in terms of consistency and fundies, this team's really got it. We saw some of the best Overwatch being played yesterday between the Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign. Now, as we get started for our first series, Necra, it's been a wild journey so far this weekend, but here we are in the lower bracket finals already, and we've heard it from the desk. The journey that the Florida Mayhem have had since the very beginning, losing to the Hangzhou Spark, and now here they are. They clawed their way through that bracket. We are starting things off on our Antarctic Peninsula.
I mean, the lower bracket run for the Florida Mayhem has been absolutely insane. And that speaks to the volume of just how good these players are at really being able to clutch up when the situation actually counts. And, you know, coming off of the win at the Pro-Am, you ended up seeing them have a great start to the season as well, but they're looking to close out the first half very strong here. Against the Outlaws, though, that, I mean, they're coming through from the upper bracket. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
A little nervous here for Florida.
I mean, the thing is, Houston Outlaws, again, they just look so good. This is the reason why this team is one of the top 2 teams in the West, and also displaying that here in the midseason madness. The performance that they had against the Atlanta Reign was amazing, but also the capability of adapting, which is what I'm worried about when it comes to this series. As we get started, you see the crowd going crazy. We saw some cosplay in the crowd as well. You'd love to see the energy from our Korean audience. It really doesn't get any better than this.
It really doesn't. And especially when both of these teams have so much on the line right now. You're playing for that 3rd place spot. You're making a name for yourself as well as one of the best teams in the West. As we are going to get a little brief technical pause before we actually kick off the action.
Pelican, real quick, just checking something. Better early now before you start off with the series in case you don't feel comfortable with what's going on here. But touching up earlier on the history between these two teams and what we've seen already to qualify to even be here, we talk about the adaptability from the Houston Outlaws and the changes that they've brought into what they feel like they should play into their strengths, and which is what we've also seen with their map choices in the previous series that lead up to this final day. Even though it went to a Game 5 versus the Florida Mayhem in the last time that we saw these two teams play up against each other in the qualifiers, Houston Outlaws ended up coming out on top in the last 2 maps in that series. Houston won, I believe it was map 4 on New Queen Street, Push. We know how Push is when it comes to the Florida Mayhem. They sweat a little bit, they struggle out here. And then map 5, they also won against the Florida Mayhem on Nepal. So it's about ramping up to see that you don't have more of these close encounters that Florida Mayhem obviously are very familiar with. We've seen it all throughout this weekend too, playing in these Game 5 situations. And that was another situation that they were also trying to come back from a Game 5 situation.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about the way that the Florida Mayhem have approached a lot of these series and just kind of the history that this team has had for this particular season is just kind of looking at how they approach control. This has been a very good game mode for them, so if they're able to get the win on an Arctic Peninsula to kick off our series, I feel like Florida Mayhem are going to feel a little more confident moving forward, especially knowing that they have a bit of wiggle room there when it comes down to playing out Escort and Push, which really have been their struggle points in these past few series.
Yeah, and you know something else that I consider, we talk about the RAM composition from the Florida Mayhem. Let's not forget that it was Florida Mayhem themselves that made a note that Gargoyle RAM do be going crazy. They said that, and you know, we've seen Gargoyle coming out when it comes to playing on that flex tank and certain maps, and you know, when it comes to AP here too, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of those close quarter fights as we get set up again. Looks like everything is good to go. Just making sure everything is tested here, but also wanting to note the energy from the crowd. Every single time we got into a single game, the crowd was erupting. Yesterday, day 1, 2, we see the arena getting filled up by everybody. It's going to be a good time here for our finals day.
Absolutely. But both of these teams, of course, they have a tall task in front of them. Not only do they have to win this match, but then they also have to go forward to play the Atlanta Reign. And that's been the favorite pick to win the entire tournament, looking at their undefeated record from the regular season. But Houston Outlaws did give them a run for their money yesterday, and so I think that's why they are ending up as the favorites coming into this match.
Yeah, they played so well. That was an insane game. Anybody who missed out on the upper bracket final, definitely recommend you check out to see the journey that has brought the Houston Outlaws to where they are currently in the lower bracket final. Florida Mayhem obviously also making that lower bracket run as we get started already.
We're going to see the Roger Brawl come out from both of these teams. A little bit of a different look coming out from Florida, though. They really like to play this aggressive style of brawl, and especially when Checkmate's going to be putting up the icicles like this. A nice repeat from what we ended up seeing from Checkmate yesterday.
Yeah, Checkmate May is absolutely insane here. What a great first pick in favor for the Florida Mayhem. Also going to deny that EMP charge opportunity that's going to play into the win con for the Houston Outlaws.
I think the other thing about this particular composition, though, is when Merit is going to be able to play this Reaper, you get a chance to get really good damage onto Fearless, or at least you end up forcing him to be able to use those cooldowns, try to negate a lot of that damage, and that leaves him vulnerable for when the fight goes on a little bit longer.
What about these raid bosses from the support lineup of the Outlaws? We talk about the best supports in the league right now between the Reign and the Outlaws, and they are out here. See, currently having the high ground as someone is going to try to duke it out between Fearless, who's incredibly low right now. Manages to get saved by Shu, who has a nice off-angle positioning here right behind him. Someone, though, is not saved. Pelican is going to be able to find him. Nice wall also set up by Pelican as he's approaching the Blizzard already.
Pelican's going to get that Blizzard online so fast, even outpacing Checkmate at this point, but it's RuPaul with the Coalescence first that's going to be able to get the drop on Pelican while he uses the Blizzard.
And Necro, that's the change up here too. The Cole, yes, it charged up incredibly quickly, and that's the difference between what we see from the support lineups. But it's Shu out here that had the Nano Boost, Fearless, cleaning up what is left of the Mayhem, and it's cleaned up on aisle 4 as now the Houston Outlaws are able to retake the point now.
And that's going to be really good for them when you take a look at the economy of how they ended up playing into that last fight. Happy's going to get the EMP online, and this should be a really great tool for the Houston Outlaws to rely upon in order to shut down the Florida Mayhem as they start to reapproach this point. The big key target is going to be Chorong that has that sound barrier available, so Happy's going to want to try to deny that to allow the Houston Outlaws to find success here.
See if they can get behind them, too. Take a look at the ult economy. Florida Mayhem, they only used up that Coalescence in that previous fight to stop the engagement from Fearless. Didn't work out here as Happy's already set up on the high ground, waiting for the opportunity to unleash the EMP. And as you mentioned, Chorong just trying to play safely. Happy's trying to isolate them in the back before trying to call that out. And as the sound barrier is unleashed first, before that EMP comes out, that's going to benefit them. Even though someone pops the Annihilation, can this turn things around here? It helps them with survivability with that sound barrier at first, but it prevents Checkmate from utilizing the Blizzard. It's a trade for trade after the Outlaws lose out on Shu. Look at Fearless position here too, laying right around the barrier here. Trying to get our way, and the Maywall coming up from Pelican. It's another trade. Now it's a support lineup with Violet going down, Shu making his way back, and Merit with the Death Blossom has finished off what is left of Fearless. This is a great scrappy fight that we're currently seeing right here, and RuPaul had used another Coalescence earlier.
Gonna be a big switch up for Chorong to go over to the Kiriko, get this swift step online to get back to the team as Florida Mayhem are able to take back control of this point. Pelican was able to get the Blizzard online in that last fight, so Houston Outlaws have a great way to be able to crowd control when they come back in for the recontest. But Checkmate has one too.
Oh, we've seen this before.
We have seen this before at the
Checkmate,
flank.
yes, and it's always a great communication between Checkmate and Merit in these type of situations.
But do they know?
They don't know. Look at Violet. Look at the position between Violet. As Checkmate is inching forward, look who's right there here too. He's trying to get in. He beats the Translocator now as he's been able to isolate Shu, but Shu still sends out the Nano Boost, isolating him, sending out the Blizzard here. It's also Pelican on the other side, but Checkmate, he got exactly what he wanted, and that was Shu in this situation. Happy went down without able to use the EMP here too. Maybe still wanted to hold on to it since Shu had gone down first in that fight, but nearing 90% already now in favor for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, this is going to be exactly where that EMP is going to matter as Houston Outlaws, they've got to win this next fight here in order to win this round. You got a lot to work with, but Pelican is down already.
This is huge here, but the trade losing on Chorong. It's only up to RuPaul who tried to send up the goal. Looks like got canceled right out of it here too. Currently see the Annihilation activated between both Someone and Fearless. 99% as Someone finds two. Merit going down. You currently see Someone now rounding around the side of the point, trying to find Happy. Translocates right out of there. Overtime ticking down as Someone is trying to prevent them from getting right outside of this window, putting Florida Mayhem in the driver's seat, knocking down the overtime, and round one goes in favor for the Florida Mayhem here.
Florida Mayhem played such a great control in that game. They were really able to make sure that they were taking over that space efficiently, and that sneaky coming in from Checkmate to try to go flank behind and use the Blizzard. Being able to get that Translocator out of the way meant that Happy wasn't able to come in and be able to help support that backline when they ended up falling to the Blizzard.
Man. Both Blizzards being unleashed at the same time, but in that moment, it was Checkmate going for the sneaky crouch approach to isolate Shu there.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked in that situation, and that's what allowed Florida Mayhem to actually regain control over that point.
Well, Florida Mayhem are going to be switching things up here a little bit. As we head over to Icebreaker, this is one of the rounds of Antarctic Peninsula that we sometimes see those tanks switch over to the Reinhardt. And with Merit also picking up the Cassidy. This is a hero that started to fall off in popularity a little bit looking at the regular season. But what Merit is able to provide with this long-range hit scan is these off angles. And Icebreaker has some great architecture to be able to play around to make sure that you are set up to get those sight lines.
Yeah, let's not forget we're playing on the patch before the Jungle Queen buffs out here too, and that's with Cassidy falling off here. Back to the spawn here is going to be Pelican finding that heady onto Merit. Going to be able to take over the point with that ice block. Nice ice wall now to try to isolate Someone. Strong trying to set him up into position. Nice pressure coming in from the Florida Mayhem despite Houston Outlaws taking control over this point here first. But it's the battle between the Reinhardt and the Ram that we continue to talk about throughout the entirety of the season thus far.
And it's going to be a tough one, I think, for someone to be able to get into this, especially when Chorong goes down. There's no way to be able to micro-maneuver around the point.
All eyes on RuPaul, who has the window here. Survivability has been insane so far, but he's going to want to hold on to it now, losing out on Someone. Checkmate getting hacked here. Houston Outlaws take this team fight at the beginning.
And they were able to get control of that point so early as well. So they're already starting to work on that percentage progress to try to be able to tie up this map and go into a third round. Happy meanwhile as well. Look at how many ultimates are going to be on the board here for the Houston Outlaws. Yes, Florida Mayhem have the amplification matrix from RuPaul. However, even though if you're able to lay that down, there's a great way for Houston Outlaws to flank behind. Maybe even get a little bit of a surprise Blizzard or a surprise EMP here.
And Annihilation here too. Nano Boost Annihilation here. Yeah, the Nano Boost was put onto Fearless right now. Violet gets taken out though after Violet pops the rally, but it doesn't even matter. Here comes Fearless, still holding onto the Annihilation, using that Nano Boost as advantage and clearing out what is left of the Florida Mayhem, losing out on another team fight before it even looked like it began here.
And the even more important ultimate that Houston Outlaws were able to hold on to was the EMP. So now the Houston Outlaws are approaching up to that 75% mark. It's going to be one more fight for them, and they can win this round. So the fact that Happy still has this heavy-hitting ultimate is going to be huge here.
Ooh. See Happy waiting to get into position before rejoining with the rest of the Outlaws. That communication. Someone looking for the opportunity as the EMP comes out from Happy. Here comes Strike now, here too, to double. Someone finding Violet was beautiful. Now, after using that Shatter and the Fire Strike here over on the other side, Checkmate manages to wrap around the corner, finds Fearless, someone popping off, now finding Shu. That is only 3 left for the Outlaws, but at 99%, that was detrimental for the Florida Mayhem to take that fight.
Yeah, but that amplification matrix placement was so beautiful from RuPaul. And with Checkmate getting a pick onto Pelican as well, this is going to stall out the Houston Outlaws from being able to regroup and get back into this one. The other thing about the Houston Outlaws coming back is they're really going to try to take an eco push here. They want to try to get as many ultimates out of the Florida Mayhem as possible, but they're farming.
The 2-for-2 deal here for Checkmate. He's definitely going to take one of those. Eat it for free out here while they back up, but that's a good amount of pressure and time wasted away from the Houston Outlaws to then rejoin again.
Exactly, and Pelican right now is going to be the closest player to an ultimate. But if they keep getting picked like this, it's going to be more trouble for them to try to come back in as a team of 5. And Checkmate has the Blizzard as well. Florida Mayhem might start to get on a roll here.
No way. Someone. What have you eaten? The Maywall, blocking the only escape route from Fearless. Can he get away with Shu feeling the pressure too? That is the shish kebab between Fearless and Shu. The 2-for-1 again now. Checkmate finding him. That's 2 out for the Outlaws and more time wasted away after they had the advantage.
At this point as well, Fearless is going to switch over to the Winston. Wants to be able to jump onto the back line as RuPaul is playing a little bit more of a dive target in that Baptiste. It also is able to get the Immortality field out early if Fearless is able to play it right. But the big thing is that Shu does have the Nano Boost, and that's going to go right onto Fearless.
Nano Boost as Fearless jumps in. Amazing opportunity to isolate Merit, and now the Blizzard coming in from both Pelican and Checkmate. You mentioned the Immortality field. Both are off the table here, but Chorong is the first one to go out, and that means the backline has been eliminated from the Florida Mayhem. Yes, you have that desperate Shatter with the overtime ticking away. Houston Outlaws, though, have cleared the floor from the Florida Mayhem. We got a great series on our hands here, Necker, and now it's tied 1-1 apiece on the first map.
Oh, and this next round is really where it's going to start to get tough when it comes down to these brawl compositions. Heading over to sub-level. And that's where you can see sometimes the dive, sometimes you see the Ramatra rush. It really depends on what these teams are going to start to feel comfortable with, but it's going to be a great litmus test heading into the next maps of the series as we get a chance to check out this replay from Fearless, that Nano Boost really bolstering up his attack.
Without having to use the Annihilation too, this is the second team fight that we got to see in that second round here, cleaning up what was left of the Florida Mayhem. Beautiful. Now getting started, round number 3, seeing some change-ups here as well, looking at the Florida Mayhem. Yes, they've been changing between the Lucio more, but now we're seeing the Kiriko now coming out.
Yeah, the Kiriko Baptiste. This is a very aggressive backline coming in from the Florida Mayhem. Chorong has really started to pick up this hero in order to be able to get some nice shots in with those kunai, especially if you're able to hit the headshots, you're going to be able to start to delete targets in the backline like Shu and Violet. So this really allows Chorong to play a bit more aggressively, but you do lose out a little bit on the burst healing when it comes down to not having something like the Ana, but the Baptiste is able to cover that too.
At least he can do that 150 damage out here onto Happy if he's pressuring that back line. That's something that Chorong can look out for here as Fearless tries to jump on top of the high ground. Also, someone gets hacked and then anti right afterwards, but RuPaul with the saving grace on the Immortality field, helping him replenish that health, and Checkmate taking a nap in the back. Don't worry though, see Chorong right next to him here as Fearless tries to capitalize. Nice split high ground here though, splitting the attention of the Florida Mayhem. See someone being able to pick off Pelican for that. Houston Outlaws now looking to see if they can disengage, since the point now is finally going to get unlocked and now go in favor for Florida Mayhem.
Fearless is still trying to play this one out though, especially knowing that Shu has that Nano Boost online. So Fearless can take a little bit of a step back, try to get healed up, wait for those cooldowns to come back so he can find the right target to jump onto. But someone's got control of this high ground now, but here comes the Nano Boost.
Oh, see the Nano Boost onto Fearless, but Violet, someone again finding him, and Chorong finding Shu with the heady here. As Shu had put down that Nano Boost onto Fearless, that's an ult wasted away here from the Outlaws, and Florida Mayhem are going to be able to restabilize with a plethora of ultimates of their own.
Florida Mayhem are such a scrappy team as well. You're seeing them take a lot of these 1v1 fights. They ended up isolating a lot of their targets, like what you just ended up seeing there from Fearless, and the follow-up has been there. So Florida Mayhem really on a roll here when it comes down to this Ramatra brawl, but you got to be careful because Happy, playing the Tracer, got the Pulse Bomb ready to go. Really going to be trying to look out for somebody in the back line. Objective captured. Pelican too. Wait for him to get into a position. Are Florida Mayhem gonna give this up?
Oh, the communication coming in to isolate RuPaul. His immortality field gets a lead in it. He's been a problem. His survivability is amazing as the Blizzard gets called in from checkmate. The rush as well from Chorong here, but Merit with the pulse bomb is going to be able to find Shu. Still, the number advantage goes in favor for the Houston Outlaws, but not for long when someone had used up the Annihilation earlier to find Violet. That's Violet going down without utilizing the rally here as our pulse one gets sent out from Happy, doesn't find a stick, but don't worry. Pelican is the insurance policy that you need to finish off what is left of the Mayhem to flip the point.
RuPaul's gonna pop the amplification matrix as well. Even though they're down a few members in this fight, they might be able to get this done, but unfortunately, Fearless is just putting on too much pressure into the backline. That was an expensive fight for both teams. But Violet is still going to have that rally to be able to utilize in this next fight, as Houston Outlaws are now starting to look down, having to play this out perfectly. The sustainability will really help the Outlaws to be able to withstand something of the pressure of someone, especially when you look at someone wanting to try to play a little bit more forward in the front line.
I know we already know this, but Fearless is just absolutely insane. The way that he positions himself to go for those shorter hops to close in the gap without overextending to keep himself in the line of sight of Shu, who is enjoyable to see as Happy does get hacked here by Merit, looking around, trying to predict where the recall was going to set up Happy here. Still, Happy's going to be able to survive, and Shu's going to be able to stay on the high ground. You can see on the other side, someone trying to contest the backline of the Houston Outlaws. But don't worry, Daddy Fearless is here to protect Shu and Violet, and so is this rally. The follow from Pelican is going to be able to punish someone for getting a little overly aggressive out here on that high ground without an escape option. Meanwhile, Jordan RuPaul hitting a nasty nade onto Happy, Fearless, and Violet, but then immediately get restabilized by Shu again, who still has a Nano Boost here. Checkmate, finding Happy. Nano Boost put onto Fearless here, and he's also got the Primal if he wants to live for even longer after the Nano Boost is done. Violet, though, while he's stuck in the side room, you know you're dealing with a Wraith Demon. He's gonna be able to find two, and someone gets the revenge after he comes in. He pops the Annihilation, finds the opportunity, since everybody was just funneled inside of that side room with Violet.
Gonna end up seeing Fearless pop the Primal Rage as well, as Happy's gonna switch over to the Ash. That dynamite damage gonna be a really great way to keep the Houston Outlaws with control at this point, especially playing on the high ground. But look at Merit. Wants to be able to play with that, but the dynamite there to be able to sniff out Merit and where he's hiding with the Sombra. This is gonna be a trade of the backlines here as we come down to the last fight.
Can't get past Happy out here with that dynamite while we take a look at Merit. Destroys a translocator from Pelican. Yeah, because he's got the EMP. He has no escape option here, but it's fine. With overtime taken away, they have to push in on this. Prevent the Florida Mayhem from trying to contest here. Saw the rally that was activated from Strong as the EMP goes out. It costs Shu Violet's life and catches Shu and Fearless here. They get the trade. Checkmate going down thanks to Happy being set up on this position. Who can stop Happy, though? This is a good spot for the Houston Outlaws to stay on the high ground. Also, Houston Outlaws staying on the point while the overtime ticks away. The numbers are dwindling for the Florida Mayhem to allow the Houston Outlaws to sit in the driver's seat. Fearless being the nail in the coffin as the Houston Outlaws take map number 1.
That was such a slugfest, though, when these two teams were going at it for Antarctic Peninsula. Felt like it was so back and forth there, and especially very dependent on whether or not these Sombras were able to hit their marks.
Yeah, and even though we even saw was Violet at one point go down at the very end of that fight first, it was the way that the Houston Outlaws had set up on the high ground. And remember what the Deaths I talked about, they're very quick to adapt depending on the comp switches that they need to do on the fly. Well, we saw the Ash switch coming out, getting set up on the high ground. Who's going to check right now when you're on overtime and you don't really have the movement ability to try to contest where Pelican was here?
Yeah, it just has to be the Sombra in that case.
Yeah.
And sometimes that isn't enough, especially when you have the coach gun. You're able to do a lot of burst damage to that Sombra, which forces her to translocate. But if you're going to be able to have somebody on your side like Happy and Pelican just kind of working together, Pelican is able to have a good read on where those translocators are.
And they also were able to nail down what the primary problem was for the Florida Mayhem. And we talked about RuPaul's survivability earlier on. In the first 2 rounds, he had only died once. He was doing a really good job at disengaging when those fights seemed at a loss. And then in that final round, we saw that a lot of the primary focus was to prevent RuPaul from also allowing Merit and Checkmate to set up here too. So great awareness from the Houston Outlaws. Don't expect anything different here. I mean, this is the Outlaws at the end of the day as we take a look at some of these highlights here.
RuPaul with the Coalescence. I really like the Moira pick coming out from
the hack.
The Florida Mayhem. It makes you just have such a cleaner frontline brawl when it comes down to being able to help Ramatra stay alive. But I think as well, when you look at just the coordination of the Houston Outlaws, that can really reign supreme when you're able to get Happy and Pelican set up next to each other, and the fact that they're able to cover each other's hero pools as well gives them so much flexibility.
Someone had some time to shine there too. We saw the first shatter that led into the double fire strike to try to clean up that first fight in the first round here too, as we get to see Pelican also trying to get set up and isolating Torong here. Nice communication from Fearless and Pelican to try to make sure that there was going to be put extra pressure on that back line, seeing checkmate as well, being able to find Happy in the feed. But Violet, this is where we saw the raid boss actually go down in that side room. You'll have to see it. And then we saw someone also retaliate with the annihilation. A lot of back and forth going on so far in this series. And we are moving on to Kings Row for map number 2, Necro.
It's going to be a really great showing here, as this is going to be the Florida Mayhem's pick to move on to that next map. And you know they've got something up their sleeves here when it comes down to being able to use something like the Ramatra.
Yeah, we got to see how that's going to play out here. On the other side of this break, we got map number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mid-Season Madness. We're in the lower bracket final, and we just wrapped up map number 1. Houston Outlaws take it after the 3rd round, Necro.
It was such a big map to kick off this series as well. Just so much back and forth happening between these two teams, and it makes me really excited to see what's going to happen next. Look at all the love for Houston Outlaws as well. I know they have such a big fan base, both in the West as well as in APAC, so really nice to see them show up here today to support their team.
Yeah, I love seeing the crowd, love seeing the art out here, guys. Don't forget, hashtag OWL2023. I know a lot of you guys are rallying behind Danny and the Florida Mayhem. They need your support.
See, we got some Florida Mayhem fans out there too. Honestly, the crowd has been so supportive of both of our teams. They just want to be able to see some great games, and this is already delivering that.
See it slowly pack up here too.
I love that little drawing.
A little penguin. I mean, we did just play on Antarctic Peninsula, so the Hanzo skin also has my heart here.
I know, right?
Check Barrett.
Aww.
I love it.
They really do make the perfect combination, don't they?
They do. They really do. All together now. And we got to see what our next map is going to look like as well, Necra. And a little worried here because we know how good Happy is. So we take a look at the side-by-side on the Ram after that first map. Very close here in terms of the hero damage done. And the survivability as well here. Someone and Fearless are playing very back and forth. The final blows do go in favor for someone as well as ult efficiency. But we also saw some swap-ups going in from someone.
Well, so this speaks to how good someone is when the Annihilation is online.
Yeah.
And for the other side of things with Fearless's Ramatra, we're really looking at his ability to play with the team. Like the lower deaths really speaks to the backline helping to make sure that he can stay up.
Yeah, and it also really highlights the backline, though, from the Houston Outlaws and keeping Fearless alive. The communication coming in to allow Fearless to make that space, as well as calling out the issues that are coming from the Florida Mayhem. Like they were able to pinpoint RuPaul and his survivability in that second round. Very quick to adapt here while we're getting set up.
Heading to Kings Row is really interesting, though, because we saw Kings Row for the very first time in this tournament yesterday when we saw the Florida Mayhem take it to the Boston Uprising. It was Boston Uprising's pick, so maybe Florida Mayhem feeling a little confident, knowing that a lot of these teams haven't had practice on this LAN stage playing this particular map except for them.
Yeah, you talk about the structure of Kings Row here too. The verticality that it provides, allowing you to really take control over the high ground is going to be a priority. Fearless obviously wants to make sure he can clear that space up there. We see Echo sometimes coming out here on Kings Row. But when I think about Kings Row, I also think about the open sight lines that you have, especially before you get that payload out of the garage, leading up into the close quarter fights that you find in that point B section. And I think about Happy, one of the best hit scans in the league out here that could really excel on Kings Row. Yes, Florida Mayhem, they won against Boston Uprising. That was a very difficult series for the Boston Uprising and to even watch it play out. And Florida Mayhem may be feeling themselves after now picking it for the second time that we've seen so far all weekend long.
Exactly the point that I was trying to make there earlier. But I think what's going to be super interesting to watch is how someone and Fearless decide to approach this particular map. You talk about the verticality, Fearless definitely going to want to play into that one as his Winston is very strong. But when it comes down to the streets, Ramatra, very good.
That's
very
true.
good.
Yeah. And opting to be on the defense here, while the Houston Outlaws to go on the attack. See how this is going to play out here for the Florida Mayhem in terms of their positioning.
Really smart for Merit to go ahead and auto-pick this Ashe to begin with. Expecting Pelican to come out on the Echo. This is a look that we've seen from the Houston Outlaws many times, especially when you look at how Tracer and Sombra don't necessarily like to play on this particular point. Too many very obvious flank routes for both of those heroes, and so you know that they're going to be able to get sniffed out pretty easily. So that's why we're going to see Pelican out on the Echo, and Happy actually picking up the Hanzo as well to really make great use of the wall climbing capability.
Not even surprised here too. Look at the way that Happy's just trying to find these angles, knowing exactly where Merit is currently. And Chorong's like, don't worry, I got you. Get down, Mr. President. As you currently see Merit getting hit with an anti. Things coming in incredibly early already as Pelican having to get away from the open sight lines here as Merit tries to send out the dynamite and someone capitalizing, finding Pelican. Huge here as Happy's also going to fall low. Talk about wall climb just so that way he can try to reposition himself, not trying to overextend, but it's about controlling this high ground that is so important for this first point.
You're going to see the Vortex come out, though, so someone already going to be able to get some nice dot damage onto the Houston Outlaws. The slow as well being really important. But look at how they're isolating the back line. They're all getting closed into the back of point as Florida Mayhem start to get sandwiched.
Oh, someone activating the Nemesis form. Duking it out, fighting him in the ring here. Doing so much damage, but RuPaul's also under some pressure. No help from someone, though, as Fearless is going to be able to now find someone and Merit. This is what we're talking about, controlling the high ground. The priority from Fearless here, especially on that Winston, is going to be able to control so much space. Yes, he's taking a nap here, but the rest of the Houston Outlaws are still here.
That's why RuPaul just didn't have a sight line there onto someone. He was getting locked down by the front line of the Houston Outlaws, so it made it impossible for him to be able to poke his head out. So a really nice capture here coming through from the Houston Outlaws as payload gets unlocked and we enter into the streets phase. Checkmate is already going to make the pivot over to the Tracer. Plays way better on the second point and into third. And you also are able to start playing around with these flank angles.
And it also plays into the second point, what you mentioned earlier with the Ramatra playing in this Florida alleyways here. Happy still set up on the high ground. Tron's just trying to utilize that shield to prevent Happy from getting any sort of impact. He knows exactly where Checkmate is. Checkmate can't be as cheeky as he thought. Nano boost put onto someone here, but the Houston Outlaws are taking a much more patient approach. They're just going to wait out this nano boost. No reason to really contest here while they're still by the choke point. Fearless is going to be able to leap into the back line. Nano boost onto Fearless. He's trying to isolate Chorong and RuPaul, now having to go for a reposition. Seeing that the Florida Mayhem are all split up, you're going to be able to take out Merit because he's alone with no help. You saw where Chorong and RuPaul was, and then Pelican is able to fly over and finish whatever damage that Fearless was able to put down here.
Despite the fact that we see Merit on the Ashe, Pelican is getting away with murder right now. This is so difficult for the Florida Mayhem to be able to play against because, especially when you're going to play the Ramatra, you have way less ability to end up shielding the rest of your team. So it falls onto Chorong to be able to help make sure that the backline is staying safe, or you end up putting up that shield for Merit in particular to be able to operate.
And with Fearless subtracting Merit from the equation at the very beginning of that previous fight, that means that Merit can't deal with the issue in the sky, which is Pelican in this case, who has duplicate currently. Violet's got the rally ready here. Mayhem also have a plethora of ultimates to work with too. Ooh, here comes a duplicate here. Pelican is going to be able to copy that Ramatra. Someone also has the Annihilation ready, but with Chorong activating the rally, just trying to keep the rest of Florida Mayhem stabilized. The Annihilation now comes out. Nice nade from RuPaul, hitting onto two. Pelican's still in this Annihilation form, by the way, before he gets booted right back to the Echo here. Backing away in time, and it's the disengage and the communication once again being shown by the Houston Outlaws to call out when these fights need to be backed up. Checkmate tried to go for a cheeky false one stick, but it did not stick right there.
No, but at this point, Houston Outlaws are trying to play with this Dragon Strike from Happy to split up the team. They're going to do that too as Chorong gets taken down.
Their only escape route blocked by the Dragons right here. Someone gets the trade though. Trong and Violet, and Checkmate finding Happy puts the Florida Mayhem in the number advantage. Houston Outlaws now losing out on Fearless next, and it's going to have to be a reset here for the Houston Outlaws.
This is getting dicey though for Houston. Yes, they were able to get the cart forward a great distance. 2 minutes left on the clock, though, for them, and just a little bit more. Shu's Nano Boost can go a long way here, though. That's really the only ultimate that they have in their bank, and because that fight was so expensive, at the very least, Shu can help to try to get Fearless's Primal Rage online as quicker, or maybe even make Violet into a raid boss here. Either way, it should be a good approach here for Houston, as long as they're able to get something done with the Nano to be able to get another ultimate online.
Very situational, especially depending on the positioning that we're seeing here. Florida Mayhem playing, again, a little bit split up like we saw initially. Pelican just trying to figure out an opportunity to see where the Florida Mayhem are stationed up on that high ground. Shu does have that Nano Boost, like you mentioned, trying to find Chorong here. Nano Boost activated onto Fearless as he's been able to isolate the backline of the Florida Mayhem, needing some help here, but RuPaul finds Pelican. They too trade that off for Chorong before Fearless manages to back away in time, but he gave this back to the rest of the Houston Outlaws, and that has enabled Checkmate here. Seeing the trade-off once again, Merit being able to find Shu as Violet comes right back in. Checkmate has been almost unkillable at this point. He was trying to find, as I said that, he was trying to find these different flanking options, and Happy shutting him down almost immediately.
This should be the Houston Outlaws being able to get this second point capture, but the respawns are coming in really fast here for Florida, and they've got ultimates to boot as someone's going to get the Annihilation.
Oh no, and as someone with the Annihilation, the rally was also came in, and Happy with the full bomb.
They got the point.
Chorong is actually huge here.
Wait, they got the point. What?
They were able to get the point in that previous fight. The rally was used, the Annihilation was used, and now we're seeing Violet Zen.
Someone was right there. He
And
had the
Annihilation here,
annihilation,
too.
exactly.
Yeah.
He had the sustainability, he had the firepower to be able to dish out, but Houston Outlaws, they're able to clutch up that second point and get them a little bit of extra time. But I love that you called out the Violet Zenyatta, because that's going to be really fun to see the burst damage come through from the Houston Outlaws, especially when you're going to end up playing into some of these more heavy-hitting ultimates here with the rally being online for Florida.
You're also going to enable the follow-up damage here, as we saw the swap up from Violet back to the Brig. Wondering here if maybe Pelican going to be able to try to get the follow-up from the Discord orbs here. She was trying to check in the back for Merit.
I think it's too difficult to run the Brig. You've got Merit and Checkmate, exactly.
Oh no, but hey, with Violet, Fearless rather, finding Checkmate here and Shu getting hacked in the back, going to be able to take that pick and close the distance in this next corner here. The rally is going to be activated from Chorong. Checkmate has that post bomb ready. But Pelican on the high ground, someone needs to contest him. Merit being back on the Stormer means that you don't have that sit scan to deal with Pelican, who now activates the duplicate here. To be able to copy someone's Winston. You see the way that Florida Mayhem are backing off in time. Yes, you get hacked, but this doesn't work. It's like Merit's EMP that they're so desperate to use. You have less than a minute now on the clock while the payload is taxing along. Fearless finding RuPaul here after Shu had used the nano boost earlier on. Choron going down next here too. The backline has been deleted from the Florida Mayhem, and Violet's about to get the next rally.
Look at this, as someone goes down as well. The rally helping to bolster up the defenses. Merit, though, can't touch.
Get a touch here, trickling down one by one, but it's too much pressure. Even seeing the desperate swaps from the Florida Mayhem into the Kiriko here wasn't enough. Houston Outlaws had a lot of momentum rolling forward after we saw the swap back to the Brig. We saw the duplicate coming out as well. The Echo wasn't really dealt with that entire time.
All kicked off with a nano boost right before capturing that second point as well. But what a big misstep there from the Florida Mayhem to not be able to contest the cart before that ended up sneaking over the line. As we take a look at the side swaps, Florida Mayhem, yeah, Pelican was a problem. The Ash wasn't enough. None of that hit scan pressure onto the Echo was able to take Pelican down. So I would assume that Houston Outlaws feeling pretty comfortable on that pick with also all of that pressure. They'd be able to play that on the defense too, but can't count out Happy either.
And that was actually insane. I mean, this is Happy Hanzo. We've seen this before, the impact coming in and the swap
Any of the snipers.
Right? Yeah, it's Happy, it's game, come on. And Houston Outlaws actually taking that payload all the way to the finish line. Less than 35 seconds on the clock here for them, but I'd like to talk about the survivability for Shu. He died only once in that round so far, and he was doing a really good job at helping enable Fearless and preventing really Merit from being a problem after we saw Merit make the swap over to the Sombra.
Well, you called out something really important during that attack push from the Houston Outlaws. And that was how well they were able to kite away from any of that incoming damage. You saw the nano boost go onto someone. Houston Outlaws backed up right away. So Shu was able to keep himself nice and safe. And I think it's another thing that Florida Mayhem are going to have to play around is that the way that they were trying to approach the backline just didn't work. But let's see what they're able to bring on the defense here.
Checkmate. This Echo right now. You know Pelican is feasting. While sticking to the Sombra Tracer comp here, while Violet is sticking to the Zen here, which is very interesting when it comes to the damage output that they're looking to get the follow for Fearless and Happy. As Merit finds the heady onto Violet as we talk about it. No Discord Orb is going to be a problem here.
Nope, not anymore. Now that Violet's out of the picture, it really does rely on the Houston Outlaws getting into the backline. Violet's actually going to try to get back a little bit faster, hope that the Immortality Field maybe would be a great piece of the kit, but Violet actually going to stick over to the Zenyatta as Houston Outlaws got to give up a little bit of this point to wait for Violet to get back.
Florida Mayhem too, the way that Checkmate's playing around statue here. Pelican translocating away. Still holding onto the high ground, it's going to be Fearless. Now repositioning. The way that Houston Outlaws, once again, kiting away from the pressure that is the Florida Mayhem to rejoin together, regroup. Someone gets hacked by Pelican, building into that EMP. Nice anti-nade onto Chorong as Merit gets healed up again by Chorong here too. Fearless taking a nap though on the high ground. RuPaul's gonna be able to finish him off. Violet then gets revenge onto Checkmate. Those are the Discord orbs really coming through. It's fine. You got Violet with a nano boost on him from Shu. That's Violet doing all the damage that he needs to do to waver off all the pressure from Florida Mayhem.
Florida Mayhem have to start to capitalize on this one though, especially when Fearless is out of the picture. And you don't want to check into that hotel.
Catch me outside on the side room of this hotel. bringing out the guns. It's going to be someone finding Violet and finding the payload out of the garage, while Checkmate is going to take a much more aggressive position so that way they can clear this next corner.
Well, they don't want the Houston Outlaws to play around the bookstore, especially if they're tracking the ultimates. Pelican does have the EMP online, and that would be a lot of pretty much a momentum stop here for the Florida Mayhem after unlocking this payload. So you will see them play a little bit more aggressively here, but Houston Outlaws trying to get into a position as Pelican, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. They want to take this fight around the bookstore. Houston Outlaws have a great defensive position from there.
And they know where Happy is too. That could be a slight indicator on where Pelican could be approaching from, but he's on the low ground here. Trying to see. Chorong also swinging away. Right in position here to unleash the EMP.
Good checkmate.
Just waiting for the most impact that he's got here as the EMP comes out, and they immediately capitalizing, finding Chorong. RuPaul getting caught in the line of sight of the EMP, and it's Merit with the Dragons, clearing the space and trying to isolate Fearless. He's got the Primal, who'll definitely be able to survive if he manages to get away. Again, it's a disengage from the Outlaws to recognize the situation as the Vortex controls some space, trying to slow down Fearless. He activates the Primal, he jumps away in time. The hack coming in too, as well as the sleep here, as Violet has that trans ready. Nano boost now onto Fearless, just to prolong all the extra pressure that he was able to put on originally with the Primal, now finding Merit. Nice anti here, but it's not going to help you out. He's going to be able to back away once again in time, because it's Happy that's going to be able to retake this payload, prevent any more pressure as Merit makes a swap over to the Sombra. Checkmate now the trade-off trade, losing out on Shu, and Checkmate losing out on Happy against Happy here rather, and he's got the Pulse Bomb ready for this next fight. A lot of scrappy fights here for the Florida Mayhem to deal with in these alleyways.
They're so split up. Houston Outlaws have really been doing a great job of controlling this space so that they're able to take these 2v1s, maybe these 1v1s, very confident in their ability to be able to duel up against some of these members of the Florida Mayhem. Violet as well, though, on this Zenyatta has been able to put so much pressure with these Orbs of Discord, but I would be worried now that someone has that Annihilation. He's been able to get so much work done with that ult.
It's the survivability here, too, that the Outlaws were able to go right through that previous fight, now setting this up. Violet falling incredibly low, and it's the Annihilation Necro that you mentioned here, allowing someone to find the problem. Taking control over this higher ground, Fearless, you're the next victim here, but he jumps away in time. A lot of pressure now coming up from Florida Mayhem, with Pelican also falling low. He's about to get this EMP. It'd be crazy to survive through this, but they've lost out on Shook here, and with someone moving all the way forward, it's to help enable the rest of Florida Mayhem to close that gap.
I think that's okay for the Houston Outlaws, though. They get one more attempt at a defense here, and with the EMP that you called out, they also have a Nano Boost coming online. Houston Outlaws have a great chance at being able to stop the cart here. The one wrench that could be thrown into their plans is Chorong's rally. If he's not caught in the EMP, then he's able to come back in with that, but there you go. There's
nice EMP, yes, and it costs RuPaul's life, which means the Nano Boost won't be involved in this fight. Yes, Chorong had activated the rally in a nice frame right before the EMP was unleashed to help sustain someone here, but again, it's only up to Chorong for that survivability, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough now that someone goes down, thanks to Fearless capitalizing. Happy now finding Chorong over the side, and Shu going down with the Nano Boost ready. They'll be able to re-engage here, and there's a minute and 20 seconds on the clock for Florida Mayhem to get to the second point.
Florida Mayhem are going to have someone switch over to the Winston as they are looking at that time bank starting to quickly expire. But Florida Mayhem want to try to play off the back of this EMP as well as Checkmate's Pulse Bomb. He's been really great at landing these so far in the Midseason Madness tournament. So as long as he's able to get one of these members down, that's going to be really great to maybe force out an ultimate here. Violet's Transcendence, I get a little worried about that one for Houston, but Merit versus Merit.
Oh, Pelican knew this was coming. It was looking for Merit after doing the point, knowing that he was right behind them. You can even hear him too. The EMP was unleashed from Merit earlier, catching Happy. We'll be able to get back into this fight just as quick as he is on that Tracer. And Houston Outlaws still maintaining all these ultimates now as the Nano Boost is put onto Fearless. They have that Transcendence too to help with that survivability, but it's about clearing up this high ground here. Less than 30 seconds now on the clock, Necra.
It's going to be a really rough one for the Florida Mayhem to get through. They have to be able to use this Nano Boost and the Pulse Bomb.
And it's cycling through the survivability. You're done with the Nano Boost, now you activate the Primal here from Fearless as Merit now on the high ground. He's the one with the Nano Boost put onto him from RuPaul. They lose out on Chorong. It'd be nice to see that raid battle earlier on with Chorong being the one with the Nano Boost, but that's not going to be the plan. Happy sending out the Pulse Bomb, getting that stake, finding RuPaul. Checkmate's going to be able to find Shu, so it's a back and forth to Transcendence from Violet to help the Outlaws move away to then recontest here. It doesn't look like the Florida Mayhem are going to be able to put a toe on this point.
Oh, they're going to try, though. You got the Chorong Lucio coming back, but that looks like it might be it.
Oh, no, here. Florida Mayhem, nobody's left. to touch the point, the fist bump. The aggression from the Houston Outlaws to take map number 2 while they're sitting already at match point, Necra.
That was a quick map there coming through and pretty decisive from the Houston Outlaws. That was Florida Mayhem's map pick as well. But the fact that the Houston Outlaws are able to force these dives into the Ramatra, they're really able to get some nice work done with that. And I'd really like to see the Florida Mayhem at this point as a last-ditch effort to keep their series dreams alive, try to go toe-to-toe with the Winston.
Also, the impact that we saw from the Sombras, like Pelican had 14 enemies hacked. Meanwhile, I believe Checkmate only had like 4 or 5 at that point. It was very difficult to let Checkmate to work into that win con. The Florida Mayhem really wanted to excel in with the EMPs here. Losing out on another map now. It's Florida Mayhem living off their last lives potentially. But so much on the line here with the Houston Outlaws really feeling themselves, and it's about those disengagements. They're so good at knowing when to disengage. They lose on a one body. That's already enough for them to try to take a different angle or to then try to re-engage when they're fully grouped up together.
I mean, Houston Outlaws too, when they're able to take these
little penguins.
I don't know. They're pretty
so
cute. Though. Yeah, but you know, Houston Outlaws, when they're able to force these fights, these 2v1s, right, or these 1v1s. Just the raw mechanical skill that the Houston Outlaws are putting down is really difficult for the Florida Mayhem to deal with when they're not able to play grouped up with a brawl composition. That's what the brawl is so good for. As you can see, Fearless, Exhibit A of how he's able to isolate a lot of these targets. Merrick can't get any sightlines onto the team.
And then on King's Row here too, Fearless just gets to get into position so quick. Florida Mayhem still trying to stick to this Ram comp as well. And we saw at one point too, someone in this situation actually had used the Annihilation and stepped up the point just ever so slightly, allowing the Houston Outlaws to then capture that point when they were the ones on the attack that time around here too. Fearless also being able to isolate the backline and get the follow-up with Happy was beautiful. Let's also not forget the time when they were on the attack. Pelican was literally just running it down here on King's Row without getting interrupted. No one really to check him there.
Paul hitting some nice sleeps though. I love the impact we're able to feel from the Anas on both sides, whether it's Shu, whether it's RuPaul. Shu though with the nano boosts has been able to find so much value.
And this goes back to what we're saying. The impact between Pelican, the EMPs coming in, that allowed them to find RuPaul as a first pick to deny the nano boost that would have been online for that fight. So much here that is being diffed between the Houston Outlaws and Florida. Now we get to move on to map number 3, Necra, and we are going on to Rialto.
That's an interesting choice from the Florida Mayhem. I feel like the Houston Outlaws were able to do a great job on Rialto yesterday, despite the fact that it was a loss versus the Atlanta Reign. But
yeah.
We also haven't seen this coming out from the Florida Mayhem yet this tournament.
We'll be able to dance it up here on Rialto on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it because the Houston Outlaws are currently sitting at match point.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Houston currently poised to meet the Atlanta Reign in the finals to take the trophy home. They are currently sitting at match point 2-0 right now versus the Florida Mayhem in the lower bracket finals.
Florida Mayhem have had a tough go of things in this particular series. Looked really close on Antarctic Peninsula, but even on their map pick of Kings Row, Houston Outlaws had a very, very dominant performance. And now we're going to be heading over to potentially the final map in the series.
Necker, on their map pick that they were undefeated on currently in the season until that moment right there. So, you know, trying to go for a comfort pick that didn't work out in their favor, now moving on to Rialto.
That could be a confidence buster. That really could be a confidence buster. You know that you've been able to put up the numbers on that map, but this is going to be another chance for the Florida Mayhem to get back into the series. But Rialto is kind of a head scratcher for me. They haven't picked this map at all when it's come to the Midseason Madness tournament. We've seen most of their play on Shambali Monastery to pretty middling success, but maybe they're trying to switch things up here as we head over to Rialto, see if they can get it done.
See what's going to work out for them too. You know, they've been really trying to force out this Ram here, and that was what we were kind of expecting going into the Midseason Madness. Been seeing a lot more Ram incorporated from the West. How was that going to fare against APAC? I mean, we know how that story played out, but now seeing the Outlaws playing to what Fearless does best, playing in that Winston.
What's really interesting about the Houston Outlaws' approach to this map is we don't have any subs coming in from either team. Houston Outlaws have the ability to play Gargoyle in their roster, very well known for the Diva. We see a lot of Diva play on this map in particular, but we actually didn't see the Houston Outlaws do this yesterday either versus the Atlanta Reign. They ended up playing Fearless on the Winston, which is something that we're going to end up see them hover over at the very least for the attack. But here's the crowd. They are cheering on their teams right now. There's been a lot of love there for the Houston Outlaws as they are going to get ready to make their attack push. But the Florida Mayhem are going to set up on this Ramatra Brawl once again. Except Merit on the Widowmaker. Things might get a little spicy.
I love it. I love it. Whenever we see...
Happy Farah?
Oh, we're committing.
We're committing.
Okay. Maybe
No,
not.
we're not.
Listen, like that. I'm like, there's
tried.
no way.
He tried, but that was a really great way to be able to get the concussive blast off, try to push the Florida Mayhem back, do a little bit of scouting, and then go back to spawn to be able to lock in this Tracer pick. But what an aggressive backline here for the Houston Outlaws.
Merritt dancing around, just trying to call out Pelican, who he knew was there. You can hear the shuffling sometimes. The Silver gets a little too close to you here. Backing away in time while Pelican manages to get away. Fearless is going to have a lot easier time and getting right back to the high ground here, and they're trying to pinpoint Merit. I was mentioned earlier, you love hearing the crowd go crazy when you see that one hit scan shot nailed down on a head here, and Fearless falling incredibly low, forcing him to back away in time, but the health pack was also denied by Checkmate. He took it before he was able to get to it, and Violet gets hit with a nice ante, having to back Violet away here and wait for the rest of the Houston Outlaws for Fearless.
This is one of the big issues of trying to play against the Tracer, right? As they are able to be a little bit quicker to the punch, be able to grab those health packs, but Houston Outlaws, if they're able to get set up here, Pelican could hack those to make sure that Fearless has access to them in the future. But wow, Pelican just has Merit's number right now. Does not want to let that Widowmaker get set up. One pick from Merit could be disastrous for the Houston Outlaws attack.
Trying to extinguish the campfire on this high ground here for Merit so that way Merit can feel a little comfy. RuPaul is doing a really good job too, to just be his saving grace, holding his hand, braiding their friendship bracelet here together here to make sure that Pelican isn't an issue. But while Merit is set up, it's going to be difficult for Shu and Violet to close in that gap. The Nano Boost is going to enable Fearless to help him out, and Violet finding Merit, finally, the target that they've been trying to nail down from the beginning. Now it's going to force the Florida Mayhem to collapse right underneath them. Checkmate on the high ground here too, just trying to work magic, and someone taking a nap while the rest of his team is back in the spawn.
Someone is just trying to stall the cart for as long as possible. He is able to get back to the cart before this is going to reach the checkpoint, but he allowed some time for the Florida Mayhem to be able to respawn so that they can get ready for this next defensive attempt. they did buy a lot of time off the clock as well. You have the sites being activated here from Merit. You get a lot of really nice intel on where the Houston Outlaws are going to come from. But Houston are coming in with a lot of ults, Vicky. I'm looking at that EMP from Pelican right now. Their harassment of Merit was good.
The rush also activated here. Conjunction 2, Chorong with the rally. Fearless also activating the primal. Zooming away here. Gonna be able to reposition just immediately right afterwards. Nice anti again once from RuPaul. Pelican still holding up to EMP until right now, finding 3. Gets into position to find checkmate someone and Chorong. Right after that rally was done from the Florida Mayhem. That was a Houston Outlaws again, healing away to help out both Shu and Violet, and then waiting for the rally to end. Re-engage here. It's the EMP now. Someone has the Annihilation. Enough time bought in, and that's going to be space as Fearless tries to run away. He still manages to survive. I don't even know how he managed to live through that thanks to the nano boost from Shu. Meanwhile, Happy, while all the attention from someone's on the front line, was able to get that pulse bomb. Pelican now also finding someone. Florida Mayhem. It's the split up scrappy fight once again that we saw in Kings Row, excelling in favor for Houston Outlaws.
Houston Outlaws able to get this first checkpoint. They had to throw everything that they had in the bank to be able to get that cart over the line. But it was worth it in the end. You have 3 minutes now to work through this second checkpoint. Merit's still trying to get set up on the high ground here, but Happy looking for somebody in the back. You're really looking at Chorong and RuPaul right now as the best targets for that. But Merit also just constantly hacked.
Every single time. Merit can't breathe. He can't take a break. And Shu finding Chorong, and a nice anti right after that here. Amazing nades from Shu. I mean, I'm not surprised here. Yes, they're going to be able to find Shu, but that's a trade that they're absolutely going to take with the backline, deleted from the Florida Mayhem.
Look at how aggressive Violet is getting with the Kiriko as well. Oh my god!
That's why.
He just walked right
all
into
the Tracers be crying. They all know that situation, Necra.
Oh, he just walked right into the sightlines of Violet and into the loving arms of the kunai. Violet is able to just get so slippery when it comes down to being able to use the Swift Step. Eventually, Merit is able to take him down, and that's going to delay the attack push for the Houston Outlaws just a little bit as you see them kite away, try to disengage. But Florida Mayhem don't want to give this up.
Goodness, the double whammy. Pulse bomb stick to someone deleting Shu right afterwards. Restabilizing here. It's the Florida Mayhem finally. It's the Houston Outlaws getting called out between Fearless and Shu, but we're also going to have Fearless coming up with the Primal soon.
Primal Rage and the Kitsune Rush as well. That's going to be a really nice ult to be able to lay down right in front of that second objective. Houston Outlaws have to get there though. Even if you don't lay it down there, you're able to at the very least be able to use it to try to push the Florida Mayhem back.
Saw this exact event play out earlier too. Fearless activating the Primal, going to be able to use that speed boost to just move all the way up, but he's taking a nap. It is RuPaul that's going to be able to find that sleep. Someone wakes him up here too, as Merit is just trying to reposition as well. Merit finding Violet is going to be big, and that's why he's been the primary target for the Houston Outlaws to nail down. Someone's going to be able to find Fearless, and that plan immediately shut down. They used the rush, they used the Primal, and now you have less than a minute on the clock to get to that second checkpoint, and they're getting staggered.
They are getting staggered here, which is going to delay their ability to get back to point.
Wait, hold on.
Pelican's trying. He's trying. He's been doing this for a couple of fights now, but at the very least, you know, get a little bit of cart progress, maybe get a little bit more damage to be able to get this EMP online. He was already only a couple percentage away, but now that you know that you have this ultimate, Pelican's going to be looking to get into position for this one, as this is the last chance for Houston to try to get the second objective.
And it's the Hail Mary that Happy's trying to pull off here too with the Echo, because Merit has been on that high ground, and this EMP now deletes and following up. It's going to be Fearless here, and they have Shu's Nano Boost to try to claim that second point. If it could be the nail in the coffin, they have to deal with Chorong's rally, and someone still has the Annihilation for the survivability. Houston playing again, split up, and they got to put a toe on that payload because you got less than 5 seconds to force the overtime.
Well, it's going to be 2 seconds remaining. Is anybody on the cart? It looks like somebody's going to be able to get there, but there is a contest.
Violet going down here first, and the Annihilation that was being held onto from someone is going to be able to find the backline here, putting that extra pressure. Houston Outlaws nowhere to be seen here to continue the push on this cart. Florida Mayhem are going to be able to clear this out, and Happy's going to be the last one to fall here. It's one by one as they trickle down Necro, but the Houston Outlaws, they were trying to cycle through these different picks, but they couldn't really nail down the problem. They got him a few times, but that was their primary focus, and it was going to be Merit.
Well, I wonder if they should have put their focus on somebody else. it wasn't working to try to target down Merit there. Yes, you're able to stave off the pressure of that hit scan for just a little bit longer, but at the end of the day, you're really looking at someone's Ramatra that was just putting in so much work. Houston, they struggled against that strong defense from the Florida Mayhem. That looked really clean from them to be able to play around these stairs as well as these pillars on the second point.
Yeah, there was 2 instances where when they did find the opportunity to even use the Kitsune Rush into Fearless's Primal, they were able to find Merit twice during that second checkpoint point. And in that moment, someone had Annihilation those 2 times. And that's what was able to clear out the point, forcing Houston Outlaws to then play split up. And one by one, they were picked off, especially the backline between Shu and Violet. They were feeling the pressure of the Annihilation, trying to give someone that space so that way it could run out here. As we take a look at the replay, as Checkmate, gonna be able to get that sticky and then finish off what was left of Shu here.
That was the problem. Checkmate was the problem. Merit, yes, a little bit of a problem to try to duel against this aerial unit from Happy, as Happy did switch over to the Echo towards the tail end of that round. But Checkmate was really the big issue. Putting up that damage on the Tracer, maybe, you know, not too far off from what we ended up seeing coming in from Pelican onto that particular pick as well, but just like basically doubling the damage. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, Pelican survivability is definitely there, but
that was better.
Yeah, it was Checkmate that was doing a really good job at also trying to help peel for this backline, as we get to see the setup already go on. And Happy,
no!
The crowd erupting here for him. RuPaul is the first one to get taken out while Houston Outlaws are holding onto this high ground.
This is why you have Happy being able to play the hit scan. Whether it's the Hanzo, whether it's the Widowmaker, these are heroes that Happy excels at. And that's why you're able to put Pelican on something like the Tracer and have them swap roles a little bit when it comes down to who plays the Tracer and the Sombra. Houston Outlaws have to give away a little bit of leverage on this point, though.
Oh, he actually got it. The double heady that Charlie was able to put down, annihilating Happy here. Great advantage to set Florida Mayhem up on the driver's seat as someone gets hit with an anti from Shu. Now trying to claim onto this high ground, it's Merit. Trying to deal with the pressure from Fearless, who, by the way, we talked about the Ram Ditto now coming in between both these teams. Nice anti now coming in from RuPaul to Fearless. He falls very low. Happy's back, but Charong still finds Happy again. Now they're going to be able to nail down Happy, get some revenge after they were just trying to nail down Merit. But now the DPS lineup of Florida Mayhem have been taken out of this equation. It's Violet and Shu who are upset, trying to retake this high ground.
So Shu's able to keep control of the high ground now, able to help heal up the rest of the Houston Outlaws that are available. Happy's going to be able to get back into the mix very quickly, but Pelican just kind of locking down those sightlines right now, throwing out the pulse bomb as Happy is able to take advantage of the setup.
And that's why Chorong was trying to deal with him, because Happy is very happy setting up on
feeling
this
himself.
Look at him.
Yeah,
like
he's smiling over there. He's smirking. He's absolutely smirking.
Merit, meanwhile, then finds Violet. It's the trade-off here. 1v1 between Merit and Happy in the setup.
Happy has the sights available. This is going to put some pressure onto the Florida Mayhem to just lay low for a little bit. They don't want to get taken out by Happy. Happy has been able to get a first pick after first pick on this round, and if he's able to get another one with these sights active, it's not good for the Florida Mayhem.
Sights activated. See where Checkmate is here. Know where he's going to be at back end. Fearless trying to take control over this high ground while the rest of the Florida Mayhem try to contest him on it. And Fearless now being able to find Merit with the nano boost being put onto him. He's about to get the annihilation. He has it ready here. But he's already forced the rest of the Florida Mayhem off this high ground. It's fine. It was all of the Florida Mayhem trying to contest Fearless, and he's absolutely going to take that because Necro, look at the time bank. You got a minute and less than 30 seconds now.
And Florida Mayhem are just getting their first ultimates online in this round. They have a lot to be able to work with, though, really looking at something like the annihilation from someone to help push Fearless back. But Fearless has one too, as well as you have the rally. That's a huge difference between the two compositions that are being run right now. You like to talk about the survivability. Violet's going to be able to have that in spades as the rally comes online for this defense. And Chorong with the Kitsune Rush has to be able to push that back.
See how they're going to be able to use this with less than a minute now. Dragon sent out. Someone taking in all that damage. He's got the annihilation ready. Ooh, the pulse one put in, but nice retaliation with the nano boost from RuPaul. Someone activating the annihilation means that Fearless gets taken out right afterwards. Right when you're down 40 seconds left here, Fearless couldn't use his own annihilation. Tries to back away in time before someone then finds Violet right afterwards. Happy literally running away with his life, but it's fine. They're going to give this space over to the Florida Mayhem so that way they can get set up on the high ground here.
Looks like there's a bit of a contest coming through, though, as Happy's going to take a rotation around. Now that Fearless gets to come back with the Annihilation as well, this could put the nail in the coffin here for Florida Mayhem's run.
What?
The EMP, though.
What? Okay, EMP coming in here, too. The anti onto Fearless, but the Annihilation isn't going to be enough. Florida Mayhem with a good fight from the Houston Outlaws to delay the inevitable. They finally get this first point to add some extra time in the time ban.
In overtime, though, you've got 2.5 minutes now for the Florida Mayhem to be able to reach that golden box of victory. We have to see a bit of a swap up, though, and that's going to be absolutely big as Florida Mayhem's going to go back to basics. This is a composition that they ran on Antarctic Peninsula. They're very comfortable with this, especially knowing that RuPaul has some great sight lines to be able to shoot that Coalescence down once it gets online.
Working into their strengths with the rush. Florida Mayhem trying to contest Houston Outlaws also on this high ground. Hat coming in from Checkmate onto Shu. Checkmate backing away right now before he just translocates out of danger. That's going to work into the EMP that they want here as well. Fighting on that catwalk bridge here. It's going to be Pelican having to back away, but Fearless putting in a good amount of pressure here without wavering off. You have to take a look at Checkmate, who's constantly being a pest on this backline. Splitting up some of that attention is going to allow the rest of Florida Mayhem to walk through.
Look out for this nano boost, though. Shu has a great target in Fearless right now as you're looking for him to be able to hold down the front line.
Hack onto Chorong, who's about to get the sound barrier. Nano boost here from Shu, like you mentioned. But he's getting set up in the back. You still have to worry about Checkmate, who's doing a really good job at trying to split that attention. Annihilation online for someone. Playing around the wall pillars here. Golden Box of Victory is right there as the Vortex comes out, and Shu puts down the Nano Boost onto Fearless, but it costs his life as Violet tries to help him out with the rally. It's not going to be enough here. It's the trade-off because they lose it on Chorong, which means the sound barrier not going to be utilized here either. The EMP, though, finds RuPaul someone in Merit. Merit has the Death Blossom, and finding Violet here to clear up that space. They have less than a minute now left on the clock, and Pelican is the next one to go down.
It's going to be on to Happy to try to stall out this card as long as possible. Violet's going to try to get back here on the Batiste to at least be able to lay down the Immortality field, but Fearless is going to have to make this Annihilation work.
Oh, EMP now coming in, and even though the Annihilation is online, the Immortality field from Violet helps keep Fearless alive. Oh my goodness, with the Annihilation, Fearless putting in the damage, but he has got no support. The backline gone because Merit had the Death Blossom ready. He fights Shu and Violet. Happy retaliates, gets the pole bomb pick, but Necra, it's not going to be enough here. Florida Mayhem are in this series, and they take Rialto.
Great ultimate execution coming in from the Florida Mayhem to keep themselves alive in this series. Their tournament lives are on the line here, and they're playing like it.
Merit at the end with that Death Blossom. Even though he got picked off by Happy, he took out the problem that was Shu and Violet. Look at the face of the Houston Outlaws. They're still sitting at match point. RuPaul is there taking a deep breath with a mini pop-off before they hydrate here, but the Florida Mayhem coming in with the comp that they feel comfortable with and finding the success at the very end, making the adjustments that they needed.
It was a smart switch up as well. Knowing that you're going to be playing in those close quarters, especially on the high ground by the stairs of that second point, that Reaper applies so much pressure to the Ramatra on the other side that you don't really have a choice except to try to back up and get away from that damage. But that space really allows those DPS choices on the side of the Florida Mayhem to have that space to work with.
And with the Death Blossom coming in at the very end too, you saw him getting into position. The EMP had been unleashed already at that point. He was able to get follow-up here too. We'd love to see the fans also getting really excited.
But that was also after Chorong had actually Ajaxed the beat.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't go anywhere. And that's actually really impressive from the Florida Mayhem as well. They were able to hold on to the aggression, wait for Chorong to come back. They didn't even need the sound barrier to try to finish out that second point.
Actually insane there. It was going back and forth a little bit too at one point. I think it's all about the positioning that we saw from the Florida Mayhem at the very end. Wow, what a series we got here, Necra. Can't wait to see some of these replays here that was played out on Rialto. But it's the comeback. I don't know why Florida Mayhem love to play like this, right, Necra? Like, we constantly see them making these comebacks, and whether it's the reverse sweep that we currently see from their opponents, they always are playing with their lives on the line, and it's so stressful to watch.
It's always map 5s. It's always map 5s with both of these teams. And hopefully it's not Houstonable this time around. Houston Outlaws, though, we're going into push as our next game type.
Oh my goodness.
And Houston hasn't had to play this very much. They just haven't had to play the push very much.
And we know the unfortunate circumstance when it comes to Florida and these push maps here too. The odds are stacked against them here, but this may be the momentum that they needed to sway back into their favor. We saw what a problem Checkmate was. You highlighted it before on that first round here too. Someone with the Annihilation is what to clear up that point until they made the swap-ups between Merit to swap right over onto that Reaper. Deal with Happy at the very end. Overtime ticking away here. But even Chorong that we saw get the double heady, oh, that was insane. Finding Happy, who still was enabled at some point to get the reset up in this point, and this is where they denied most of the time away.
They did deny a lot of time here, but Florida Mayhem ultimately had all of the tools to be able to work with, so many ultimates on the board at the right times as well to be able to make sure that they were going to be the second to hit.
And we are rendezvousing back to New Queen Street within these two team matchups. This is something that we've seen before. Necra and Houston Outlaws came out on top. We're going to have to see how this plays out now as we move on to the next map. Currently, Houston Outlaws still sitting at match point, and we'll come back with the next map on the other side of this break. Florida Mayhem keep their chances alive to claim that trophy themselves. Houston Outlaws still sit at match point right now, and we are moving on to New Queen Street, which has some interesting stats, Necro, between these two teams actually as we have them pulled up.
Yeah, Outlaws are undefeated on this map. Atlanta Reign ended up actually playing against them yesterday, and despite the fact that they had some really interesting picks coming through on the side of the Atlanta Reign, Outlaws were able to have dominant control of this map in particular, and it makes a lot of sense hence why they would want to take them here. And we've seen a lot of struggles from the Florida Mayhem overall on push as a game mode.
Yeah, between Esperanza, push in general. I mean, Florida Mayhem may be their demon out here. Don't have that nice record that the Houston Outlaws are repping. I mean, alone for this weekend, they are sitting at an 0-2 stance, looking at the Florida Mayhem side of things. So very difficult situation to come back from, but also you just won the previous map. You've had 2 days to figure out what you got to do differently here on push.
Hopefully that's going to be enough time for them to work with to make those adjustments. I think a lot of what Florida Mayhem have really needed to be able to do is just rely on their intuition a little bit more. I mean, look at Checkmate's stats here on the Tracer. He has been able to put up some numbers, and while, yes, we talk about the Atlanta Reign having one of the best Tracers in the entire league right now, Sombra as well, you can't count out Checkmate, because even coming into this particular tournament, he was second in a lot of stats, fourth, top 5.
Yeah,
easily
I mean,
top 5.
Look at the pulse bomb attach rate.
Like, that's nuts.
6.7%.
That's above average.
Always trying to mark down Shu and Violet if he has that chance. You talked about it actually a little bit on Rialto when we saw the Houston Outlaws trying to nail down Merit as the problem. Meanwhile, Checkmate was enabled, opening up their backlines here while they were so fixated on trying to dive onto Merit. Well, Checkmate was really that problem there. This pulse bomb attach rate is beautiful. See that? 5900 hero damage done, and currently getting set up right now. It's going to be a map that they have to conquer.
This is going to be a tall task, though. Houston Outlaws, I mean, it was very scrappy yesterday, but one of their keys to success on this map in particular is being able to play a very aggressive backline. Jake was talking about it a little bit on the desk yesterday, but you look at something like the Ana and Kiriko that Shu and Violet, respectively, are able to bring out of their back pocket, and we've seen how that's been able to work in this series so far, with both of these teams trying to make sure that they are able to get into the backline. I mean, Violet's Kiriko is kind of nuts.
kind of, right?
Kind of a
Violet
little bit.
is insane.
Like, look at the harassment he's able to do in the backline, too. He's able to wall climb, play very slippery, make sure he's getting some great damage into the actual backline of Florida Mayhem, and then Fearless comes in and cleaves.
Yeah, I know we saw it for half of Kings Row, but also seeing Violet Zen always gets me excited here to see how that's
Might see
play.
that, too.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes down here. Depending on the comp that we're going to roll out. Something that Florida Mayhem obviously finding the success on where they feel comfortable with is that rush as we get started potentially on the last map. Now Necro, Houston Outlaws, once again, are sitting at match point.
Gets me so hyped up because it
man.
really could be the final map of this series to see who will be moving on to face off against the Atlanta Reign in the grand finals of our mid-season madness tournament. And we're going to see a bit of a switch up here. Someone coming out on the Doomfist. We saw Fearless on this pick to be able to kick off this map yesterday, but it's going to be the Ana Kiriko for the Houston Outlaws, the Lucio Kiriko from the Florida Mayhem. Florida trying to play a very aggressive game with these dives.
And look at their positioning already. You highlight aggressiveness. They're already positioned on top of the train carts right above the bot, which is a great position to hold on to as Shu gets punched right out of the window right now, trying to fight for his life, but it's not going to be enough. Look, Checkmate on the rest of Florida Mayhem. They rolled out and they were able to find Shu, but that's going to cost RuPaul's life. Nice hack coming in from Pelican, because immediately the Houston Outlaws had answers being put into a different position while Florida Mayhem were kind of funneled up together when they escaped through that window.
Houston Outlaws are going to be able to get control of this bot first, and it's starting to look a little bit treacherous here for the Florida Mayhem. Especially when Houston Outlaws, they lost Shu so early, but Violet was able to change his focus onto healing the team a little bit more. He's already 75% to the Kitsune Rush right now versus RuPaul's 34%, almost double of what's going to be seen here as Houston Outlaws are starting to get that halfway point to the first checkpoint.
We know that Shu's been a problem, especially with how consistent he is on sleeps. And Charon going down first as Shu once again gets shut down, denying that ult charge opportunity into the nano boost that Houston Outlaws want to play into, especially looking at the EMP coming up closely by Pelican, nearing that 80% mark as Happy unleashes the pulse bomb, is going to be able to find someone and his only escape route covered.
But Houston Outlaws are playing around that. Despite the fact that Shu is going down, you're still able to keep the pressure going here.
Goodness.
As look at the Kitsune Rush. Look at Pelican, the backline right now of the Houston Outlaws.
They got Florida Mayhem's plan, playing aggressively, and put it in the dumpster and said, now that's ours. And now we're seeing a swap up from someone playing the D.Va. I mean, we've seen D.Va play her before to try to take over the high ground here, but right now, Houston Outlaws, look at the progress that they've made. They're about to round up to the first checkpoint.
But the Moira too. Florida Mayhem are so behind on their ultimate generation. They really need Merit's EMP to be a big threat in this next team fight.
That Swift step. Hasta la vista here as the EMP comes in and it finds Checkmate and Chorong, and that's the EMP charge that we talked about earlier on that Houston Outlaws were going to play into since they already had the advantage. Pelican and Happy are going crazy, getting the hack 2 on the health pack here over to the back. It's going to also enable Houston Outlaws to take this forward position.
But Pelican being able to hit the EMP first, Merit has had a problem this entire tournament. Finding the right opportunity to be able to use these EMPs. RuPaul's down already. The Kitsune Rush gonna be off the board for this next fight.
And that's gonna be more time wasted away as EMP now comes in. All right, it's the trade-off here. It's gonna be Violet going down next. EMP hitting onto 3. Shu still surviving. Oh, but not for long with Checkmate gonna be able to find that pulse bomb and Fearless falling low, and he's got no sustainability. We talked about the health pack being hacked here, and it's not gonna be able to help out Fearless with small health pack.
He could have used the Primal Rage there. He did have that available, but it's something that you would rather hold on to, especially when you know you've got the close response here as well. Everybody's back on the board before that has been shut off by the Florida Mayhem. Violet going down though. Merit maybe starting to get on a roll here when it comes down to being able to outmatch Pelican right now on that EMP charge. Big pick on a Happy too. Florida Mayhem, they need to start getting some progress down with that meterage, and this might be the opening to do so.
So check against Tracer here. Kiriko, so good. The damage output. And all you need is that 150 damage out here. Pelican's gonna be find Merit. Nice change up too, because then you're gonna have Pelican having the EMP ult charge advantage, while Violet be taken out by someone. Making this D.Va pick work here, playing around the bubble is also very nice to see. You get to immediately reposition before you reset from the D.Va bomb. Also just waiting for the rest of Florida Mayhem to come here. I like the plan and the way that Florida Mayhem are positioning themselves in terms of timing too.
Happy has forced a recall though, has the pulse bomb online, is looking for someone like Chorong to be able to stick that onto, or at least be able to force out.
Oh, narrowly escaping the nano boost now after avoiding that coalescence. We know Chorong's gonna be able to get that online again soon, but a huge EMP finds 4 after just hacked RuPaul here. Are we gonna get the follow-up though, potentially? No. No follow-up here, forcing Pelican away. Houston Outlaws a little bit split up here, but Florida Mayhem are trying to match them with that.
Florida Mayhem had a lot of those mobility cooldowns online when Pelican hit the EMP as well. The Chorong able to fade away, Merit now able to clap back.
Hey, you know, even with that one EMP, that's all you need because you denied the rush. You get the trade-off because now Merit gets taken out here too, as well as a hack put onto someone, but you'll just be able to reposition right afterwards. Recall from Checkmate. He's waiting. He's got the pulse bomb ready. Can he send it out if he has the opportunity with Shu being right there? This doesn't even need to use it. He's got some help with someone. They're going to take care of Shu too. Look at the progress now. Seesaw on this push bot.
Job's not done yet though. Florida Mayhem at this point need to at least be able to get this next checkpoint. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough to claw back from. Someone taking out Pelican, though, that's a great way to be able to stem a little bit of that pressure, especially with the EMP, but time for Kitsune Rush from Violet to try to make up for that lack of player.
But look at Florida Mayhem, just being able to kite away from there, just reposition in the split area on both high grounds. On the train car inside of that building, Fearless getting hacked here by Merit. Checkmate still holding on to this pulse bomb, waiting for the opportunity as the Kitsune Rush now gets called in from RuPaul. See RuPaul now taking advantage of this, trying to give some support over to someone who has a D.Va bomb, so that way they can go for the reset, but that's without Chorong going down, without using the coalescence themselves. It's fine, Checkmate finding the back line as the Houston Outlaws are trickling down, falling like a pair of dominoes.
That's going to be able to unlock that first checkpoint for the Florida Mayhem as well. So very close to starting to be able to match that progress from the Houston Outlaws. You still have a couple of tools to work with as well. Checkmate putting in so much work that he has another pulse bomb online for this next fight. That could be detrimental for the Houston Outlaws, but RuPaul's down.
Oh, we didn't have the step here too. I don't know. They knew that there was 2 right there, and the EMP on top of that. Someone doesn't have an ability to reset. You didn't have the D.Va bomb. It's a matter of time before he gets reset, and this is going to be the Houston Outlaws using a lot here. They had the EMP, they used the Primal, they take over this team fight win, and they're going to be able to now put the bot back in their favor.
It's really important that they were able to deny Florida Mayhem from getting the leg up in this map. They shut off those forward spawns as well as the bot starts to go back into their own territory. But Mara does another EMP. Looking for the perfect opportunity to be able to use this right now as she was also getting set up with the Coalescence, trying to stay out of that line of sight.
That's going to be the answer to that EMP that they're going to want to use. But Shu uses the Coalescence first here, getting away in time. Already used up Fade. That could be communicated here for the Florida Mayhem, as that's exactly what they do. The answer, the EMP, deny the rest of the Coalescence and isolate Shu. Violet tries to enter back with the Kitsune Rush as he gets hacked right afterwards. Now, currently, you see Merit, you see Checkmate, and they are following with each other beautifully here. Someone sacrificed themselves, but it was all worth it here as the Florida Mayhem are able to retake this bot.
But going back to the neutral, Houston Outlaws are already back on their feet, going to be able to get back into this one so quickly, especially when Pelican has been doing so much work in the backline that another EMP is almost online, but Shu's got to be careful, almost got hacked out and caught with his pants down without the fade.
He faded so quickly. I was like, that is not my problem in that situation here. He manages to get to safety. Pelican with the EMP finds the backline. Huge here if we can get the follow. Withdraw with the Coalescence. Keeps RuPaul alive. Someone on this Diva has had so much success. Now finding Fearless. The follow-ups here, allowing Torog to keep someone alive and to enable him to keep holding forward.
The bot is moving so quickly back into Florida Mayhem territory. You get a chance to start pushing it forward now as someone with the Diva Bomb available can play so aggressive. You know that you're able to have that get out of jail free card. But the Kitsune Rush now gets laid down.
Off the hack there too. Shu and Violet not having a good time in these past few seconds now. Another clean wipe from the Florida Mayhem. Look at this. Look at where they're standing.
Taking the lead. They're going to take the lead here. This is really important for the Florida Mayhem, especially now that we're getting into 1 minute remaining territory. That means that Houston Outlaws are going to have to win 3 fights in order to be able to have a decisive victory on this map and take the series.
3.
Shu is down.
3 to fight Shu, and then the EMP. Doesn't matter if Violet was already low. It's about forcing the Houston Outlaws to triple out, to stagger them. We still get the retaliation from the Houston Outlaws. We see them find 2. Chorong and someone out of this fight, and RuPaul may meet them back in the spawn when you have Fearless primaling in your face here. Now, with Houston Outlaws, despite losing out on that backline to start off that fight, they're still able to take this more aggressive position that you currently see Fearless in.
Florida Mayhem can still play keep away with this bot though. They have the lead. It's 30 seconds remaining and they're really looking at Chorong to try to get a Coalescence online. But with Happy, with a Pulse Bomb, this might slip through Florida Mayhem's fingers, looking for an opportunity to get that Pulse Bomb down. And Pelican with another EMP coming up soon.
It's going to be a huge decision maker here too. Saw Pelican trying to farm that EMP charge onto someone originally. Shu's got that nano boost, and someone's incredibly low. Seeing this battle between someone and Fearless has just been insane. Now you have less than 5 seconds on the clock. Florida Mayhem, they have the lead here. Pelican's waiting to get into the position to use the EMP. Oh, and he unleashes it onto the back line. Are we going to get the follow-up? Look at Fearless trying to jump in. Violet finding Mary is also huge here. Florida Mayhem's backline manages to survive, and on overtime, you got to stay on this bot. This is going to force the Houston Outlaws to play around this area, and that's completely fine with them. Storm still uses the Coalescence, but they're down 3 members. Is this going to be enough here with the nano boost put onto Violet?
This could be it. This could be it. No reinforcements from the Florida Mayhem available. It's just going to be Mary to try to touch.
No way! No way! Mary was right there too. Oh, but it was too late. Houston Outlaws with the timing.
The timing of that one, so good for the Houston Outlaws. And with the win on New Queen Street, that puts them right back into the finals against the Atlanta Reign, trying to get the repeat. They gotta get it done now, Vicky. They gotta get it done now.
I cannot believe the end's right there. Houston Outlaws with the dub, getting closer to obtaining that trophy themselves, Necra, sitting in the grand finals to play against the Atlanta Reign to get the revenge that they need. Pelican, by the way, in the last game alone, he got like 36 hacks.
Oh my God. Just the DPS. The DPS of the Houston Outlaws went absolutely sicko mode when it came down to being able to clutch that out for their team. Whether it was Happy. You gotta talk about Happy as well. Just the amount of pressure he was able to put onto the back line. Houston Outlaws were so set up for success in this match. The story has written itself. We're just watching the destiny unfold.
Seeing Houston Outlaws deny the script from the Florida Mayhem of loving these Game 5 situations. Says no. At the very end, staying on that bot and taking that map was so close, Necra. And even seeing at the very end, RuPaul with the final stride of just using that coalesce and seeing what he could get done, but he already lost out on 3.
It was a really rough situation for the Florida Mayhem to come back from. But what an excellent example of why New Queen Street was picked there from the Houston Outlaws to try to close out this series. They have such a great understanding of the map, where the health packs are, where they can start to take these fights, how to funnel their opponent into these close spaces. They got so much done, and now they get a chance to get that revenge. Vicky, this grand finals is gonna be so fun to watch.
And that also closed the door on Florida Mayhem sitting in 3rd. They had such an insane performance, highlighting the fact that they went down in that first round against Hangzhou Spark, then playing that lower bracket run like demons to get to this lower bracket finals. They put in a lot of work, and they also looked great on that push map in comparison to the previous push map attempts that we saw from the Florida Mayhem. So props to them for making the adjustments that they needed.
What a good point to bring up that incredible lower bracket run there by the Florida Mayhem. This is a team that they started out their season so strong, winning the Pro-Am, being able to show so many different looks, really showing their progression and evolution as a team throughout the course of this first half of the season. They were able to take down the Los Angeles Gladiators. They had to make the lower bracket run there for the knockouts in order to even get to this point. The scrappiness of the team. Gotta give it up for the Florida Mayhem there. Commiserations to them. But Fearless, come on now, let's re-celebrate the Houston Outlaws being able to make it to the finals.
Yeah, I said at the very end, you know, one of the most entertaining fights is seeing the Someone versus Fearless play out here. And Fearless is just so crazy. We talk about this all the time, but look at this. Even in the terms of just following up between the hacks, the Nano Boost Primal into the combo, into finding so much space in that second point there too. Dealing with the Ram Rush at one point, one of Florida's best comps that they could run out. The only Western team that really has been able to find their footing on a composition like that and dealing with it appropriately. Even someone who came out first on that push map with the Doomfist had to immediately swap over to the Diva, and despite even finding that success, it was Fearless that was able to take care of someone at the very end. As we take a look at the stats, survivability. I keep bringing this up because it's always so crazy to talk about here. 4 deaths here. You got final blows, 8.2, that's fine. But you enable the rest of your DPS, but the elims here, 19 elims.
It's so much, like, Fearless is putting in so much work. It's no question why we tout him as one of the best Winstons in the entire league. Especially knowing as well just the amount of pressure you're able to put on, not only with the Winston in the front line, but also the back line. Look at the aggressive stance that the back line of the Houston Outlaws were able to take in this match, and also just some of their previous matches. One of the first teams to really start to rely on the Moira and the Kiriko to try to flank around with Fearless on the Winston.
I get it. I get why, you know, he was on the lineup for the K-pop group that we had going on earlier. I mean, he really is Fearless at the end of the day, and he puts that name to the task here. Fearless is such an insane player, and now we get to see him shine in an excellent series that we have on our hands coming up next, Necra. I cannot wait to see how this grand finals is going to play out, and there's a lot to break down after that previous series. We saw some life coming in from the Florida Mayhem. It just wasn't enough to bring in the script of playing in these Game 5 situations. You don't want to play your life on the line here. Houston Outlaws are absolutely going to take that walk and get closer to that trophy. Guys, that was the first series in the lower bracket finals. We got grand finals on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it.
Wicked Moira, truly a legendary skin, probably one, if not the best Moira skin out there, and it is on sale right now. It will cost you 300 league tokens, and it will be off sale on July 11th. So grab it while it's there, and yeah, we have more things to look forward to, not just the skin. We also have a fantastic winner interview standing by with Danny and Pelican.
So thank you so much. I'm here with Pelican for the post-match interview with Houston Outlaws versus Florida Mayhem. I'm gonna move by very quick. I want you to take that break for the grand final. So Pelican, how'd you guys get it done? 자, 빠르게 움직입시다. 다음 경기가 중요한 거기 때문에 펠리컨 선수 오늘 플로리다 메이햄과의 경기 어떻게 승리를 하시게 되셨습니까?
솔직히 메이햄은 하나도 무섭지 않았는데 생각보다 빡세더라고요. 그래서 뭐 하던 대로 했는데 잘 이긴 것 같아요.
Honestly, going into the match, we were not scared of the Florida Mayhem, but surprisingly, they were really good. So, but fortunately, we were better, and I am just thankful that we did get the win. I think as the series went on, Florida had a lot of different and unique looks. I think we saw some Ryan Cassidy, and all the way up to New Queen Street, they were pulling out the Diva. What was sort of the Houston Outlaws' answer to all those interesting comps? 자, 방금 말씀하셨다시피 생각보다 아무래도 플로리다가 잘했던 거는 저도 인정을 하고요. 아무래도 그 중에 하나가 뭐 되게 다양한 조합을 많이 썼던 것 같아요. 그 플로리다 팀이 뭐 라인 캐서디뿐만이 아니라 끝에 가서 마지막 세트에서도 디바도 나왔고 좀 이런 거를 보면서 휴스턴의 답은 뭐였나요?
솔직히 이상한 조합을 들고 와가지고 좀 당황하긴 했는데 그래서 모이라 6킨 때 뭐 모이라도 꺼내고 했는데 그것도 안 돼가지고 다시 아나브리로 바꿔와서 힘들게 이겼던 것 같아요.
It was definitely there were some weird comps from the Florida Mayhem, and that definitely threw us off guard. They sort of forced us to even pull out our own Moira as well, but that didn't really work out for our team. We had to go back to the Ana break, but thankfully, at the end, that did work out. And with that, you guys are going to the grand finals. One final match against the Atlanta Reign. It's a rematch from yesterday. What can the Houston Outlaws do differently this time around to get the win? 자, 마지막 경기 하나가 남았습니다. 아틀란타와의 재경기죠. 어제의 재경기인데 이번엔 좀 어떻게 하면은 아틀란타를 이길 수 있을까요?
솔직히 어제는 진짜 한 끗으로 져서 그리고 풀세트 가서 너무 아쉬웠는데 솔직히 오늘 다시 하면 진짜 이길 수 있을 것 같아요. 거기는 스토커 말고는 잘하는 선수가 없다고 생각하기 때문에.
Okay, 알겠습니다. Yesterday we just went all the way to the end. It was so close. We were just so disappointed that we had to lose when we went to the map fight. But this time around, we're confident that we could get the win. I honestly believe, other than Stalker, there's no other great players on the Atlanta Reign, so we are going to get the win. All right, Pelican, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much, and good luck on the grand final. 자, 화이팅 하시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
파이팅.
Fighting indeed. Thank you so much, Pelican. Thank you so much, Danny. Fantastic interview. Great to hear from him. Pelly, as you lovingly call him, because you guys are like this.
I don't think so. He don't tell me anything.
I like that he's got that confidence against everyone. I mean, I agree, Stalker. I think he's putting on the best performance for the raid. I don't know if I'd say they don't have any other good players, but I think that's exactly the mindset you have to have as Pelican going into this match. You can't put too much respect on your opponents, especially when you're both elite teams. Like, you have to be believing in your dives, believing you can take down anybody.
Yeah, let's talk about the Houston Outlaws. I mean, yes, they won against the Mayhem. It wasn't a clean sweep. Have there been any moments which made you worry, especially looking ahead now, going up against the Atlanta Reign?
I mean, the fact that they played so closely on Antarctic Peninsula, that control map could have gone either way, and that really opens up the series, right? Like, who knows how this series unfolds if Houston Outlaws win or lose this first map, rather. Now, they did kind of feel comfortable playing this brawl competition. That's obviously why the higher seed, Houston Outlaws, they went towards Antarctic Peninsula. But Florida Mayhem, they gave them a run for their money on this composition. And so that might be something where if you go up against the Atlanta Reign, maybe you don't feel as confident in Houston Outlaws brawl compositions. Houston Outlaws, they're still hedging towards that Winston, towards that Sombra Tracer, and that's what we're going to see most of the time. Shu and Violet, another fantastic series by them, playing the Brig on a composition. So Florida Mayhem, I still think it was a respectable performance. They went down playing this brawl composition. They played Diva, Moira Kiriko, and New Queen Street, and it was honestly a good look for them. It was a really close push map. But Florida Mayhem, I don't think they shouldn't have any regrets about this series. I think they should feel pretty proud about what they put forward and winning this Rialto against the Outlaws.
Yeah, I think they played a magnificent series. I don't think Florida should be hanging their heads. You know, this is still a team that in the right meta, maybe like a true rush meta where that's the dominant comp, this team could be really scary. I think the supports came up huge for the squad. Everybody playing at a top level. And I think a lot of players, a lot of people, I think, rather, would have doubted players, you know, like Checkmate. I think people didn't realize, I think, to the extent to which Chorong is very, very flexible, had plays on Kiriko this series that looked really solid, especially on Rialto. So I think really proud of Florida Mayhem. I think they made a great showing, impressive. They got here and had such a great result in the end. But now it's time for the two teams we know as the Titans of the league to fight it out for first place. This is what we've been waiting for. This is, I think, the expected finals. Honestly, I expect this to be the grand finals of the season overall too. But still, I think these teams really, I mean, who else can face them, right? Like, these teams are elite.
No, you don't know what the playoff meta will be. You don't know what the meta will be. We've learned that the meta can be shaken up, Jake. It might not be Winston.
The season grand finals is a long way.
It is, but also it isn't. And I think a lot of the teams which are currently on the top, they have shown a lot of flexibility. And we know that the individual players, they have a deep player pool, or hero pool rather. So, you know, I think if you can make it in this meta, which is, I think, very, like,
skillful,
versatile and skillful. I think you can get away with more than just one comp, right? So I wouldn't expect too big of a shakeup. Either way, we're gonna find out. First things first, so we need to crown a mid-season madness champion. Yes. And you know, now that we have our finalists, it is the favorite time for us here off the desk, and that is to gloat or go down in shame, because we made fantasy brackets heading into this week. On day number one, we presented how we think everything is gonna unfold. So let's take a look again and see which ones aged like fine cheese.
Milk. Fine
literally
milk.
The finest of all milks.
Zoe?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Actually, yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You only missed like basically one match, right?
Yeah.
It's just first Mayhem Spark, pretty much everything else.
Yeah, they messed up the lower bracket, but otherwise you did great.
But like not by much.
But it's all corrected now, right?
Yeah, they figured it out in the end.
You got the important ones right, so yeah.
Yeah, like everything and lower semifinals, upper finals. So there is no reason to doubt my grand finals prediction, I feel.
4-1. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, I mean,
why not?
Well, Houston beat your expectations in the winners final. They got one more map than you thought they would.
Mine, I don't think aged well, from what I recall.
Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean,
Hey, it was not close. It was pretty close. I mean, yeah.
that is a true Mayhem fan.
If Mayhem wins the series, you're looking like bragging rights are off the charts, but they didn't.
I think I was a little too crazy with this.
Nah, just crazy enough. Just crazy enough.
Speaking of which, Jake.
Wow. Crazy.
TBD.
Well, TBD. That's the thing. I took a risk. I'm the only one predicting a different champion here.
You had them winning upper, though. You had them winning upper.
Yeah, of course. Well, if I think they're going to win, I mean, all right.
And Boston.
Yeah, I had Boston still being alive.
Yeah.
I had Florida going down. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I made some mistakes, but it'll all be redeemed if the Houston Outlaws win the championship.
Okay.
That's what matters. No one remembers who you pred for second place.
Well, we do,
Am I right or
though.
am I
That's
right?
why we do that. We keep receipts.
No one's going to remember that.
No, I'm
That's
petty.
gone. I already forgot about it.
I remember
I already
everything.
forgot about it.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people are screen capped it already.
How about you, Johnny? What'd you got?
I don't remember what my bracket looked like.
See,
I know Atlanta wins. I know Atlanta
very
wins.
Similar to mine, actually.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Atlanta wins 4-2. Wow, the Boston Hopium is.
Yeah, that was.
That's disappointing.
that went on for a while.
That's
I
disappointing.
love that we all had like severe faith in one particular team.
I'm glad I brought everyone onto the NA top 4 Hopium.
I did kind of believe in Spark for a little bit.
Yeah, but in this bracket,
Boston winning 3-0.
Yeah, look, why they pick Kings Row? Why they gotta pick Kings Row, man?
questionable.
Like,
Man.
like, oh, we're totally gonna capture point A here, and then they went to, no.
Yeah, I would have thought a Hollywood pick, but you know, whatever.
Oh man.
But
Yeah, well, that didn't age.
My confidence shattered.
you guys, you know what the good thing is? We all went down together. Not just us here in the
Yay.
because everyone out there failed with us.
Oh, really?
Not a single person got a perfect bracket. So go us.
How many brackets are still going?
None.
No, they're all.
Oh, it's done?
They're done.
We're all
We're
done.
done. Everyone's dead.
I mean, mathematically, it's very unlikely.
I don't think we ever handed out a perfect
Thank you,
bracket. 6 years?
statistician Jake.
I don't think we've ever had a perfect bracket.
Yeah, because you have to guess the map score, right? It's like so hard, right? It's like
Yeah,
not
I mean,
happening,
you got to
guys.
be some
I'm a
special
doubter.
sort of wizard.
You can
to
get this.
that.
You can run this clip when you get a perfect bracket. You can tweet about it, but I just don't know if it's ever going to
Jake
happen.
doubted you. Alas, no more.
I'm a math believer, guys.
Math believer Jake.
Yeah, math
I'm
believers,
okay with that
please
title. I'm
unite.
okay with that title.
Well, guys, we've got our finalists ready, whether we predicted them or not. We will be giving them a short break, before their big game, especially Houston Outlaws after their match against the Mayhem, which just happened. And we will be right back with some very exciting Overwatch news, so stick around.
Ooh.
One minute left, pulse bomb out from Stalker!
They have a written agreement with their backline to get all the kills. That is what's happening now. Allegedly, letting them have the kills.
당신은 대체 리브! 와! 이것이 여기까지 올라온 항저우 스파크의 힘이다.
Twilight. There you go. World class honor.
결국에는 메이엠이 가는 것 같죠? 메이엠이 마지막 티켓을!
이대 시즌 매드리스가 펼쳐지는 킥택스로 갑니다.
I don't want this.
And of course, checkmate.
우리 피지컬 무섭네요. 살아있네요, 정말. 와, 이네.
차이가 나요. 정말 진짜 한 단위로 눈치 플레이.
Happens having to turn around and find the kill there. Checkmate at the pole. He gets the 6 on the top. And he gets Pelican for free.
Beat an ace.
Oh my god!
The Midseason Madness tournament starts right now.
Now get yourself the DPS bundle featuring Sojourn, Mei, and Cassidy, and of course also a weapon charm in your favorite team's logo. All of that is available for 350 League tokens until July 11th, and they are looking sharp. I mean, what better way than that? Showing support for your favorite teams, looking good whilst fragging out. Yeah, gotta represent. Representing is very important.
We don't know where Jake
Representing is very important.
Jake sorry, we don't know where he went.
So important.
Let's go!
It's
Come
very
on!
important.
Come on! Representing! We gotta bring the energy, guys.
It's true.
We're giving it all.
And it's an OG one too. What a throwback.
Yeah, of course. Well, of course I got the closet space. You know.
The closet space. Is this like a Homer kind of closet? You have only jerseys.
You know, I
like
kept one from every year.
jerseys?
Actually, I kept one from every year.
Oh, that's
Fun fact.
sweet.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that. Well, yeah, you got to show support. You can also, of course, support some of your OWL players in the Overwatch World Cup. You just saw the screen there very quickly. Overwatch World Cup, of course, is coming up very soon, and it will be featuring quite a few of our OWL talent as well. So I am excited. Johnny, you actually got to cast.
I cast it. I cast it.
Yeah.
I casted qualifiers for the qualifiers. Yeah.
Qualifiers for the qualifiers.
Qualifiers of the qualifiers for the World Cup. Yeah, it was good fun. So some European teams made it to the qualifier stage. Yeah, I'm psyched for the World Cup. Having worked.
Shout out to any particular team who impressed.
Iceland. Team Iceland.
Hey, Team Iceland is
Yeah,
fine.
that's Danny's team. That's Danny's team
I'm
too.
Team Iceland. I've been DMing a couple of. They sent me DMs
Iceland's
and like, thank you for the support. So I was like, hey.
They slid into your DMs? What did you do?
On Discord. We were talking about Discord.
Yeah. Portugal were fun as well. Portugal were fun. So Denmark just looking like they're one step above all. So Denmark might even qualify for the World Cup playoffs. So we'll see how that goes.
This is difficult for him to say as a Swedish man.
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, we had like a Denmark-Sweden show match, and Denmark beat us. And look, maybe I'm kind of happy to admit that the Danish team looked really good. So
you come in.
What?
Come in for Sweden, bro.
Well, I didn't apply.
That's what I mean. You should have. They needed you. Obviously. They
let
lost
you
to Denmark.
I like how generous you are about my skills these days. I appreciate the compliment,
Just trying to
Jake.
get you back in the server.
I am so washed. I am squeaky bum
I should have went in for Korea.
Yeah.
To even out the competition, you know?
Yeah.
To even out the competition.
Yeah, it would have been a choice. But you would have been that bench mascot like no one else could.
I would love to be a bench.
So many players.
Honorary member.
So many players have made a name in the World Cup, like Jake on Soldier 76 in 2017. You know,
That's where it all began.
that flight hangar over here in California. Yeah. Came out on Soldier 76. Oh, it's Jake, Team USA. Whoa, I'm going to the Olympics.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Recently, like a couple weeks ago, I saw
IOC.
it.
Whoa.
Hey, this is like a weird throwback energy now. I'm wearing an Outlaws jersey. I'm about to get interviewed.
You were really good. I saw it. It's been.
Yeah.
I saw it like.
You got like third place in stage 1, 2018.
Yeah, that's like the best I ever did.
Yeah.
Well, we did better as we could.
I actually looked up.
But we don't.
There you go. Pull out the
That's
jersey.
I had to. I got called out. I had to show some support, show some love.
Yeah. I'm not
Are you
gonna.
I
still
will
on
go
that
down
payroll?
proud.
Ask
I will
your
go down
friend.
proud, win or lose. I
You know
believe
what
in the
would be
Outlaws.
really funny?
I like that.
He's wearing this jersey and he goes for Atlanta Rainforest for
The anime betrayal.
The anime betrayal.
I was thinking about that in my head. I'm like, I don't actually want to do that, but like, it would be super funny.
For the content, and that's why he's now one of us. Anyway, lots of action, of course, to look forward to. We're not just supporting the Outlaws, we're supporting all of our players and all of the players which made it into the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers. And we're now just finishing the spring season part of our Overwatch League season 2023. Now between another competitive season, the World Cup, and new additions to the game, we've got so much Overwatch content coming this summer as well. So let's take a look.
Ooh.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack by Null Sector.
There's something different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up Omnics. They need our help.
People are answering Winston's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
If we can stop Null Sector, maybe we can save the city.
Coming through!
Been a while, Vivian.
As if I didn't have enough problems already.
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and what's another business?
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Engage. Target marked.
Time to create peace with bullets. Greetings.
Oh, yeah! Boom!
The world is counting on us.
Yo, so much hype Overwatch content coming in August, but this very Wednesday, June 21st, mark your calendars, players will actually get to see a first look at new gameplay footage from the biggest season of Overwatch yet. We've got Invasion Reveal stream dropping this very Wednesday, so go to playoverwatch.com for more information on all of that. Jen's Invasion includes story missions, we got a new co-op event featuring new enemies as well as objectives. Hero Mastery, of course, is a big one as well, and the new game mode, Flashpoint. How hyped are we for Flashpoint?
I'm very excited for Flashpoint. Yeah, I'm stoked. This is going to be amazing. It's like Control, but different.
I think Flashpoint has actually a really good potential to be like a new favorite game mode. I felt the same way about Push, honestly. I think like it added a lot more dynamism to the game, and I think just the scale of the maps and the fact that you're moving through them in unique ways, that's totally new for Overwatch, right? Most maps are relatively linear, like you're fighting here, and the next fight is going to be in the next spot, and you kind of know where that is. But the idea of having to like kind of traverse maps in an unexpected way, and I think that's going to add so much versatility to the game and how you approach it. I think it has real potential to be like the best game mode, actually.
I like new good.
Hey, they're dropping a Swedish map, allegedly. Swedish map. Hey, Gothenburg, let's go. Woo!
Prettiest train station in the world. I said it.
The Gothenburg one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a take.
I think it's beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, I'm complimenting you.
I can't say that I have great understanding of the global train stations, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, in the global train station,
I'm a fan of public transit.
rankings, it's pretty high up.
Overwatch has good representation of strong public transit systems. That's the positive vision for the future that I'm a big believer in, actually.
It's one of the most important things we want to discuss, you know. But let's actually kind of recap what we know about Flashpoint. It is a brand new PvP core game mode. It will be featuring 2 new locales, Overwatch 2's biggest PvP maps to date. So as you said, we have a lot of different avenues to like traverse those maps. So that also means that you get to really explore a lot of different corners of the maps. I feel like the maps in Overwatch have always been so beautiful, but a lot of places in the maps have not been really explored. Like you don't really go to every corner.
You know what thought I just had? The custom game makers making like the RPG game modes and stuff are gonna eat good. These maps are gonna be like giant playgrounds for people to like make crazy custom creations, which has also been really awesome in Overwatch too, all the workshop stuff. Yeah. But I think the core game mode itself is it's really exciting to have a game mode, I think, to shake things up. I think Push was that awesome thing to bring in Overwatch 2, and now we're getting another one. I think it makes me really excited for the future and new categories of maps we might see.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if you're watching and you're anything like us, I know that you want to learn much more about Flashpoint. So again, make sure to tune into the upcoming Invasion Reveal stream Wednesday, June 21st.
21st, okay.
Yeah, like 21st. I'll remind you. Yeah, I'll text you.
He's like
Don't worry.
calendar,
I got you.
new content.
Well, on the stream, there's a lot they're going to unpack, which is super exciting. Overwatch 2 developers will be revealing the locations and backstories of the true premiere maps for Flashpoint, which is super exciting. They will also be deep diving into Hero Mastery mode, as well as chat about like the player progression system, for example. So there is a lot of things, I think, People are just very excited to hear more about, me included. And I know what you're thinking. You're watching Flashpoint. When is it coming to the Overwatch League? How well? We're very excited to announce that the newest game mode will be officially in the OWL map pool starting the weekend of August 25th. Mark your calendars to set a reminder for you again. Okay. I'm gonna send you a text message, that's right. We honestly cannot wait to see the best in the world show their skills on the newest, biggest maps in Overwatch 2 thus far. But first, we've got a champion to crown here. So let's get ready for the finals between Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws. Now, Jonathan, we've seen both of those teams facing off against each other already yesterday. It was a nail-biter. Like, that series was so close. Came down to the wire. Can you maybe walk us through the difference you've seen between the two teams in terms of their playstyle?
Going to break down.
Break it down.
Break it down. So want to do some breakdowns? Okay. So here's the thing. If you're watching these two teams play, they're playing the same compositions, but they're actually playing a little bit different. So I just wanted to showcase or highlight that difference rather as we go into this series, so you sort of know what's coming. So where are we? Well, we're right here on Ilios. It's 99-99, and so this is going to be the last fight territory here. You can already see the Atlanta Reign. They're set up. They have point control, and they have controlled this space. But what is so interesting here is that you're actually going to see them utilize Lip's EMP to go aggressive super early here while they already have point control. So as we can roll this one forward, we can see that they're willing to push far and above the point just to be the initiator in this fight. So they're gonna come out here and we can pause right here. So Stalker immediately gets a pick because of this early EMP, and this is great. But also, what this forces is choose Nano on top of Fearless. So not only are you getting a pick in this fight, even if you don't get a pick in this early engagement, you force out the Nano boost from Houston Outlaws early. You force Houston's hand. So if we play this one through, okay, Violet is down, but Fearless has this Nano now, and he's forced to try to make it work. But we can pause right here. I mean, he is already fighting on the point, but because you're playing so far back, because Atlanta engaged so early, I mean, he's not even touching Fielder by the time he tries to make use of this Nano boost. He doesn't have the range to reach the backline because this Nano was forced so out early. So we can slowly go forward here, and you'll see another detail that the Sombra Lip is actually already going to be right there. We can pause. Well, he's gone. He's a Sombra. So you can see right here, Lip is already in the backline. Because you engage so early, Lip can already peel back by the time the dive comes in from the Houston Outlaws. So because you initiate early, you force out Houston Outlaws ultimates, and you control so much space that when the dive comes in, you can peel straight away, and this is really bad for the Houston Outlaws. Now, this also worked for them in the series. We can keep playing this one out. You'll see that the Atlanta Reign, they're going to clean up this fight. They got a pick, of course. They forced the ultimates. It's a bad engage from the Houston Outlaws, and they can't really do much to stand up against this. Fearless, he's missing a healer. He's going to go down, and Atlanta Reign is going to cap this one out. Now, as we go into this next clip, we can pause right here. So, setting the stage immediately here. Lip, he is dead, and also Happy is dead. So two key players missing here for either team. But because Houston are missing the Tracer, that is so much damage onto the point. So as we play this one out, this 4 versus 4 situation actually favors the Atlanta Reign on the point with the extra Tracer damage. So if you're the Outlaws right here, we're actually going to see them peel back, take their time, play it slowly once more. Atlanta Reign being the initiator. Violet barely survives, pops the rally, and fends off Donghack here. Now, we're going to go ahead and pause right around here on the point. The crucial detail here for me is that Houston Outlaws, they're peeling, the rally is out from Violet, but also additionally, they're pocketing Fearless here. You can see the biotic grenade icon here, so he gets extra healing from his Ana right now. They're investing so much resources into keeping the space here. And also, additionally, they're buying time for Pelican to build his EMP. And they're going to use this to counter Atlanta Reign's aggression. And this is what I think we'll see throughout this entire series. We can go ahead and play this one out. Lip is going to return. Remember, he was dead. EMP comes out. Pelican, Johnny on the spot, his own EMP, and this put Atlanta Reign on the back foot. Now is the time for Houston Outlaws to push the tempo, go aggressive. Happy, he comes in with individual plays, pulls from there perfectly, and the Houston Outlaws turn that fight around because they react to the Atlanta Reign's play. So this is how I think we'll see the series play out. Atlanta Reign being the initiator, the aggressor, and Houston Outlaws, legends like Fearless, will have to respond. Violet on the brig, he'll have to respond, and we'll see how the reaction unfolds.
I actually want to take a look at some of the numbers there as well. If we're talking about those Sombras, of course, Lip, he's got to look scary by the numbers. So how does Pelican stack up?
I mean, pretty respectably in my eyes. I think we said it before. Lip is the total standard bearer. Looks like, from my perspective here at Pelican, these stats, he is playing a little bit more, getting a little bit more utility value, but Lip is just such a valuable raw damage dealer on Sombra. He really is the expert at just staying in 1 second longer, getting in a little bit more damage with his decloak positioning, his timing, playing around his teammates. So he just gets that little bit more frontline damage, which translates into much faster EMPs. But Pelican is no slouch either, dying a little bit less often, maybe taking a little bit less risks, could be a little bit more consistent, speaking to their defensive style. However, I do think for this series, I don't think Houston can win with a reactive defensive mindset. I think, and by the same token, I don't think Atlanta can win just trying to be all in aggression. We're just gonna always go first. That's the ideal, right? But you need the value, you need the utility to support that. So really, I think as we see this series go, it's gonna be very, very high level Overwatch. Both teams trying to read the game and just intuit whether they should be aggressive or defensive in one moment, whether to commit to these fights, right? We've seen maps come down to one player's mistake cost the team the map. I mean, that is the margin you're working with. One little slip up, and I mean, the other team is playing near perfect, and you look weak when you make one mistake, but that's just the margins they're working with. There are no margins, right? There's no margin for error, not much room for mistake, and I think that's what's going to decide the series. It's going to be a long day for the Outlaws. I'm a little worried for them, honestly, since they had to play a series. Florida Mayhem made it weird, made it difficult. But if they can reset mentally, refocus, and maybe carry a little bit of momentum off that match, then who knows? We could be in for another great series as we saw in the winners final yesterday.
How much preparation overnight do you think actually went into that Mayhem match versus maybe overanalyze?
Zero,
right?
really?
So eyes on the prize. I assume they were just rewatching the tape against the Phantom.
I think they just watch Atlanta and think, if we play in a way where we think we can correct the mistakes against Atlanta and beat Atlanta, Mayhem will be free. I mean, if I'm Houston, that's my mindset. It's like, we just watched
you are
it.
Houston.
We watched it.
You are
literally.
But
we. Us.
No, but from Houston's perspective, right? Atlanta and them are in a tier of their own. You shouldn't really put any stock in them, Florida Mayhem. Atlanta plays so well where it's not about countering your opponents, right? Like, countering your opponent is something you do as a weak team. As a weak team, you try to come up with weird strategies to throw strong opponents off guard, trick them in something maybe they haven't seen it before, but you get to watch every little detail of what they do and you're ready for it.
But Mayhem managed to bait Outlaws into a Moira pick there, which didn't work out for them. Obviously, this is something they cannot do against Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, I mean, look, as we go into this matchup, I brought out the Kiriko thing suggestion yesterday. Might still happen on a couple of points, but I don't think it's going to be a main thing that Houston Outlaws look to. I don't think they'll be too mindful of the compositional hero swaps. Maybe we saw Merit come out on a Widowmaker, for example, and I think that was a response. That's just the way Houston Outlaws like to play. So there might be a hero pick here and there, but I wouldn't go into this mindset expecting Houston Outlaws to adapt. I wouldn't expect them you need a different pick. I think a mirror matchup is actually quite fair and credible for the Houston Outlaws, and I wouldn't expect huge deviations from that.
Most of the series, you just have to.
And if we're looking at the maps, I know Ilios is going to be the first one to play. Depending on who wins or loses, where should the match take us?
Well, looking at the Ilios, which, again, going to be the first map, Atlanta Reign being the higher seed, they picked the map, of course, Jake, so Atlanta Reign feeling really confident on this map. I
mean, they won it yesterday, convincing 2-0 on the opening map. Why change it up? I think it's a map that pretty much forces, the dive mirror, as you said. The comp that I would want for Outlaws to throw in if they want to mix things up is actually a comp that we've seen mostly Florida Mayhem, I think, be the initiators of, which is the Ana Brig Ramatra, and then whatever DPS suit the map. I think that comp, I don't like it in the Rush mirror. I think in the Ramatra mirror, a Lucio, Reaper, you kind of get run over as the Ana Brig. I just don't think you do enough. But as a pure anti-dive strategy, I think there is real potential. I think, for instance, on Ilios Ruins, where, this was the Spark, though, so they could never get to Merit. Even though Atlanta Reign, I think, is a much stronger dive team, I think that comp does make it incredibly difficult to dive. I think it has good utility as a counter dive style. The danger, though, is just how tight and clean the Reign play. I just think they'll be less likely to go down to Widow picks. And when you play these sort of off-meta comps and you're not getting value off something like a Widowmaker, it just feels unjustifiable. Everyone's going to be saying, guys, we need to stop cheesing. We need to win this match on its merits. And it'll be a little bit of a weird thing to be the team that is quick to swap off, because then when you do go to a map like a Hollywood, a Blizzard World, where you're pretty much forced to mirror, there's that little doubt in your mind. Oh, should we find a cheese for this? Okay, I think you don't want to you want to find your opportunities to cheese where it's good, but if you force it too much, you're going to end up giving up the mare.
Now, Danny, I mean, in your interview there with Pelican, he said the only player to watch out for here is Stalker. Looking at this lineup of the Reign, come on.
I respect that, honestly. I mean, like Jake said before, you know, you need to have that confidence going up against Atlanta Reign. And of course, because they already lost once in the regular season and again yesterday, they're going to need that confidence. But I think there's more than one player that you guys should be scared of, honestly.
Yeah, like all of them, for example. I don't know, just to name a few. But where would we want to see them taking it? Let's assume Outlaws would be going down the first map. They have the map choice here, reinforced. Are you happy with the map picks which were made yesterday in that match? Do you feel like any of the teams might have like buyer's remorse on where they took
I mean, it worked for Houston Outlaws because they full held Atlanta on Blizzard World, right? So you feel really confident going back to that map. But also, even a map like Hollywood, for example, we've seen Houston Outlaws play some of the best Hollywood like we've ever seen, right? So Houston Outlaws feeling really comfortable in that matchup. I'm curious when we get to Escort. Atlanta Reign, they were comfortable putting Hawk in and playing Rialto. When there are others like Havana, for example, which we haven't really seen this one, it forces some Ramatra compositions. We have a Shambali Monastery, for example, plays very differently from some of these dive maps. So I honestly can't tell you the answer because these teams, they know themselves from their scrim time, way more sample size, where they want to go. But this is going to be such a weird one. I don't think that either of these teams have any definitive style that works better on some maps than others. So it really just comes down to your comfort picks, and I think both of these teams have shown that they have some maps in their backyard that they feel really good on, and they'll probably cater to those.
We already looked at our bracket, so let's bring up our predictions, see if we stick to our bracket. I mean, you can't because you literally got the final prediction wrong. You had Mayhem. Well, you have Mayhem going up against Atlanta Reign. Turns out that wasn't correct.
Danny's like, prediction, Florida Mayhem 4-3.
Actually, though. Well, you know, again, I'm ride or die with my Atlanta Reign squad. I think they got this, and I was not being generous for the Houston Outlaws. I think, yeah,
one man, Zoe, come on.
I just think once they're on a roll, like it's hard to stop them. I think the Atlanta Reign downloaded everything that went wrong overnight, and they're not going to give Outlaws an inch. Plus, they got rest. They were able to once again watch the Outlaws play. Outlaws dropping a map to the Mayhem, getting baited into like weird wonky picks. Like, nah, you can't do that against the Atlanta Reign.
You know, these two teams went up against. This is the third time. First time didn't work out for Houston. Second time didn't work out for the Houston.
But the third one, though.
Third time, isn't it? I mean, third time's a charm, right? It's not. It's not an anime. This is real deal. It's not gonna happen. They might play it close, but I think it's gonna be Atlanta Reign.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny, I love you.
Welcome to their lives.
This is not an anime. This is the real deal.
You guys all know I'm so biased for the Houston Outlaws, but no, I'm just kidding. I still believe. I think
for a second.
As much as the comps got weird in that last match, I think Happy was on fire. I think that's going to be a crucial element. He's got to stand up to Stalker's Tracer. It's a very difficult task, but he looked great in that last series. He was not floundering at all for the Outlaws. He kept them in it, even when Mayhem got really weird with the comps. I think the key is going to be these tight dives with Pelican Sombra. The EMP follow-up has to be really, really clean against the Atlanta Reign. But I'm a believer. I think the Outlaws, I think they did really well with their picks. I think, honestly, in that last series we saw them play, I think Rialto was incredibly close, could have gone to the Outlaws. I think I would like to see them, though, for map. Maybe
you should start an Outlaws podcast, I'm just saying.
Maybe throw in a King's Row, though. I really like the Ana Zen for Outlaws. I think when they can pull that out, they look really, really deadly. I'm not sure you will be able to against a dive team like the Reign, but it's just another option in their pocket.
Food for thought, yeah.
I'm going Atlanta Reign. I mean, Stalker is the best tracer, and I think Happy will have a hard time standing up against him. For me, the player to actually watch out for, like you mentioned, is actually Pelican on the Sombra. I think if Pelican needs to be really effective with the CMP, and I think he will need a lot of uptime when it comes to hero damage, poking, dong hack, for example, on the Winston, and just being a nuisance in the enemy backline as well. I think Pelican on the Sombra versus Lip on the Sombra is the most important matchup in this one. So I'm keeping my eyes on Pelican.
Well, one game left, gentlemen. A winner takes home the trophy and $500,000. Atlanta Reign versus Houston Outlaws. Right after this break.
안녕하세요. 휴스턴 아웃로즈입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 안녕하세요. 휴스턴 아웃로즈입니다.
저희 팀은 실력도 실력인데 이제 얼굴도 뭐 뛰어난 선수들이 모인 팀입니다.
6명 개개인이 다 좀 잘하는 선수들이어가지고 하나로 맞추는데 처음에는 힘들었는데 지금은 잘 맞추고 있는 것 같아요.
못해가지고 글렀어. 별거 없어요. 솔직히 저는 전승으로 1등으로 올라갈 줄 알았는데 처음에 이제 에텔전에서 한번 졌었는데 이제 그 경기가 좀 매우 아쉽고 이제 에텔전을 계기로 이제 좀 각성을 해서 이제 모든 경기를 다 잡아서 2등으로 올라온 것 같습니다. 다른 팀들이 저희를 제일 견제한다고 들었는데 제 생각에는 제가 있어서 그런 것 같습니다. 왜 웃지? 팀원들 믿어야죠, 님들.
저희 팀만의 일단 강점은 슈의 아나와 피어리스 윈스턴이 제일 강점이지 않을까, 핵심 인물이지 않을까 싶네요. 다른 팀이 저희 팀을 왜 견제하는지 알 것 같은 게 제가 있어서 네, 그런 것 같아요. 저희 팀이 좀 아무래도 나이대가 많아서 뇌가 갑자기 멈추거나 좀 이게 뇌 기름칠이 좀 안 되는 경우가 좀 있어서 뇌 회전이 좀 잘 되면은 우승할 수 있지 않을까 싶어요.
형들이 저랑 안 놀아줘서 많이 힘들고 외롭고 힘들고 씁쓸하고 하지만 저는 그렇지 않습니다. 네.
페이컨 선수가 좀 형한테 상큼한 그런 미드런 역할을 해주는 것도 있을까요?
제가 항상
말이 좀 많긴 해.
시끄러워.
그렇다면
무조건 우승은 할 수 있을 거라고 생각이 들긴 해요. 딱 작년 제가 미드 시즌이나 킥오프 우승했을 때 딱 그 삘이 와요. 충분히 우승할 수 있을 것 같아요.
이번에 휴스턴 첫 우승 미드 시즌 매드니스에서 가져가겠습니다. 화이팅! 화이팅! 이번 경기에서 세체인의 맛을 한번 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
저희는 미드 시즌 매드니스 예선전의 무패 유일팀인 애틀란타 레인입니다. 아마 저희 팀이 유일하게 국가대표가 3명이라서 좀 성적이 많이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
Going into this, we're undefeated, so we're feeling pretty confident, and just need to play our game and keep doing what we've been doing, and we will be fine.
이제 저희가 미국 생활을 많이 안 해본 사람들도 있어서 다들 많이 어색해하는 경우도 있는데 게이터가 저희들 데리고 맛있는 음식점도 많이 데려가고 이제 또 가끔씩 저희가 스크림하는 날 피곤해하면은 막 소리 지르면서 에너지도 주고 선수들도 잘하고 있지만 게이터 감독님 덕도 있다고 충분히 생각합니다. 이번에 리베팅 될 때 꼭 한국인 선수들이랑 같이 많이 하고 싶다고 얘기했어서 게이터가 엄청 좋은 선수들로 영입해줘서 엄청 좋고 그 기반으로 이렇게 탄탄대로를 밟을 수 있는 저희 팀이 너무 자랑스럽네요.
서울 다이너스티 있을 때는 주전 경쟁이 약간 그게 좀 있었는데 제가 주전 보장을 받았으니까 이렇게 잘해질 수 있다고 생각하고 그 덕에 저희 팀이 이 정도 성적을 낼 수 있던 것 같습니다.
두 명 다 뭔가 제가 상대했을 때 많이 좀 까다로운 선수였어가지고 그냥 이런 선수를 적으로 줄 바에 그냥 악어를 만드는 게 낫겠다 하면서 들어왔던 것 같습니다.
옆에 든든한 형님들이 있어서 좋은 것 같습니다.
형들이 잘해주나요?
근데요?
얘기해봐.
그냥 잘 챙겨주는 것 같습니다.
아마 다른 팀들이 저희 팀을 생각하는 거는 딜러 힐러가 너무 강하다라고 생각할 것 같아요.
I definitely think other teams think of us pretty highly, and they're going to try to play some things to throw us off guard.
벽이라고 느낄 것 같은데요. 영웅폭을 따라와도 이제 그 영웅폭에 관한 실력이 따라올 수 있는지 저희만큼 다른 팀에서는 막 퍼포먼스가 좋았던 선수들은 딱히 많이 없는 것 같아가지고 일부분은 있을 수도 있겠지만 그래서 저는 그걸로 이제 벽이라고 생각해요.
지금 메타에서는 저희 팀을 이길 팀은 없다고 생각해요.
작년 급파 때 우승했을 때 우승 엄청 좋긴 했는데 그때 좀 외국인 분들이 많았어가지고 근데 이번에는 대부분이 한국인 팬 분들이니까 한국인 분들 앞에서 우승해서 좋은 모습 많이 보여드리고 싶네요.
지금 전승 기세를 이어서 미드 시즌뿐만 아니라 이제 남은 정규 시즌이랑 급파까지 다 우승하겠습니다.
Nine,
8, 7,
6,
5, 4,
3,
2,
1.
Welcome to the 2023 Midseason Madness Tournament. We had lots of unpredictable action, and we are down to one final match. I present the two teams that are eyeing the crown. They're here for vengeance. It is what has brought them here. The gunslingers from Texas, the Houston Outlaws!
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up, turn it way up. Crank that volume.
Jaw-dropping performances, impeccable read of the game. However, they have yet to overcome the trials of the Atlanta Rain. One they must break through to win it all. You can bring them down once, but they'll come back straight up. They are the ultimate challengers, the Houston Outlaws!
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up, turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
The team waiting for them is by no means a pushover. 10 and counting. How long is their win streak? The undefeated reign of terror of the Overwatch League, the Atlanta Rain! From qualifiers to grand finals, they have yet to concede a single match. 9 teams have challenged them over 10 matches, and all have fallen. Will the Rain be able to celebrate their tournament win with their 11th win? I present you the final boss of the mid-season tournament, the Atlanta Rain! Only one match remains on the road to the top. With $500,000, the trophy, and honor on the line, who will be able to come on top and win it all? The 2023 Midseason Madness Global Tournament. The global final starts now!
일단 가장 먼저 결승은 확정되어서 기분이 엄청 좋고요. 당연한 거 아닌가 생각하고 있어요. 지금까지 최다 연승 기록이 20연승으로 알고 있는데 21연승 하면서 최다 기록 깨겠습니다.
저희 입장에서는 무조건 올라와야만 했어가지고 에트를 막을 사람은 저희밖에 없다고 생각해가지고 이제 이를 갈고 올라온 것
같습니다. 전승 우승은 너무 꼴보기가 싫어가지고 저희가 무조건 막아야 된다고 생각합니다.
휴스턴은 분명 다들 5명 다 이름을 봤을 때 엄청 세 보이고 다들 엄청 잘하는 선수지만 5명이 뭔가 시너지가 좀 안 맞는 느낌이 많이 나거든요.
아니 여기서 시너지까지 잘 맞으면 너네 우리 못 이길 것 같은데? 감당 되겠음?
그래서 은석이 형을 보면 조금 불쌍하네요. 저랑 필드가 있을 때 좀 더 잘 됐던 것 같은데 조금 불쌍하네요. 은석이 형 우리 팀 올래?
왜? 동아이가 마음에 안 드나?
휴스턴이 3대1로 저번에 졌었고 이번에 3대1로 졌었는데 그럼 이번 결승전에서는 뭐 발전해서 4대3으로 지지 않을까요?
내가 4, 너가 3. 제가 그 결승전에서 애틀한테 지고 나가지고 너무 분해가지고 살짝 눈물을 흘렸는데 프로 실현하면서 그렇게 찔끔 눈물 흘린 게 처음이거든요. 진짜로 이를 갈고 꼭 복수에 성공하도록 하겠습니다.
휴스턴이랑 만났을 때마다 1점, 2점씩 줬었는데 휴스턴이 실수 줄여가지고 이번엔 0점으로 끝내겠습니다.
애틀은 전승이라서 지는 거에 무서워할 텐데 저희는 무섭지가 않아가지고 저희가 훨씬 더 유리하다고 생각해요.
많은 팬분들 응원해주셔서 일단 정말 고맙고 애틀 팬분들은 걱정 없이 봐도 될 것 같습니다.
오늘 결승전에서 팬분들이 엄청 많이 올 텐데 전승 우승은 너무 꼴사납잖아요. 원래 언더독이 조금 더 재밌는 거 아시죠? 꼭 저희가 우승할 테니까 응원 많이 부탁드립니다.
애틀란타가 아직까지 우승 기록이 없는 걸 알고 있는데 이번 MSM 우승하면서 애틀란타 우승도 추가해주고 급파까지 우승하겠습니다. 제가 급파 우승할 때까지 이번 연승은 계속될 겁니다.
Right on. A little bit of pre-match banter right there. Who bantered better? Who's winning the trash talk game?
I'm impressed with both of them,
Yeah.
honestly. Those guys are both like a lot of players in the Overwatch League, their trash talk game is weak, honestly. But Shu and Chio were going.
Chio was a positive surprise. Chio just came out.
Right out of nowhere.
You're just discriminating against main supports. You think main supports can't talk trash?
Yeah.
Dustin would like to have a word with you. Man.
And he does it with like such a sweet little face too. It's actually, I don't know, it hits harder when you don't expect it.
I love it when they did that other video going into the tournament and someone trash talked Atlanta Reign and Chio just like, that actually kind of annoys me. That kind of annoys me. You're talking trash to us? I love Chio.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of Shu though, I really think he is actually going to be such a crucial element in one specific way, which is he needs to bionade this backline. We've seen that play. It's not something you can do consistently. You know, you kind of need to just find that moment to strike. But we talk so much about the synergy between Fielder and Chio. They're so great at keeping each other up. A bionade changes that, right? Like, it doesn't matter how good you are at healing each other when your heal is blocked. So I think Shu, there's a ton of pressure on him, not only to land sleeps on the DPS, but also to nade the backline. I think he is such a superstar on him, maybe the best in the world. And I think he can make a huge difference for his team in this series.
I mean, speaking of pressure, is there more pressure on the Atlanta Reign since they are undefeated? They are coming into this as, you know, the top dog. Is this an advantage for the Houston Outlaws? Can they have a more relaxed approach to this?
I don't know if there is that much pressure, like unevenly distributed, because they showed yesterday how close they are to each other. I don't think one team comes in here thinking, oh, we're the underdog. Sure, Houston Outlaws, they come from the lower bracket, right? But the Atlanta Reign, they're comfortable. They beat them yesterday. Now you just gotta do it again, right? The Houston Outlaws, like, you don't have this big underdog energy, I feel like. I feel like this is two teams that are evenly matched, and I think they're both eager to go into this one feeling comfortable with their play. I think the big thing, though, is someone on the Atlanta Reign, like Dongak, for example, he's 17 years old. This is his rookie season. Now in the finals, is he going to commit maybe some unforced errors on the side of Houston Outlaws? You got Shu, you got Fielder, you got Chip. Like, these are, or sorry, no, I got that wrong, but the Houston Outlaws, like, they have Fearless, he's the Overwatch League champion, the Grand Finals MVP, right? They have so many players on their team who have actually won things in the past and been in these situations before. I'm curious if the Atlanta Reign, will Donghack live up to the hype now when it matters in the final, as he's a rookie and only 17 years old?
He does have such a great structure of veterancy, like, built around him, though, right? Like, that's the perfect place in which to be a rookie. In a team full of rookies, I think you are in a more tenuous spot. People are looking for leaders, but I don't think Donghack is going to be searching for that. I think there's a lot of players on this team who are going to be calm under pressure, and I think the environment on both squads, honestly, is going to be pretty composed, right? Like, that's what happens when you have all these experienced veteran players. As you said, Johnny, they've been in these high-pressure situations before, and they've performed as well. So, honestly, I really think it's just going to come down to who has the hot hand on any given moment. It's going to come down to these crucial, 1 second little team plays where are you following up on that EMP in just that 1 second before that defensive on-nade can come down? it's going to decide the series, frankly. And I don't think either team can play perfectly, right? That's just the nature of this comp. It's so hard to execute, that well every single time. These players are going to be edging each other out with just those little micro plays. It's going to be all about who's better at Overwatch. I just don't think you can predict this series.
It really comes down to the little things here. Danny, any player that you're super excited to see in this series and why?
I think it's the Tracer duel that I'm really looking out for. I think that's going to be very interesting. For Houston Outlaws, whether it's Pelican or Happy, I think they are definitely going to bring that for me. And on the other side, Atlanta Reign, Stalker, like Pelican said, he's one of the scariest opponents that he has to face. So I think that Tracer duel for this matchup is something to look out for.
How about you guys?
Again, I mentioned the summer matchup, Pelican. I think it's really going to be important. You mentioned Diana as well. There's no room for error on any of these single roles. So if there's an error committed, you will see it very evidently that someone messed up, right? I'm looking out for Sombra in this one, but you could make an argument for any role.
Yeah, I think it has to be Diana for me. I think both sides. I think Fielder is an incredibly stable, consistent player. Shu, I think maybe has higher potential, but it's hard to match the stability of a combo like Chio and Fielder. I think it is going to be up to the Houston supports to show their lethality and their aggression, and maybe flip the script on what you were saying, Johnny, about being a reactive, passive team that works great in the right situation.
That is something you can VOD review, right? And overnight, you're like, we need to change this up. They can definitely change the tempo going into this one.
Yeah, and I think for me, I'm going to be really watching for these bio nades. I think it's a crucial cooldown, whether you use it to just keep yourself alive or you're able to throw it and pick off an enemy backliner. It's a game-changing skill from both sides, and I think both teams are very much going to be looking to play around it, both in terms of forcing it out and getting as much value as they can when it does come down.
And it's just so exciting to see them play it out in front of a home crowd. We are in Seoul, South Korea. Danny, what does this mean to those players?
I mean, it's their hometown, right? Most of all of these players are actually from Korea. And Hawk too, honorary Korean now. You're surrounded by Koreans. You've been there for a couple days. You're Korean.
You
have a couple days. Food in your system, right? So you're definitely right now. You're a Korean. I mean, I could only guess. I mean, it'll definitely feel great to be in front of a home crowd and you're finally playing the game that you love in front of your fans, right?
How ruthless are the fans, though? I know if we're headed over to Texas for events, they start booing. In Korea,
as far as I know, they don't do a lot of booing.
No, there's a lot of cheering.
Korean fans are just lovely.
They're their favorite teams.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I don't know if you guys noticed, at the beginning of a match, there's like a chant going on. What basically the fans are saying, they count down, they say the team's name, and then they say fighting. So it's 3, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 3 in Korean. That's how they count. 1, 2, 3. Houston Outlaws fighting, and then the other team goes 1, 2, 3. Atlanta Reign fighting.
How do they decide who goes first?
That is.
It's very respectful. You never see them step on each other's toes.
I'm pretty sure there's like the community leader that they have an agreement. Yes.
They fight it out in a little pit.
It's an arm wrestling match.
It's an arm wrestling. Yeah, that's all off camera. You wouldn't know until you're there. So that's why you should get your tickets for the next event. Wow, I should.
Someone will be so disappointed when they go there.
Boxing match on the card.
Why not? Why not? No, but it's just fantastic to see an event on this scale again.
That one says Atlanta Reign. Let's go for the win.
The real winner is all of us because we get to see all those cheer-me-ons, those cheerfuls. So much fantastic art from
it's kind of incredible how consistent it is, right?
Yeah,
like there's so many.
You say that when you saw the two steins next to each other. One was definitely better than the other.
Well, Ari, not everyone. Mine would look worse than either of those two. So I'm just happy to be here, man.
There's a lot of great signs, and I know Matt, Mr. X, he's been studying up on Korean, so I'm really excited to see if he could actually read those.
Yeah, same. Very, very excited. He's already like bilingual. Some of you have already
You're gonna do this
gotten to enjoy his Spanish, and now he's added Korean to his repertoire, which is just very impressive. Speaking of impressive things, as you see, Violet and Chio, also a battle to watch out for on Brick. And we will be able to do so very soon, potentially. But for all the action, we want to bring in our casters for our grand finals of the Midseason Madness tournament between the Atlanta Reign and the Houston Outlaws. So Matt, Mitch, please take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, I know Matt's been brushing up on his Korean. I'm not sure if it's ready to show the world yet.
If Hawk just, obviously I'm not in Seoul, but if I just have to have some Korean food, then I'm an honorary Korean, like Danny Lim said.
Is it so easy?
I'm there. Now, I can't translate any of these signs. That we'll see. That was a lie by the desk.
I think you should try anyway.
I'll
Matt.
try.
It'd be interesting to see. Well, I know Jack had a bit of a crack at it on the broadcast, so you can definitely.
I do like when that one sign came up. Danny was like, "Oh yeah, Atlanta Rain." It's like, well, we all could have read Atlanta Rain, Danny. Tell us what the rest of the sign says.
Yeah, Atlanta Rain, yeah, go for the win. So at least did do some translation there. I mean, look. Just because we maybe knew that our two roads will be converging in a matchup like this doesn't really make it any less compelling a storyline. And Matt, there's a feeling, it's in the air, there's a feeling of belief that despite every result in which the Houston Outlaws has failed to topple the Atlanta Rain, today, of all days, anything is possible.
It does feel that way a little bit, but then on the other side, it just kind of feels like Atlanta winning is just like inevitable. Johnny and Jake were talking about I know, Donghak being so young, right, as a rookie and playing on the stage, and is that pressure? Sometimes it also has like the opposite effect of like, you're so new that you don't even realize the moment you're in, so to speak. And for him, he hasn't really gone up. Like, I mean, really, the Outlaws have been their main test. Hasn't really kind of seen much of anything else. For him, this is probably just another game against Houston.
Once more time for your 2023 Spring Split. Another chapter in the rivalry between the Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Rain will be pen to paper. Starting here on Ilios, it is a long series, first to four. It's going to be a grind for these two teams, and out the gates we go. Houston Outlaws, Atlanta Rain was starting on well.
And you got like a 30-minute break in between the games, right? So if you're Atlanta, if you're able to win this first one, like this is where Houston should be hot, right? Have a little bit of advantage early on.
Donghak starting here in the lineup for the Atlanta Rain. Maybe no surprises here. Compositionally speaking, it's the classic Pelican echo on this map. A key point of difference here, something Pelican's really been able to flex on multiple teams with.
And for me though, for the Atlanta Rain, I mean, I think Pelican obviously going to need to go huge there on the echo, but like Stalker, he's been able to just really about every team, and especially the last time against Houston, just be such a difference maker in the backline on the Tracer that I think if you're Houston, you go back and you look at it and it's like, let's figure out how to neutralize him, right? We got to keep Violet and Shu alive. And I think it starts with getting rid of Stalker.
Shu taken down, Donghak able to arrive at the scene of the crime, just in time to be credited with the elimination. Pelican though finds a focusing being target eventually. Fearless able to amble away from this pressure from Stalker, eventually has to succumb, but Pelican has been running roughshod over Atlanta in the background. No cap yet, though, and Lip arrives once more. Violet this time going to be brought down. Pelican can't touch down enough to contest, but he gets the early point cap for the Outlaws, and Lip's now out of the picture.
Yeah, they're doing a nice job here, Houston, just kind of keeping this rolling until they get Fearless back in the action. Pelican got Donghak weak, and they're going to be the ones who take the point first.
Stalker built that pulse bomb. Happy he had already parted with his in the previous fight. Be a double back to get a heal pack, and then once more into the fray. Duplicate online for Pelican here. Chio taking downfielder under pressure. It's a dupe of Arda, but unnecessary. The sticky bombs had already done their work before the dupe came through. Regardless, Pelican gets the job done.
Yeah, and this is looking really good here for the Houston Outlaws. You're going to have your nano boost, your rally. That's going to be Lip actually using
Solo
here. Yeah.
Where's the follow-up?
Maybe they want to swap. I mean, we'll see, right? It didn't look like there was going to be any type of follow-up there, which...
Maybe Stalker. Maybe Lib was banking on Stalker at least helping him get a 2 versus 1.
You know, the desk talked about how if you're going to see a mistake, it's going to be something you could clearly tell was a mistake. And right there, you'd probably love to have that EMP back.
The Atlanta Rain have done well to get here, but they need to be pretty flawless in this match. They want to take the honors away. The nano boost here for Pelican. Pressure on Donghak, it's too much. The focusing beam, the scrutiny of Violet and the flail. It's an easy Winston pickoff.
Yeah, and maybe with that EMP, you were thinking you could actually get Rally out, right? Trade Rally for EMP, come back with, you know, your own Rally. That's actually going to be Shu falling here, you know, to Fielder at long range. Maybe that's kind of the idea behind it. But Fearless got Primal Rage, everybody in a close proximity.
You see Fearless instantly push forward there. He wants to try and buy some time, some space for Shu to return to the fray, but he's so far away from the action. Despite this, Houston, a very healthy lead here, Matthew. 90% and counting. Yeah, that extra damage on that Arna primary fire, by the way, it's pretty nice.
I was going to say, Happy just crosses right into his line of fire. Donghak actually wants to get pretty aggressive here, maybe try and make a play.
This is something Johnny pointed out, right? The Atlanta Reign really want to push quite far forward so they can really start the fight on their own terms as opposed to waiting for the Outlaws to emerge from their side of the map.
Yeah, and the Outlaws obviously get up to 92%. That's fantastic for them, but you're going to have all 5 ultimates here for the Atlanta Reign. You're going to be able to start cycling some of these and get back in the game pretty quick.
Pelican, respectful distance maintained right now between him and Donghack, and the pack onto the Echo here will ground Pelican for a time. Donghack's forced away. He gets a nano boost right now, and the Outlaws really don't want to tangle with him presently. Philip, of course, setting the architecture up in the periphery to make sure those health packs are available for him and Stalker as they make their route pass through. Okay, here's that EMP we were waiting for. Fearless hanging on, happy. Well, can't say the same for him, but it's a trade. Fielder eventually going to fall down now. It's just going to be the rally for Chio to keep his team standing, but here come the Outlaws. A lot of pressure on Chio. Donghack sleeping it off for the time being, but that Primal Rage could be crucial to stall, to contest, buy some time for some reinforcements. Pelican dupes the Brig, extra healing, a lot of pressure. The rally even with 7 seconds left in this duplicate. There's a lot of value right here, and they're trying to deal with Pelican, but it wouldn't even amount to an elimination if they knock him out of this dupe form. There's the flip.
I mean, that copy there on the Brig was so clutch. Is that the pulse spot that goes on the Fearless? He's able to live on through it. Happy takes out Chio as we enter overtime.
Donghack back on the point. No Primal. Look at how low these Reign players are. Chio's a long way from the fight right now. It's all up to Fielder in his absence. And Happy wants to shut the door on them. Here's the Primal Rage. It's going to be Pelican fighting Donghack. No, the Winston's out of the game. And the rest of the Atlanta Reign will be sidelined. See Chio desperately trying to get back to the fight. Well. Yep, it's me again, say the Outlaws. This time, we're not going to mess up.
The Outlaws, you can just see from their player POVs, a shot down the line, they seem pretty loose right now. And I think obviously that's a benefit of playing a little bit earlier in the day, where Atlanta, right, you come onto the stage, all this kind of show that goes on. It's definitely not a normal match, as we'll see this from Pelican's POV. It's a nice job on the focusing beam. Let's Fearless actually get that pack, and ooh, nice stickies at the end there.
Run a lot of great answers to the Echo from this Atlanta Reign
perspective. Tracer's pretty good, right? I mean, Tracer's pretty good against Echo, especially like Tracer Sombra. If you're not going to mirror it yourself, it's like one of the better,
they're going to mirror
you could have.
Stalker on the Echo here. In the neutral, the only one really able to pressure these Echoes are the Ana players, but you've got Fielder and Shu in the service, so both Pelican and Stalker have to pay due respect. Here comes Fearless, starting things off. Pelican taking a fair bit of damage actually from Stalker. Stalker hasn't committed yet, but is just poking away. Fearless, though, quite easily being topped up.
Yes, and they actually don't have, they're barely able to keep Donghack alive. They barely had line of sight there because, as he gets hit with the bio. But right before that, when Donghack was really low, Fielder and Chio both hit with a cross-map bio from Shu. And they needed to secure that kill on a Donghack. I mean, that was their opening.
Oh, Fielder putting on a clinic right now. I mean, able to find an Echo mid-flight with a quick scope like that, really not nearly as easy as he makes it look. Lip out of the fight for now, he'll be on his way back. Good start here for the Atlanta Reign. Both Anas converging at the same time on those nano boosts here, and Pelicans a bio need he doesn't expect. The damage comes in awfully fast, and Fearless lucky to get away there, but it's a nano boost over to the Winston for the Outlaws. The Reign have to take a sidebar to get Donghack back in the fight. They send him a nano, and he's trying to get involved. It's going to be towards Shu. Bubble thrown down here very quickly. Violet going to about face and try and keep his Ana alive. So we have somewhat of a stalemate here, but in the midst of the chaos, the Outlaws did flip the point.
Yeah, and that's pretty huge, right? Because Fearless is up on that high ground. He's got the Primal Rage to be able to keep this one going. And it's not like the Atlanta Reign got a ton of percentage. At 26%, it's kind of like nothing.
Another bio here on Fearless. You see Fielder really trying to stave him off, and it's going to work again. Donghack, within that Primal Rage, found Shu. Even with the Biotic Grenade parting gift from Shu, it's not enough to pressure the enemy Winston down. And there it is, the Echo now getting some work done for the Atlanta Reign. Focusing beam deals with Fearless. The Outlaws have done well to get some time in the sun here, but the Reign are here to evict the rally being committed here from Violet Days. Ridiculous. It's not going to pay off though. Happy's Pulse finds one, but he knows he can't do any more.
Yes, they're going to have to give the point up, at least for a brief period of time. It looked like maybe Fearless and co is going to come on back in, but the Outlaws take the lead for a brief moment. It'll now be the Reign who take the lead. So what are you looking at here for Atlanta? Maybe you have this nano for Donghack, potentially even for Stalker.
Stalker's having a great round, Matt. Since switching over towards the Echo, 3 final blows. Only the 1 death of the entire map so far. Duping a Tracer here. This is a scary prospect for the Outlaws to have to face down and lift the real Tracer. Able to deal with Violet, while Pelican can really only hover and look on. Stalker probably there's no recipient for this pulse bomb, but he's done his job.
For a second, they thought about chasing Pelican all the way out there, but they end up pulling on back. So we'll see how the Outlaws go about trying to break this. They're going to have Nano for both teams, but Primal for DongHack as well. He's actually slept there on the high ground.
Stalker gets the Nano, and he burns Pelican to a crisp mid-air. And Shu soon to follow. That extra damage, nothing to sneer at. DongHack wants a piece of the rest of the Outlaws here. Violet can't quite get away. Or at least he's trying to. DongHack leaves that one alone. He has Primal if needed, and actually pops it here.
Yeah, I mean, just use it to stay alive, right?
5%.
You're so close to taking the point. Is that enough? Pelican actually maybe going to go for the Winston to try and duplicate to get to the point?
He didn't have a chance to get a good duplicate in the previous fight, so he has to use it for the mobility to get to the point. Oh, Pelican turns around. That's a tri-shot kill on the enemy Tracer. And now the Outlaws have the capacity to move in and avert an early round end.
Yeah, it looked like actually Pelican got the benefits of the Nano, and it was just like a really close range, almost point blank, like headshots there. On the lip, is that's going to be Fearless, slept on the high ground. Don't think there's an opportunity to finish this off.
Love that from Shu as well. Sends a Bionade in to ward them away. Fearless knows he's close to Primal. He's going to make this hurt. His sticky bombs come in. Focusing beam wasn't enough to claim the Winston, but Fearless could be in trouble. Trying to keep a respectful distance. DongHack playing from that high ground here. He will unseat him, but where is the healing? He gets it. Bionade comes in, but it's too late. Fearless is mostly topped up. Now the Atlanta Rain coming home to roost here. 70% and counting for the Houston Outlaws. Chio starting to surge ahead. Stalker gets Nano to keep them alive as he now is going to return to the fray. Double bio on the back line from the Atlanta Rain. Shu and Violet had to keep their heads down. And Stalker wants a little bit of Fearless. He'll have it. Focusing beam claims the Winston kill, but it's traded out. He's going to be happy finding that one. And here comes Violet now. Given the 5G and he's looking for a target. The high ground spots Fielder but can't connect the whip shot now. Just wants to force Chio away, but he's not doing any damage. Fielder for the high ground, still uncontested, and the Rain are back in control.
Yeah, and who's going to be here to get the touch? I mean, Fearless comes back on the Doom, and looks like he's going to work his way to the point.
He gets the touch. That's going to be all. He's low. The sleep is good, and Flip finishes the job. Violet trying to get into the fight. It's going to be DongHack going down to the whip shot, but Stalker has another Duke Tracer. It's going to be Lip again, though. Pounding down. The stick is good. Violet out of the picture. It's all the Rain right now. Is desperately Pelican trying to touch. And those aged legs can't quite get him there.
I'll tell you what, though. The Outlaws made that really close towards the end. I thought Violet and Shu did a tremendous job keeping each other alive, kind of, juggling off of that mega health pack inside, being able to give some heals over to Happy to contest the point. Just once they lose Fearless and he's got to, go to the Doom and try and make his way back to the point. Obviously, you'd love to have the Winston in that type of situation, but needs that extra mobility, and they're not able to keep it going.
Stalker is 11 final blows, 2 deaths right now. Switching over towards Echo, ideally to mirror Pelican's impact on the game, he exceeds it.
How ridiculous is it when you can have Stalker and Lip on the Tracer, right?
It's pretty good.
You use the duplicate.
It's pretty good. All right, Lip back on the Sombra here. The Outlaws playing that classic style here on Ruins at a side around in our first map.
So the Outlaws get control of that mega health pack first. It looks like that's actually going to be Pelican who gets control of that hack. So they can actually play from that side a little bit more defensively.
Crucial, right, in terms of allowing your Tracer to sort of dominate while they check their opposite number.
Even your Winston, I mean, how many times were you on board with Fearless? And, he's trying to rotate out back towards the health pack, trying to find one that's active. Having that one in your control, pretty important.
Lip trying to reclaim that territory there, but again is forced back. Now, peering over towards the point, Bionade predictably flies in from Shu. He's able to avoid it. One from Fielder, doesn't find a target. Sleep on Pelican, Fearless rather, is good. A trade here. DongHack goes down, but is it worth it to get Shu? The answer is probably. Fearless can't be kept alive under the rest of the pressure from the Atlanta Rain. And they'll have their time in the sun here, a chance to flip the point back after an early Houston capture.
Yeah, I mean, you lose your Ana, even though you get rid of DongHack on the other side still. I mean, that's just a large source of your healing. Violet can only kind of stand on the point for so long as you can't really play the role of a tank forever there on the brig. So you do get 17%, but it's going to be the Atlanta Rain taking the lead rather quickly.
Yep. As immutable as the March of Time, Lip finds the first EMP build-up. Not quite the perfect opportunity to make use of it yet, but the Reign are in control. They're waiting for the Outlaws to show themselves here. This might be it. Pelican stuck on the point, looking like a stun mullet. The EMP comes in, he has no route of escape. Donghak though takes a ton of damage up front, but this time is actually able to get away towards his backline. Atlanta still have a nano boost, they still have a rally. They've got so much to work with. The onus is on Houston to force them to part with these support ultimates. Violet going for the rally himself here. Donghak returns to the fight here with the bio, but now goes for the primal rage. Chio's looking a little bit worse for wear. It's a late EMP. Pelican's gonna hope the follow-up is there, but it just isn't. Violet steamrolled by Donghak here. The primal rage finds its value, and you can hack as many players as you like. You like teammates to follow it up. It's an L.
And the sleep from Fielder onto Fearless was just unreal because we're watching, I believe it was from Pelican's POV, and Donghak is really low after that EMP and then trying to jump out towards the rest of the team. And Fearless goes for the chase, and he actually gets the nano midair and gets slept while he has the benefits of the nano, trying to follow up and get rid of the Atlanta Reign tank. But because he obviously gets hit with that sleep dart, not able to finish it off.
Donghak playing pretty far forward again, characteristic. The Outlaws require 2 individuals to keep him in check. Okay, early primal here from Fearless. He's fortunate to avoid the sleep that came in from Fielder. Turns back, looking to really create as much space as he can, but another Bionade comes on in. Fearless has no assistance. Deep in enemy territory. Up the proverbial without a paddle there. The Atlanta Reign say, righto, who else do you have to cap this point? The answer is no one.
Yeah, as Donghak gets the benefits of the nano boost after they get rid of Fearless, he goes in, just pushes the supports the rest of the team out. It looked like Pelican may have been the only one there, the possibility to touch, and not actually make it. So, pretty close, competitive map number 1, but it's the Atlanta Reign, just too strong.
Not a great start for everybody's favorite anime protagonist. Fearless ends the map, 1 final blow, 11 deaths. To say that he's being punished by the Atlanta Reign may be an understatement. He's got a target on his back and they are hitting it.
Well, I mean, the Atlanta Reign are just putting so much pressure onto the supports of the Houston Outlaws. And even like, you know, Pelican and Happy trying to help out in any way possible. But I mean, Chio and Fielder are just playing on another level. I mean, they are rarely dying first. They're able to. Also, a lot of the times we're watching Fearless being able to, like, he can't really start to dive or, you know, go to make a play. It's at like 50% health half the time, right? And then when he's in that back line, they're doing so good at keeping themselves alive. He gets hacked, the damage amp onto the Sombra from Lit, and they just burn him down. I mean, he's just barely able to stay alive. So maybe just change the game plan a little bit up here for the Outlaws.
We've seen in some of the footage that's been shown by Johnny, for example, just how heavily the Outlaws like to invest in keeping Fearless alive. Get those biotic grenades in there, make sure he's topped up. It's something that gets even scarier when there's an echo in the mix, right? The moment if you get bioed, you're basically insta-dead. You're gonna die to the focusing beam here. The Atlanta Reign, a little bit of a slow start for them there. Donghak getting exploited somewhat in that first round, but they turn it around in a big way. A decisive win on Ruins.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the highlights here, I think when Pelican was on the Echo, it's kind of when they had the most success, right? As you're looking for somebody to be able to get in there and make a quick kill, quick play, right? Focusing beams, you can just burn targets down instantly, and I think that's where you thought they had the most success. Really interesting, I think, moving forward. I'm curious in your take. Like, if you're the Outlaws, like, what types of maps do you want to actually end up playing the Atlanta Reign on? Like, do you want to try and maybe play your Rush, where, like, they're Fearless on the Ramatra and whatnot? We've seen that they've been able to beat teams, but we know the Atlanta Reign are fantastic at that style. Like, what type of maps do you think we see them go with?
I mean, you may want to mix it in. The problem is that it doesn't really matter because Lip gets to play Sombra regardless of the composition and will make your life hell. And also, like, we know that both these teams generally like to play that Ana-Brick backline. Houston, against a team like the Atlanta Reign, even in a rush mirror, I would be shocked if they pulled out the Zenyatta. It's a mite disrespectful, it's a tad risky, and the Outlaws have selected Blizzard World for the second map in the series. So, Blows Exchange at the start of this series, but it's the Atlanta Reign starting with an edge as per usual. Do your favorite main characters, the Houston Outlaws, have what it takes to even things up in map 2? To say there's a lot on line here, well, maybe an understatement. This is not only a mid-season madness appearance in the finals for both of these teams, not only $500,000 on the line, not only the trophy, not just the bragging rights. A first tournament win for either of these franchises is on the line.
Also, I feel like there's just a ton of momentum coming out of this for whoever wins as well, right? Because you're looking like, they're really across the league, like who is going to contend with these teams right now? Like if somebody were to just kind of come out of nowhere and do it, like it would be a big shock with the way we think
we spent ages like talking about how wide the gulf was between these two and the rest of the league.
But if Atlanta comes in here, they just like storm through them. Like how do you, you know, the whole second part of the season for the Outlaws, it's kind of, it's great to beat up teams in the regular season, right? But if you don't like win the tournaments, then it's kind of for naught, right? Where you're gonna have to figure out how to get through this team eventually.
Time after time this year, Houston Outlaws have presented themselves before the Atlanta Reign.
I tell you what, these drawings are good, but they're lucky I ain't down there drawing. I put these to shame.
I'm glad you're here too, Matt.
Yeah.
Glad you're here, mate.
I can tell. I can tell.
Oh, buddy. Again, Houston Outlaws constantly present themselves before the Atlanta Reign and say, we're having another crack at you. We're having another shot at this. We want to be the #1 team. And each time the Atlanta Reign look down their nose and say, not today.
I mean, it is brutal, right? Because when Houston's roster kind of like formed, it was like, oh man, like this team like could very well be one of the, you know, maybe the most talented team we've ever had, top to bottom in terms of talent, individual player by player we've ever had in the league. And then Atlanta puts together a team that I think on paper you'd be like, oh, you know, like Houston is like the superstar potential, right? But just the teamwork of the Atlanta Reign comboed with that talent that is, you know, just as good. It's in, you know, we were talking over the break, and I feel like Houston plays well. You know, if a game is 10 minutes, Houston plays really well for like 7 or 8 of those minutes. But those minutes that the Atlanta Reign just play on another level is where they kind of decide these things, where you're going to have to see the Houston Outlaws put together consistent maps where there are no slip-ups, map after map, to be able to beat a team like Atlanta.
Now, recent history, I'm sure many of you haven't forgotten it, but to remind you, the last time these two teams faced, it went all the way to 5 maps, including a very unlikely comeback from Houston on New Queen Street. That really was quite mind-blowing. So they've demonstrated that in a long-ish series, they're able to dig deeper when it's required. They've had time, of course, to rest. The Atlanta Reign actually really don't have to play too many games to get here, if I'm honest with you. They have pride of place and get to move on through. And okay, Pelican not set up in the expected location. The Hogger will be stowed away.
Yes, just trying to get a hook maybe onto Pelican. A little cheeky pick there at the start. Stalker also went with a Widow. Maybe trying to get an early pick, but hey, I tell you what, if you're the Atlanta Reign, you'll take this. If they want to play this type of style of play and you can just mirror, you feel pretty confident.
Houston want to be the first to start these fights off defensively. Atlanta move quick though. Just like now. Donghack going over the top. Fearless doesn't quite have a target to tangle with right now. And he's hit with the bio instantly. Again, the focus is on him. Fortunately, desperately, Shu able to minister to those wounds and send him back into the fray. But here comes Donghack. It's a hack on Shu. He can't get away. Lip able to bring the linchpin of the team down.
And obviously it's Lip who ends up getting that first pick, and it's on the Shu. But that bio grenade just sets up everything. It just kind of puts your team in a little bit of disarray, a little bit of panic. Fearless is so low, that allows Lip to come from the opposite side, get a hack, finish off Shu.
Fight's broken down now into rather segregated skirmishes. Violet falling to Fielder though, and I think Happy realizes that Jig is up. Fearless keeping it going for a little longer, but that is a very expedient take here from the Atlanta Reign.
And I think it's just, man, Fielder has been able to get so much value out of these bio grenades. We saw it in the first map pretty much the entire way. You see it here in this early parts of Blizzard World. Sets up a really fast point A take.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure being put down on Fearless. Sure, it wasn't the bio grenade that got the kill, but it forced Fearless out of the fight for a long period of time. Fearless barely getting to play the game right now. Stalker once more descends. Lip will be traded out though. Happy finding a key kill involvement from Shu. Perhaps a sleep dart at work. Either way, this does very little to stymie this early momentum from the Atlanta Reign. They still want to surge ahead. They still have their Winston in play.
Yes, it's going to be actually, it was Pelican and Fearless who dropped down onto the payload to try and prevent it from moving forward even a little bit more. That's going to be an EMP. You're going to get both supports. So the EMP is good here for Pelican.
There's a sense that Pelican definitely wanted to let that EMP go. He was also detected on the approach, so it was then or never in terms of that fight. But this is crucial. The Outlaws felt like they were letting things get away from them early, right? They've been able to white-knuckle grip on the range, the pace of this round, at least for now.
A little long-range shot there connection from Fearless. Yeah, you move up. You need to just start snowballing some of these fights, right? You know, just chaining them together. I like the idea from the Outlaws here to push up a little bit. Get aggressive. Don't allow the Atlanta Reign to set up some of these plays.
It's another sleep. It's a big one. Fearless has the primal here, but he's hit with a biting grenade. He cannot stay for long. Donghak, though, so much pressure. Look at this. Happy just beelining towards him. Fearless able to stay alive, even with that bio earlier, but God, that pressure constantly hangs over his head. The Damocles sword of Fielder, not one to sneer at. He's going to face his Tormentor, and this time comes out on top. Double back to the Carters. Donghak is causing some problems with this primal rage, but he doesn't want to linger himself.
No, I mean, that's both supports, but I don't know if you're going to be able to actually turn this into much of anything here for the Atlanta Reign. I mean, maybe you just pull the Outlaws back. They're not going to be able to stay in here and play as close up. You need that payload to start getting going again, right? Create a little bit more distance here for the Atlanta Reign, so the Outlaws just can't play up your spawn.
Fearless overlooking the location where he took fate into his own hands. A very different opponent faces him now, though. He'll drop down, try and deal with his young upstart, his Donghak. Thriving under the pressure, even at the tender age of 17. Fearless again is vanquished, and Stalker wants to assemble the line of scrimmage well forward of the cart right now. Donghak creating that space, pressuring high ground.
This EMP needs to be awesome from Pelican, right? You're kind of looking across the board. If he doesn't connect with Fielder and Geo, they're in a lot of trouble, as that's going to be the rally that comes out, but they're able to get rid of it fast.
At the same time, the Reign are executing basically the same game plan on the Houston Outlaws here. Stalker wins out, though. That's one to remember. Now really can only just stall. Fearless, he comes with full health, so he'll hang around for a little while, but there's not going to be any assistance. He knows that he's done. And Violet now very quickly trying to sheepishly back away. He will be corralled back towards spawn.
Oh, that is a brutal fight to lose there for the Outlaws, as you're trying to get Violet out, but you're not going to be able to do so, as Stalker there. A little bit of assistance from Lip and Donghak as the payload continues to move. 2 checkpoints above 3 minutes to finish it off. Look at this. I mean, Lip is going to come up on another EMP.
Chu wants to have his wits about him here. Stalker already starting to make that flank, or at least thinking about it. He also dropped down again. Donghak always going over his head. Rarely these two Winstons fighting face to face. It's about impact. Stalker makes one there, but it's going to be a nano for Violet.
Yeah, I mean, they get the nano out, so Violet can't really get any value out of this outside of living, right? So now you can come back.
What a stick.
That is huge, because you would have been able to come back with your own EMP right around the corner. They go with it anyway.
Fearless slammed and hit by the EMP. Lip's going to get out, but not before he gets rid of the enemy tank. Donghak will be back to the fight pretty soon with a primal rage to boot. Both Winstons about to let loose. 2 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock here. This is looking very different from the last time these two played this map. Fearless is back in the fray.
So you have Donghak going in, just trying to split off the supports there, maybe get a bubble. He's also got Primal Rage. This Fielder seems like he's high. Maybe he thinks that Pelican has an EMP, trying to play a little bit more passive.
Fielder hack briefly, so he's to take some time inside this small room here, being mostly overlooked by Fearless right now, but a Pionade will definitely give him pause for thought. Here's the rally from Violet now. You know the Outlaws want to try and surge ahead, but they've lost Ju. Here's a Violet needs to give that healing where it's needed most, and that's it. Fearless, it's just not enough. Again, another pulse bomb connection from Happy. Not able to make a difference here. Teetering on the edge.
6 HP.
They keep him in the fight.
See, you just see that Geo can use that rally so late, right? The Outlaws, they have to use it early on. Just Fielder able to keep him alive, use it extremely late. You get an EMP here coming up for Lip as well, with the nanoed Winston in the way.
It's crucial.
Man, maybe I'll finish this with some time.
The EMP on Donghak means he can't get where he's needed most with that nano, but here comes Lip. The EMP is good. Violet's down, Pelican's just able to get away, but Fearless not nearly so lucky. Happy can only poke from the doorways right now. It's a couple blinks and he's done as well. The Atlanta Reign extinguished Houston here on this attack.
Oh, minute in the time bank as well. On and a Houston Outlaws map pick. That is some brutal stuff there. The Outlaws just searching for answers just a little bit as it seems like no matter what they commit, they cannot get rid of Fielder and Chio. Just a tremendous job of just keeping each other alive, keeping everybody in the mix, holding those on support ults to the last minute, right? Whether it be a nano, whether it be a rally, and you're just getting extreme value out of them, just continuing these fights, keeping them going.
Stalker on the Tracer all round. Calling Momentous just does not do it justice. 11 final blows, 2 deaths.
I mean, look, if you're the Atlanta Reign, this is almost like if you were to say, hey, pick the meta, right? This might be what you would choose. If you're like, hey, we can put Lip on Sombra full-time and Stalker on Tracer almost perma, you'll take that if you're the Atlanta Reign. Especially with Fielder on the Ana and then Chio on the Brig. Like, what else could you possibly walk into that would be better for the Atlanta Reign at the moment in terms of the meta? I mean,
the only issue is sometimes when there are maps that really dictate certain compositions, and you know the Outlaws will try and pick those, but frankly, you don't see that in every game type. It definitely isn't in the hybrid game type. They have to play this style on Blizzard well. We know Outlaws chose this map. We know why. They looked very good on it beforehand, but the Atlanta Reign, there's been some evolution here.
I think it's just the style of play. I mean, it's just so clean because you look at the Outlaws and you're like, hey, you know, we can have Fearless on Winston, right? And I mean, that's a big, huge bio at the beginning there.
Man,
connects on the Violent.
6-1. Like, where's the pressure on the Winston? It's just not there. Fearless having to draw some blood at the very least here. Chio, though, gonna slap him around the chops.
Yeah, I mean, they have not been able to punish Donghack at all, right? And it always seems like they're playing on the defensive because he's like early biotic grenades that come in from Fielder, right? That biotic grenade right at the start, it hits Violet, and I believe one other player, they're able to get rid of Violet fast. What do you do at that point? You're just kind of scrambling. You're playing a player down.
Atlanta Reign are ready for this. They quite freely give this high ground to Fearless. He's overlooking a land teeming with potential assailants. Happy hacked on the high ground. Lip. I mean, God, he always tries to take the solo kill. That would be something else. He does get punished, though. Maybe lingers just a little too long. Pelic wants to deal with Stalker here, who is able to escape. He'll blink back down the stairs.
Yeah, now they have to make a play, right? They get Lip out of the way. He's not able to build towards that EMP.
Fearless slept. He's low. Very low. He's down.
He's not able to make it out.
So the Initiator out of the mix here. Houston have to make it do with 3.
And Shu is hit with a biotic grenade, so you lose him. And then Donghack is going to get rid of Violet. Dude, Fielder is playing out of his mind throughout this tournament, man.
Every time Happy deploys a Pulse Bomb, it's deterministic. It is a kill. It comes often late in the fight, or it's inconsequential up against just the wall Atlanta Reign are erecting.
You get a tick here, though. You're the Outlaws, right? So you get some point progress, but still, I mean, that could have been your opening, right? You get rid of Lip early, you have a little bit of a window, not able to capitalize.
Fielder really playing
Look
back
at
here.
where he's playing.
Yeah, they're tracking. I think they've tracked an EMP. It's a little early for that. Pelican hasn't quite had the success of Lip. But that's probably why we're seeing these supports play to the periphery. And that's no way Fearless is getting away from that. Not a chance.
Their combos are just so clean. We see teams like EMP and then they have the follow-up with like a Tracer or Winston. Sometimes they actually right there. It's like a defensive EMP and there's no, Donghack and Stalker are not there. I mean, we're seeing where they are right now. Violet's gonna pop Rally. And it's some follow-up from Fielder, Chio, and Lip with a biotic grenade in the mix. I mean, that is what they use on that, like those defensive types of plays, right? They're able to hit 3 players with that, deal with it easy.
His EMP's gotta be big, but the follow-up again, it's absent. So is Pelican, as it turns out. Chio takes him to task, another sleep on Fearless and a stick to send him packing for the umpteenth time this round. Fearless is 6 and 10. Donghack, though, living in completely different reality. Perhaps one that involves a Violet-shaped pancake. He's thinking about it. Violet struggling to escape a bio nade defensively employed by Shooter, trying to get his troops out of dodge.
I mean, 42 minutes, 42 seconds. I mean, feels like they may need 42 minutes.
Probably feels like 42 minutes out of the Outlaws.
Hey, we should give him 42 minutes. Keep it going.
Fielder uncharacteristically doesn't connect the sleep.
Oh, okay. So now maybe you can actually make something happen, right? Chio's popping the rally here, up on the high ground. They have to be careful not to like walk in and get baited into like a big lip EMP.
They may have no choice. The Outlaws have to group and play the objective.
They got rid of his translocator.
He's going to go for it anyway. 3 players connected. Shu the first casualty, fight on the second. The healing is gone. Yes, Fearless and Happy are putting up the fight. Stalker takes a sidebar.
Give it up.
Needs a health pack. They touch. Doghack's able to touch, but for how long? Another sleep on Fearless, yet another, but they cannot get the contest. The Outlaws drag, kicking and screaming. Now have the card control.
Yes, I thought they were going to actually fight that. Maybe like Fielder comes around the corner to sleep the nade, but Doghack was so low. Had to back out. Nobody there to get a touch. So the Outlaws able to get the payload unlocked, but now only 2 minutes, Mitch. And this can be a really difficult part of the map to go through. Like, it even took the Atlanta Reign a few good attempts to make that happen. But if you're Atlanta, you finish with time. Just bleed out this clock.
The win condition is like, it's an EMP to the backline, an insta-kill on an Ana, and you transition into that.
Yeah, but you almost can't. Like, so you obviously can, right? And it looks like Pelican actually trying to camp the translocator.
He overthought it.
So if you don't go here fast enough, and that's brutal. If you don't go here fast enough for the Outlaws, right? And then you're forced to use this EMP up on the high ground. They're just kind of looking at where the payload is right now. You're probably not going to get another EMP, and then you can just play just the flood out of spawn for the Atlanta Reign, right? So it's really important the Outlaws win another fight fast and ideally hold on to that EMP.
Donghack with plenty of respect. He doesn't hang around for too long. You can almost see like a palpable shift in play style when there's an EMP tracked. Presumably that's what they've done. Here's Pelican though, lays it down, and there it is. Geo disintegrates and Fearless finds Lib comfortably enough. That's the must-win fight for the Outlaws, but there's actually more where that came from.
And you see everybody on Atlanta just back out, right? It's kind of not an ideal scenario, right? Because you end up losing a fight, but it's one that you feel really good about. You have some high ground control here. You have your own EMP underneath the minute. It's going to take a while for them to even get back to this point if you're able to get a team wipe.
No joy there for Stalker's Pulse Bomb. Donghack in that Primal though found Violet. He was cooped up in the room and then Donghack made the best of it. Fielder in trouble here. Primal comes down, but Lip is having his way with the back line of the Outlaws. Fearless comes up empty-handed.
I mean, we're watching from Fielder's POV. I mean, like, Fearless just kind of juggling him for a little bit. They don't even invest the rally there. They don't even feel the need to invest the rally when they have Fearless kind of juggling their Ana and Brig in a closed area. I mean, they feel that confident keeping them alive. This is what I was talking about. They're going to run right into this Lip EMP. They're not even close to getting another one.
3 seconds left. Lip the instigator surely. Pulse Bomb, juice. Not a great look. Happy was hoping to make something work there. Lip is going to walk up somewhat, and that's the bio. It's always the bio to start these fights. Violet's going to back up. That rally is now expired. Fearless hacked, stunned, hacked again, shoot low. Lip now with the EMP he may not even need. The Outlaws forced inside the small room, and it's another bionic grenade to shut Fearless down. There's nothing he can do about this. The Atlanta Reign, perfect 10 from the judges of the Outlaws. So cartwheeling out of Blizzard World.
And dude, that is such a sick play by Donghack. So we actually saw the bio on the Violet there. He dives in a little bit. You actually have Shu kind of peel back to try and keep Violet alive. And he drops like a perfect bubble, like right where the cart is and like with that like long straight alleyway that they have to move it through. And there's just no way they can get to Fearless to give him any type of healing. I mean, Fearless tries to drop his own bubble down, kind of move into the side room. They're never able to get a line of sight on him and get him healed back up right away. Fearless has to rotate all the way around. It just all starts to fall apart.
Hack, sleep, hack, bionade. Absolutely ruthless from the Atlanta Reign. Their protocols for dealing with Winston in these mirror compositions are airtight. At this point, it's muscle memory for them. Fearless is doing everything he can to try and break the paradigm, throw a curveball at them, come from an expected, I guess, angle of attack, and none of that really seems to cut it. The Atlanta Reign are looking to seal their sovereignty nice and early in the day.
Yeah, and for the Outlaws, right? It just took so long for them to get checkpoint A. And when they have to use that EMP up on the high ground. You know that, I mean, best case, you get another one deep into OT, right? But you're not, it's not going to come back online. So you're going to have to win a fight another way. But you're walking into an Atlanta Reign team that can save up all 5 ultimates, going to keep it there with the defensive spawn advantage, a massive one at that. And there's no way they're going to be able to break that.
Well, the gloves are off now. Clearly, the Atlanta Reign would love nothing more than to humiliate the Outlaws in front of this crowd. So many cheering fans. What a stage to cement your dominance at the top of the Overwatch League. And in map terms, they are halfway there. Some moments here from Fearless, given some leash to go aggressive. Look pretty good, but I mean,
I
look
like
at the
that.
clock here.
I like that from the Outlaws when they pushed up and got that aggressive. If they didn't do that and gave space to the Atlanta Reign, it probably would have been an even faster time.
This team of storied veterans been some of the biggest matches we've ever seen in the Overwatch League. I mean, play like they're scared sometimes, or they just don't have the ability to take the initiative here. Look at Fearless. I mean, so often we see this, right? These primal rages in small rooms. Fielder just pockets Chio. Just pockets him. Every sleep, every bionade, cooked to perfection.
That sleep, he made that look so easy. That is definitely not easy, is that lip with the EMP there on the point. So yeah, let's get a map selection. They will actually go to Shambali Monastery. So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a different style of play, right? Maybe we see some Ramatra here come in. You know, if you can't win there, it's looking dire.
Yeah, the Outlaws slowly running out of options, running out of those silver bullets to load into the 6-shooter. Stick around for a third map in the series. An Outlaws pick, it's Shambali Monastery. By all appearances, just another day at the office for the Atlanta Reign. I tell you what, this is the workplace experience for the Houston Outlaws, perhaps a change of career. They are struggling out there. Maybe get in touch with HR because these are brutal conditions for them to be playing under. Absolute brutality from the Atlanta Reign on Blizzard Water. Map, of course, Houston chose. They looked pretty darn good on it last time. These two teams faced off, but it's Atlanta Reign. It's a different beast.
And I think if you're Atlanta and you see this next map pick come in, you kind of get a little bit of a vibe that maybe the Outlaws are a little shook at the moment. That this is a team, as it'll be Hawk coming in for Donghack. So Hawk, obviously tremendous on things like the Ramattra, some of these off tanks, you know, Diva, right? But if you feel like your dive is just so effective against them that they have to go to rush style maps, you already have a 2-0 lead. So even if they beat you in the rush, you just go pick another map that you can just force dive, right? I mean, you feel like you are in the complete driver's seat. I mean, look, I think obviously, Gator, he loves a little BM. It's like, hey, I would be telling the Atlanta team, like, hey, we break them down and beat them bad here. They are going to feel like they have no options, that there is no signs of life. They can't beat us in the rush. They can't beat us in the dive. Just kill all hope here if you're the Atlanta Reign.
This is it. This map.
It feels like it is, right?
It represents a fork in the road for the Outlaws in this series. One path is success, where they start to light a fire under the rain, not that they need it. The other, to fall in a rush-type mirror and feel desperate, not having options. Have a look at this head-to-head. Lip continuing to stand tall as the 10-foot gaming warlord we know him to be. Pelican, always a smile on his face, happy-go-lucky attitude, but it's time to get serious.
And I mean, you look at the Sombra stats, and when one team is just kind of running through the other, it's pretty difficult to have one player look fantastic, especially on the losing team. We can take a look at some honest stats coming on through here.
Look at the enemy slaps.
The biotic grenade kills. I mean, we were talking. I mean, you could see that when we were just watching it, but to that level, that is wild. Also probably says that Shu is just forced to use them in more defensive manner than like being able to use them in an offensive, aggressive way. But still, I mean, that is those are fearless kills right there.
You couldn't ask for a more stark indictment of the Outlaws and kind of malaise that they've been suffering over these first couple of maps. One thing is clear, something has got to change. Otherwise, this goes from bad to ugly to, well, I like to think about it for the Houston Outlaws. So, let's talk right now. Let's talk the present. Shambali Monastery gets picked here. We know Houston have been quite flexible. They pick up plenty of these rush comps that look quite good. The Atlanta Reign play a really elegant style, actually, with the Diva on defense at first point sometimes. We've also seen it from the Boston Uprising. They use Kalios in that capacity. They also put him on Ryan to play Bastion, which is a different story. But again, by no means is this a favored map for Houston.
No. I think it's kind of, hey, the dive isn't working. Let's change things up. Let's force them to bring in Hawk, right? You know, Donghack has been great on the Winston. Maybe you would have him bring in another tank, throws things off a little bit. Feels a little bit like you're searching for your answers here.
Yep.
If you're Houston, and if you're Atlanta, it's like, hey, just sub in Hawk and just keep doing what you're doing, right? I mean,
yeah,
doesn't feel like they have to do anything much more complicated than that.
The Atlanta Reign bring in their resident bird of prey. The Outlaws looking more like carrion by the second. They need a jump start.
that crowd looks awesome. We'll have the Houston Outlaws on defense here first. So a May Sombra look here on D early on. Obviously, tons of time for Atlanta Reign to decide on their comp. So see what Lip decides to do. Maybe just fires one shot here.
Have a gander, as we say. And he's doing just that. Looking about, headshot on Fearless. I mean, that's some serious heel pressure you're putting down, but Again, a dearth of sight lines. The Sojourn pick is nice, especially the Outlaws already giving up this forward sort of spawn hold. They never really wanted to play that close, I guess. Stalker will just be teasing some of these players out of formation here. That cleave damage from the Mei really starts to add up as these fights drag on. And Violet's already down to Houston Outlaws. It's a full-scale rout by the looks of things. They got nothing to show for this hold.
Yeah, a fast first fight in favor of the Atlanta Reign. Is I do wonder, do we see Lit continue to play the Sojourn? Sojourn can be quite good here, especially against some of these, Ramatra comps, putting down some big damage. See now where this next fight kicks off. I don't know if you're going to be able to make it around this first corner fully, and that is a spot that the Outlaws do not want to give up. They also don't have speed to get back here and challenge us aggressively.
Yeah, Atlanta had the Lucio in this setup, right? Which we've seen teams combine really nicely with the Reaper looks here, but still very, very good. And Atlanta really want to get the fight started. Hawk, living dangerously. A good Bionade connection there from Shu. Means the Ramatra has to give a little bit of ground, but that Mei wall, Fearless, gets a nano here. He's going to have to commit at some stage, but the Atlanta Reign with said speed say, maybe we don't fancy this so much.
Oh, they tried to actually nano Stalker there, and he actually drops before he actually gets the benefits of it. So that is a huge pickup. Because I think what would have happened is, right, the Stalker is sitting there in block. They back out, run away from Fearless. He has that nano. They probably would have nanoed Stalker, dropped the Blizzard at that moment, right? And then just speed boost back into it. But that is a huge pickoff, right? Getting rid of Stalker when he could have used that Blizzard, and also maybe it's really just a nano that goes for nothing.
It says a lot about how they're trying to play here, but you can really let that go, right? You can just respawn, come back to the fight, try again. The Reign cares so much about keeping the pace up here. Here's a Blizzard though. Hawk is boxed in. Yeah, throw him in the ice chest, he is done.
This is a really difficult corner to make it around as well. We've seen teams, like, you kind of play that Mei over on the side. We've even seen teams have really great success, like running Reinhardt here, right? Like inside of that small room.
Yeah, it might have something to do with the other DPS in that lineup.
So you play that Mei though in that corner, right? You have the Ramatra. You're in a great spot to just have these fights constantly come around. No large win condition like an EMP either. It's going to be an aggressive sound barrier.
Having trying to respond now with an EMP midway through the fight with the Bionade on Stalker. It made him an easy mark. But Chu is picked off by Hawk. Can he do any more from here? The annihilation from Fearless accrues a heck of a lot of value. Hawks pales in comparison.
So this is really good here for the Houston Outlaws.
1 minute.
Nano boost available for this next fight. And on the other side, you're just going to have Lip with this overclock as you're able to just lock down this choke. It makes it very difficult for Hawk to try and push in. Shio actually goes over to the brakes, and they don't want to play with that speed. They don't want to try and get aggressive here. May play for a little bit more survivability.
Maybe the safer play at this point as they are running out of rope. May wall here just to screen off. I think the Reign would have liked to get a bit of Fearless in that moment.
They were trying to actually catch Hawk there. Hawk got hit with a bio, and they actually tried to get that Mei wall to block him off, but didn't connect with it.
Five Fearless is going in now. Nowhere to go. The Mei wall cuts him off yet again. It's such a treacherous corner of the map, and the Outlaws are exploiting it maliciously. Fearless forced to back away. Bionade does connect. There's an opening here for the Atlanta Reign if they want to make this work. Builder was hacked for a time. Privacy screen thrown up by the Outlaws that gives them the chance to pick Builder up. He was lost at sea. Ice block there. That was from Pelican. Gives him the time to get this Blizzard down, and Hawk is frozen. Stalker's not going to be able to get away, but Chio's able to find Shu. He delves so deep into the backline for that kill. Then busy swatting at flies for the time being here. He'll return with Stalker, but it's just the two of them.
Yeah, Stalker is on the point there with Shio for a little bit of time as Fielder goes to the Kariko to come back.
He gets the touch. The EMP is going to be there. Everything as the Outlaws drew it up here.
Blizzard down.
Wall thrown up here. Pelican in trouble. Hawk back on the Doomfist. He's low. Stalker's seen better days as well. And here comes the flail. Violet's not happy, Jan, but he'll take the hold here.
And that could not have gone better for the Houston Outlaws. Early on, it looked like the Atlanta Reign were going to get it going, right? They win that first fight, and after that, on that corner, it is all Outlaws. Complete domination. I think as well, you start to see, so obviously Atlanta is tremendous. When you don't have this, EMP is such a large win condition for some of these teams, right? Well, you're not playing that EMP on the other side, not playing the Sombra. It's a little bit less scary, kind of what they're throwing at you.
A couple of really interesting picks, right? First, the Lucio. From the Atlanta Reign, you see Chio just getting punished there. And the Sojourn pick up for Lip.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the Lucio. I actually think the Lucio comp there is totally fine because you're trying to get past that Mei wall. It's really difficult. At times you can like try and like rotate all the way around.
But where's your disruption against that enemy Ramatra?
I mean, that's kind of where you need that Sombra, right? For the hacks, the EMP, make Fearless. Like, very difficult, as you now will see Limp pick up that Sombra here on D.
An unenviable position for any team at the pro level to be in the Atlanta Reign. Have to hold very close here against the Houston Outlaws.
This is not out of the question as well, by the way.
And I mean, let's think Rialto. Very different map, but the choke at the end, pretty similar.
Yeah.
You can definitely play around that. Happy start to the Widow. Warning shots fired. Fielders forced to duck and cover.
So what's like best case scenario here for the Reign, right? You get like maybe 30, 40 seconds off the clock here, and then you basically have to hold that corner for 2:30.
This is not your true staging ground, right?
Yeah.
You just want to get what you can here, very much like the start of Havana. Okay, Fearless, living dangerously here, but Chio down first. There's Happy. And there goes Stalker. One tick in the box for the Outlaws.
Yeah, maybe like 15, 20 seconds off the clock there. Not able to build towards really anything there for the Atlanta Reign. So pretty good for the Outlaws. As is Happy going to consistently run this Hanzo. So the Hanzo is a little bit of an interesting pick. Now, comparing it to the Sojourn, the Hanzo is you don't have to get the cart that far. Just a log around the corner, a headshot, right? Almost able to take out Fielder there.
Let's talk Dragon Strike in this choke. That's also threatening. Happy getting a tickle here, very quickly. Violent inserts himself, clings himself in the way. That's asleep. Hawk's left for a time and he's low. Trying to back up here. Wall thrown up to disrupt the healing, but the Rainer playing ahead of it. Here comes Pelican. It's about to get Frosty in here. Stalker desperately tried to throw the wall up, but Hawk wasn't nearly as lucky. He won't be able to get away. It's going to be a nano boost over to Chio, but what can he do? Here's the Dragon Strike, and it's hungry. The Atlanta Reign forced off the cast. Signs of life from Houston.
That was complete domination there from the Outlaws. A tremendous hold on defense. Then into a lightning fast offense as Atlanta had no answers for them. Playing some of those Ramatra comps.
A bona fide fletter deadlift from Fearless. 13 final blows at 24 and just the one death. He gets everything he wants. A lot of support from his backline. They have the disruption advantage. The Sojourn pick for Lip, perhaps ill-advised. It definitely doesn't play out the way I would have hoped it to. In the Atlanta Reign,
They get
gooned. They get gooned on this map.
They're so devastating with Lip on Sombra that if he plays anything else, you're kind of okay with it, right? I mean, obviously he's a tremendous player, can play so many different heroes at a high level, but his Sombra is just so difficult to play against that if he is going to play anything else, you'll take that there if you're the Houston Outlaws.
4-2 prediction. Favoring Houston there. Optimistic perhaps, but things are looking up for the Outlaws here. Nice to see a bit of Soul Dynasty there. Big fan of that. Again, the vibe in the arena, the vibe here, some hope infused into this Houston Outlaws campaign, but the reality is Jabali Monastery, by some colloquially considered a bit of a gimmick map. It's where you bust out the weird stuff. It's where you get an advantage against a team, especially when you don't feel great in a dive mirror. Eventually the Outlaws are going to have to face the music. They're going to have to face that comp again. They better have something new.
I think, though, you still feel pretty good here. You know, obviously the Atlanta Reign, you know, being in control of the series, getting those two maps early on, especially now with map selection, pretty huge, looking back at it. But if you're the Outlaws, you know, you can play well enough to steal a push or a control, right? You know, playing that dive style. Two modes coming up here rather shortly. And even on some of those maps, you may be able to play some of these types of comps here, like we saw on Shambali Monastery. But you just see me, you said it in the stats, you know, right after that. The difference of being able to keep Fearless alive, right? In the amount of impact he can have when he's not constantly being hacked, biotic grenaded, you know, taken out of the game.
I look, the role is so different when you're playing Ramatri in a rush composition as opposed to Winston. You're so exposed as Winston to the, you know, the power of an enemy backline, the prowess that they can have, especially on, you know, playmaking supports like Ana. It had to be Esperanza here for this push map. There's no way Atlanta are going to let Houston take them back to New Queen Street, even that was a map you probably think they'd do all right on. This is a situation, this is a map where that dive composition can reign supreme.
Yeah, you think that dive can be really strong here for the Atlanta Reign. Expect to see Donghack come back in.
Keep your eyes out for that one. Donghack to make his return after the break. It's map 4 in his first of 4 between Houston and Atlanta. Suffice to say, folks, now we have a game on our hands. The Houston Outlaws force the series over to Shambali Monastery. And they get the dub. Pretty convincing one too, Matt. A great defense, really making it hard for Atlanta to progress.
Oh, that drink looks good.
I've seen the ads. Yeah, there's so many different kinds. Like, you have your coffee, I presume it is, whichever way you want it.
Drink your top, whatever TOP.
Send it on over. I will give it a crack. The Atlanta Reign here, maybe probably a little bit frustrated. They would have loved a clean win here. They really would have loved to drag the Outlaws into the town square and make an example of them, but it's not to be. Fearless comes alive. This time gets to play the Ramatra. Gets to feel powerful, and he looks powerful too.
I mean, there was no breaking the setup on that first corner. Once they kind of got things rolling there for Houston, setup was tremendous. 13 final blows out of the 24. Take a look at some of the highlights, right? I mean, just kind of moving forward. Never had to worry about being hacked, being kind of, whether it's like a rally, right, with like a shield bash getting stunned, like, once that's all out of the game and you can kind of play this like rush, a little bit more brawly style, that's when the Outlaws look great.
Yeah, they're really punished Atlanta on this choke. The first fight doesn't go well, right? You think maybe they can burn some clock early in the round. No, basically all of that happened here. Just, it's a tough choke to push through. The Atlanta, in fairness, they're not playing a flanking comp, right? They are playing an upfront, a front-loaded damage. I've got Sojourn, I've got Mei. I'm going to try and make you walk into my crosshairs.
No way to really put a ton of pressure on the back line, right? Which is where we've seen Atlanta be the most successful throughout.
Chio seemed like the only player who was able to get to grips with the Shu and Violet. But usually by that point, the fight's broken down completely and he's just getting an exit.
So you will see Donghak come back in here for the Atlanta Reign. Completely expected once we see Esperanza.
Well, the Outlaws cop a couple to the chin, but finally land a significant strike.
And the worst thing is, right, is like, so you're going to need a win in the dive.
At some point.
At some point. Here would be the optimal time to do so. Push can be very coin flippy at times. Also, map pick on control, you can pick the map, you're not exactly picking the points, right? It could be a complete toss-up what you're going to get there.
One thing we've noticed about Push, especially here at the Midseason Madness tournament, is that momentum is everything. Houston were behind by 70 meters, I want to say, some ridiculous amounts on New Queen Street. And all it took was one fight, gave them momentum. Atlanta was scattered, they were getting picked off, staggered. The Outlaws, got that lead with very little time left and were able to convert. That's all you need. You can have a bad start. It's about how you finish on these push maps. Esperanza is one that the Outlaws must win.
Yeah, it is as close to a must win as you can get here for the Houston Outlaws. You win this, you swing that momentum completely in your favor, right? You put them on the back foot because now it's a little bit of a, okay, well, hey, they won on Rush, now they've won on Dive, right? They got things rolling, where do we go? A little bit more of a coin toss there, and where Atlanta Reign has the option to bring you.
So the Outlaws chose the right path at the fork in the road, but it's still a treacherous journey ahead of them here. The Atlanta Reign going to be seething after giving up that map. We'll be back with a vengeance here on Esperanza.
I fully expect Tracer Sombra dive here. Nobody going to be deviating from the script there, as then you're looking at it again. The last time we saw these compositions, Fielder just unbelievable with the biotic grenades. Can they kind of get out of the way? Can they be able to keep Fearless and the supports alive? That's what the Houston Outlaws have to do.
That's the evergreen question in this series. What can Fearless get done against the backline of Fielder and Chio? Can't just sit in the front line now and get pocketed and look big and swole and rather Dorito-like. No, now he needs to dive in, needs to start these fights, needs to take some risks.
Looks like maybe just checking a little bit there, Fielder for Pelican. Trying to go around on a flank.
Yeah, you can't obviously really spy check on Ana. Your ammunition count's just too valuable, but you can spot that Sombra and then you can turn on him. Shoot, Bio to the high ground. Stalker went to capitalize, doesn't quite stick the landing. Happy then is able to create a bit. Oh, and the sleep's good. It's always good. This time, Pelican was there too.
Yeah, and that Shu connecting on a biotic grenade up on the high ground there. So Shu hits one on Fielder. Both Honest traded out early on.
Is it like, I don't know, like Wi-Fi haymakers just like across the map? Like these players are facing them. They're lobbing grenades at each other. Like that old-fashioned tank game you used to play.
It's like a COD 4 where you just look at the sky and throw a grenade.
Yeah, that's right. It's like 5 seconds into the rollout on strike and just a nade drops on your head.
Yeah. It's COD Champs weekend. We can make a COD reference.
All right, Pelican controls this neutral pack for a time. He just wants to make his presence felt, apparently. And he'll set himself up for a turn to the table side for a nice meal afterwards. That is a speculative pulse bomb. Stalker not happy with that, clearly. We'll have to wait for the next one. Happy's been very good clinical with his pulse bombs over this series when he's had a chance to play Tracer. Duels with Lippen.
This is a good spot for the Atlanta Reign to be in, though. They control this high ground, so the Outlaws going to have to break this setup And the longer it goes, the probably better it is for Atlanta, as you can farm up this nano, you can get closer to an EMP, and you may not even need it to get that first checkpoint.
Stalker just tears his senior to shreds there. Happy falls in the 1 versus 1. There was a nice sleep onto Stalker, but there's follow-up. The Atlanta Rain come at you in waves, and they just don't stop coming. Rally attempt there's going to be EMP to follow it up. Violet is not able to be kept alive. Donghack digs deep for that kill.
It just seems like you're throwing a lot into that there if you're the Outlaws, right? Violet, I think, is thinking maybe you can get the rally off right in time to keep Shu up. Does not happen. Maybe they can use the EMP from Pelican to get a kill or two. Not going to happen there either.
Now the EMP from the Atlanta Rain. They sat on this for a while. It's time to hatch it. Donghack, again, really cares about controlling this high ground. As usual, the Atlanta Rain are making incremental progress, but now, finally, starting to run out of gas here.
Yeah, and the Outlaws, they go to the high ground, right? And they can test, and obviously you end up winning this fight. As everybody jumps for the high ground, they just actually let that bot get that first checkpoint. So the Atlanta Rain actually do get that first checkpoint, which is quite huge.
Brutal.
Yeah, it looks like maybe Lip was actually still on the bot at the time, and it didn't need a huge amount of progress going forward, and he just kind of stumbled into it.
Interesting, happy premature recall there as he tried to get some poke down on Donghack. Pulse, Fearless, hanging on. Nano from Shu, but he's going to fall after the fact. No one there to keep Violet topped up either, so now Fearless is glowing, all blue and stuff. There's no one to keep him in the fight.
The bot will go back the other way, so 15 meters there for the Houston Outlaws. Not a ton of progress, especially when the other team has that checkpoint. And they can just, there's no butt scratch, right? You can just move on right on past all the long parts here out of the way.
Fielder again, always threatening this sleep. Happy, very itchy trigger finger on that recall key. Does not want to linger for any longer than he otherwise must. Fearless would like to have started something up there, but he's hacked in place. Liv taken down though. Violet spots the Sombra out. Sleuths her position. And Happy needs healing. He's turning around. He's asking for it. But Shu currently is dealing with a very, large simian threat. And Donghack is deep.
Yeah, he's going to go all the way back around. He's going to get some healing from Fielder up on the high ground. How that's going to be an EMP. They're going to be able to follow this up.
Fielder, they're desperately trying to keep him standing. He's still up. Somehow he's still alive. That is just ungodly.
I mean, the ability for these supports on the Rain to keep each other up is just so silly. I mean, right there, he's got Fearless in his face. I think Happy is there as well. Oh, they don't even sweat.
It's those Inspire procs. Come close together if you can sequence your whip shot right close to a swing. That's just nasty. Nothing you could do there. They were trying to chase and kill the Outlaws, but they're getting caught flat-footed here. This is starting to get out of hand.
I mean, they got to be careful. Atlanta is definitely in territory of being able to finish the entire map here.
What a statement that would be.
Well, I mean, what you got a nano here for Donghack on the way in. You have Rally as well, and they've done such a nice job of being able to keep each other alive, even without the support ults.
Fielder sees Happy. He just backs up. Hits that S key. Fearless is nanoed. What mechanism does he have to actually engage? He looks nervous about it.
You can give up space here too if you're the Rain. Like, you don't have to just march on forward.
You're kidding me! Fearless has found the cure for insomnia.
Lip's gonna have EMP here in a second, but they might lose Donghack. Yeah, so I think you probably just save this at this point. There's no reason to force it.
Look,
he thought about it.
Posturing for something there.
Well, Donghack's already back off spawn, right?
This is what I mean about the Atlanta Rain. They don't stop. They don't give you a chance to breathe. Very hung show S, except the execution's so tight.
Nice use of the rally there by Violet.
What a stick. Happy again. Okay, there's an opening here for Houston. First destination is that checkpoint. They need that here, so they keep Atlanta Rain. Maladroit, they can convert.
Yeah, I mean, you're just so far behind. You absolutely need the checkpoint in this push, right?
You're pushing ahead here.
Yeah, you're at 22 meters, obviously a little bit more now and counting. You absolutely need the checkpoint off this fight, because if you don't, the bot is going to go so far back into your territory.
All right, Pulse there. It's good. Pelican is down.
Oh, they're
Shoot bios! Nasty stuff from Fielder again. Clinical in his accuracy. Fearless again finds himself bereft of teammates. And that bot should be swinging right on back to the Outlaws half of the map.
I mean, what? They have 112 meters, right? The bot's going to go all the way back. The Outlaws to like even get close and make them sweat a little bit. You're going to have to take the bot so far the other direction. Like even like you really kind of like double the amount of bot distance, but you're not really gaining any progress.
So quickly, the Outlaws find themselves again trying to play out from their spawn. A big kill from Violet there to Kiriko. Okay. Making the switch here. Hoping to find something a little bit different. Fielder doesn't get Fearless with that one, but it's going to be a nano primal from Donghack. He does it again, man.
So you have the Kiriko, obviously a little bit more offensive focused, but then also the ability to cleanse some of these biotic grenades that are coming on in, right? You're constantly getting hit by them, being able to use that cleanse to get rid of that effect and maybe punish off of that.
Happy refuses to lose. Highest amount of final blows in the lobby right now, 8-1. Adding 2 to his tally with that beautiful double pulse. Okay, here's a rally here for Geo Lip. Yeah, okay, so sleep on Fearless now, Hack now, the MP maybe. Fearless is limited in options and he's backing away. He knows he can't push for this. He'll get topped up here, but it's slow from Violet. Kitsune Rush going to be thrown down here. Shu keeps wary of Lip, but the EMP still connects. Donghack just sits back, gonna wait this Kitsune Rush out. Violet looking for a kill desperately. The Kunai is probing. The shield though stays many of those off. The bot is tentatively moving for the Outlaws, but they know that they are in enemy territory here. They're gonna wait. They time it perfectly. Donghack tries to block it with his bulk, but he's unsuccessful. But Shu gets overrun. Desperately, Violet tries to return and keep him alive, but he's not quick enough. Donghack does go down though, exposing himself to try and keep his sleeping teammate standing. Fielder trying to space himself from this, but he can't escape the EMP connection, and Violet finds another with a kunai headshot. Here come the Outlaws.
Now they will get the bot rolling, but it does feel a little bit bad. With a minute to go, have to use your EMP there for both supports in the Tracer on the other side. But it felt like they were in a dire situation. They absolutely needed to.
They get the checkpoint here, Matt. It's all on the table. Regardless of the amount of time, they get it. 43 seconds left for the Outlaws to make another unlikely comeback against the Atlanta Reign on a push map. Donghack bioed here, Fielder just pre-healing him, I suppose. Donghack looking for targets here. Beam me up, Scotty. Dropping back down now. Happy forced away. He's hacked briefly, so he has got to give some ground.
It feels like they're just waiting for the Outlaws to move through this choke, right?
The Outlaws are waiting for a nano. Violet mending wounds. Donghack upstairs. Shu opts to abscond. Here we go. Happy now committing here. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush from Violet. Nano given over to Fearless. Stalker, respectful distance being offered. Lip revealed for a time, but the Outlaws are too busy focusing on big monkeys. And there it is. Violet's blown to smithereens. Donghack now dives in. Geronimo, he says. And it's on for young and old. The Atlanta Reign paired the Outlaws limb from limb here. The last vestiges of overtime tick down. It was just Pelican to have a look in. One more touch from Happy. He does get it with the last sliver of health. But that is going to be that. The Atlanta Reign take us to match points.
Look as clean as ever. I think it is clear when these two teams are playing the dive that Atlanta is just on another level. I mean, we've actually seen that the Outlaws have proven to be on a different level than everybody else except the Atlanta Reign. It just seems like maybe in this specific comp, at the moment, there is a bit of a gap between these teams as Atlanta able to deal with the Outlaws pretty convincingly there on Esperanza.
Yeah, apparently the scale of strength is logarithmic because the Atlanta Reign have a healthy gap between them and the Outlaws performance-wise right now. So the one question lingers. What's next? What's next for Houston?
I mean, well, so what? I mean, you have obviously your map selection. You know you would like to play rush-style compositions, but I believe the next map in the set would be like a control, right? So what can you do in that type of map type to, because the points, right, are random. They'll come up. So really getting your map pick here You can't exactly force the strategy as much as you possibly would like.
It might have to be Antarctic Peninsula for Houston. A map where they can force this rush style on the Atlanta Reign, but they don't have any... I mean, I guess there are chokes on those maps, but the context is so vastly different from Shambali Monastery. Let's have a look back over the map that was here, Matthew. Very strong start for the Atlanta Reign here. Despite the best efforts of Shu and Co, the pace was really favoring the Reign here.
Yeah, and I think with how much progress the Atlanta Reign gained early, it just puts you on the back foot so much, right, if you're the Houston Outlaws, because the bot was constantly going deep into their territory. And although I thought, like you mentioned, I know Happy, I think, has had actually a really good series, all things considered. Even with some big kills from him, they're never able to really make the Atlanta Reign sweat in terms of gaining progress.
They pick up their checkpoint, right? The very next fight, they turn around and send packing. Look at that double pulse. It's a thing of beauty. Make no mistake. Happy was the shining star for the Houston Outlaws.
And you'd see that once that cleanse comes out, the nanos there, they just end up popping that EMP. And yeah, like you mentioned, Antarctic Peninsula will be the next map in the set.
Everything rides on this map for the Houston Outlaws to stay alive in this series, to have any hope of toppling their greatest rivals to date. The Atlanta Reign have thrown down the gauntlet. What does Houston have left? Well, these Cowboys have found themselves in the last chance saloon. It's Do or die for the Houston Outlaws now as they let Esperanza slip away, or rather have it ripped from their hands and have them suplexed after the fact. Brutal stuff from the Atlanta Reign, still looking perfect. Fielder is the most impactful player in this game, and it is not even close.
I mean, Fielder has been unbelievable. You know, those biotic grenades are also then trying to deal with Lip and Stalker in your back line, making Fearless's life hell. I mean, it has been a rough one for the Outlaws thus far.
No time for jokes here. Happy has a set jaw for this entire series because he knows that.
He's played real, like, you know, there's one player maybe you would worried about on the Outlaws, even from the outside looking in. Like, everybody else has been, you know, rock stars their whole career. Like, Happy's been up and down at times, and you know, been on some teams that have not been awesome. But he has played great today, I thought. You know, in the Tracer, like, maybe not the same impact as Stalker, but constantly able to hit those pulse bombs at the moments they need him to get picks. He is. I think you were to take one thing away here from the Outlaws is that, like, you know, Happy can play on that level and, you know, be a big-time player in a finals.
And that's amplified, right? In a match like this, in front of a crowd like this, when the rest of his team and some of their roles are floundering.
I mean, look, we have some players that are, you know, all-stars in the regular season, and then maybe, you know, come back down to normal a little bit when we get towards playoff time, postseason. Seeing Happy play at this level here is a great sign.
The rest of the Houston Outlaws want to come around Happy, get their engine started here. Let's talk about the big boss.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the biotic grenade's coming back to normal, right? Only about 5
Oh,
today.
okay.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, really converging to the mean here, Matt.
I mean, just think about his career as a whole, right? Starts playing remote at the opposite time zone, right? When it was Paris. Going from there to
win a stage final there.
Yeah, going from there to being a world champion then.
But it wasn't straight away on that Dallas team.
Yeah, true.
There was some real struggles, and Fielder had to fight through some metas that were kind of hostile to, like, aficionados, like play Moira, for example.
And I even think after last year, obviously people knew, like, Fielder and Shio were good, but I think there were some people who were like, oh, Dallas will be fine, like, without them, right? Like, you know, there's tons of supports out there. And to see them come to Atlanta and be so standout and so dominant, it just shows, like, how important they were last year to that Dallas team, and then how, you know, essential they can be to a championship team now moving forward.
On either side of the stage, the remnants of that incredible team. On the left, the heart, it's Fearless. On the right, it's the soul.
Jake's probably got
Fielder
doing a little bit of a summoning circle in the back around that Outlaws jersey.
He was trying to... He's dressed for the part, Matt.
Yeah, maybe they put him on the jet, they'll bring him in. It's honorary sub here. But in Arctic Peninsula, you picked this because, I mean, you mentioned it. This is probably the map in the control pool that you feel like Rush kind of fits the best in across, like, most of the points, right? Like, there's some... Let's say you would have picked, like, Nepal here, or maybe even, like, Leashing Tower could have been an option, right?
To get
but
Lapse
still,
or Icebreaker, I think that's really where you can start to, you know, put Fearless back in that position where he's the focal point.
Atlanta's not going to play the Rush, right? You would have saw them bring in Hawk if they were to do so, right? Donghak stays in the game, so it feels like that they know that maybe the Outlaws want to do that, and they don't particularly care. They're going to go and play what they've been great at the entire series.
Well, the stage is set, everybody. And the Atlanta Reign are locked and loaded with the knowledge they are one map away from mid-season Madness champions. Here we go. Sub-level it is.
And not just winning the Midseason Madness, but I think just sending a large message to the rest of the league of, if you guys want that championship at the end of the year, you got a few months to level up.
Kind of message that don't quite fit in a tweet. You know,
yeah, because we're coming, right? I mean, there's looks like to be no slowdown with this Atlanta roster.
So Houston had to play dive here. Generally accepted, definitely the comp that they have to come out with. So Donghak gets to do what he does. Needs a bit of healing right now, so drops the bubble. Belated, to be fair. He's about to hold on to that for quite some time.
If
Fearless drops first.
Fearless's bubble almost like kind of trapped him in, right? Where Fielder couldn't get that line of sight, so almost able to take out Donghack there.
Means that he also can't initiate while he's sitting under that. Another foray forth for Fearless, and it doesn't go so well.
Man, the thing is like when we see Atlanta get a player weak or a buyout, it seems like everybody collapses on them so fast.
It's deterministic by that point.
I mean, remember even on Ilios in map 1, right? Fearless is going to try and chase Donghack when he gets low, and nobody else there to finish it off. Atlanta, it seems like if they get a player weak, everybody is converging on them within seconds. There is just no hesitation.
So the word team play is thrown around a lot, bandied, I'd say, around pretty commonly, without context always. But I think that's one way in which like that team play edge is really being displayed here by the Atlanta Reign. Here's an EMP. Shu under extreme duress is able to get out of the bubble. It's a pulse bomb on Violet though. They shift the focus to the other support just in time. Then Stalker doubles back, and he'll have both of them.
So we'll see though. Maybe the Outlaws looks like getting closer to a flip here as Stalker forces Pelican out. So you still have this Tracer on the board.
There's no flip here.
Man, they are just nasty.
Stalker with 3 in that fight. What an opener. Again, off the back of that lip EMP, but everybody from the Reign, they're like moss on a rock. They just turn up. They get their just desserts. The Outlaws do there. I'm sorry, like, Shu Viner, you're ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Like,
yeah.
These buyers are just insane. This doesn't make any sense.
Regular Chinese. It's like an NBA meme. Welcome to the Guangdong Tigers there.
Beijing Bears, mate. That is just ridiculous. Talk about styling on your opponents here. All right, Fielder, no sleep. Okay, Pelican gets rid of him. These are the Outlaws now able to execute their game plan. Shio being the next target. That rally goes for naught. He's not able to keep his team standing there. So that's the silver lining, I guess, for the Outlaws. He'll get the point. That's not really the biggest deal, but getting that Brig ultimate out definitely helps things. They're heading back into another EMP cycle.
And this will be the big one, right? Can they live through here? Oh, Lip actually, he sees the translocator. The help.
A little respect, perhaps, Lip. Sat there on what, 10 health? Steamrolled by Happy. You can't look at anything but right now. He means business. Business hasn't been great, though.
They need to be able to live through this next EMP that's going to come down. That's going to actually be the nano there on a Chio to keep him alive.
And that seems like enough for the Outlaws, at least for the most part. They start to...
but the Reign are going to go on the offensive here really fast.
Yeah, eventually the Outlaws are going to be forced to fight for this, whether they want to disengage or not. But they do wait out that nano. So both Atlanta Reign support ultimates go for very little over the last couple of minutes. And then the EMP, that's what you're looking out for. The Atlanta Reign back in action. Donghack slept, but it's inconsequential because Stalker is running roughshod over the Outlaws.
I mean, the EMP comes out from Blip and Happy is dead within seconds. Nobody able to make it back, so you do end up winning like that one fight, which gives you that 44% to get the kill on a Lip. They have to wait a little bit, but that is about it there for the Outlaws early on. As the Lip gets that EMP, they come on in right after that, and it is game over.
They've had second chances, third even, the Outlaws. No more lives left for these cats.
So I'm interested how this plays out. It looks like Houston is actually going to go and play this Ramantra-based composition. When Atlanta sees this, do they continue to just kind of play the dive? Can they execute it at a high level to make it work against this style of play? Because what can Atlanta move to off of this, right?
They may well be locked into this composition. We'll see how it stacks up against the Outlaws, who are, for their last desperate attempt, switching to the rush. Pelicans made pretty impactful so far. Tough to trap Donghack here. Then a May wall, he can just leap back over it. And meanwhile, buy time for Lip and Stalker to dissect the Outlaws.
And Donghack moves on the high ground. You see Lip and Stalker coming from the opposite way, ready to try and collapse, but the Outlaws able to live on through that.
Fearless really wants to stand his ground here. Nemesis form activated. Donghack does not want to tangle with those hands. He's able to get away again a second time. He got bio just before. He's able to walk away from that. This time the Outlaws try and collapse on him. He's able to get away once more. They do have to give up the point, Atlanta. And now they need to be careful how they approach. It's a piecemeal execution, but Stalker brings Pelican down. So there it is.
Yeah, I mean, a few players get weak there for the Outlaws, and it does not happen as fast, but some shots from Stalker from behind on the supports. Everybody else trying to play for the point. They get a hack on the Pelican. He starts to get low. You double back, finish him off, and things fall apart. So let's see how the Outlaws play this. You know, when you don't have point control, right? Trying to like run in, because I think this is where the rain can really make this work.
Well, this is where Lib can guarantee they're going to walk right into his range. Need a feather touch the rain to deal with this rather quickly.
His translocator's gone. Somebody got his translocator right before that.
Happy, perhaps. The one making that happen, so we are going to invest, though. Don't hack. Yes and Nano. Biding his time for now, but eventually that Hellfire is going to run dry. He's hacked from the high ground, or at least he's able to avoid it, but Fearless gets a Nano here at Stalker. Another pulse bomb on Violet.
Wiley had the rally going as well.
Here's the EMP from the Outlaws, but the Atlanta Rain wait on it. Lip comes in second. Fearless stuck inside the Blizzard, but there's nowhere to go. Pelican brought to his knees. And the Atlanta Rain, 55% and counting here. They bring the dive comp in. They say, we're committed to this. We're locked in. In for a penny, in for a pound. Donghack, lead the way.
Well, they're doubling down on it now, right? Because Violet is going to play the Lucio. You're going to have Shu play Moira and get a Reaper in the mix. So this is like as rush as you can get trying to play against Atlanta.
Bionate on Fearless. He's going to push ahead anyway. They're running out of margin. It's Violet caught.
That doesn't look good.
Donghack with a backhand. Where is Shu going to go here? He might have fate available. Fearless at least gets an annihilation kill, but the wheels are falling off the bus. Donghack finally finds that Moira. Fearless has to back away. The Outlaws are running out of time to even contest.
And I mean, that was your annihilation right there, right? Pelican now goes over to Tracer, probably just to get a touch. And this is just such a desperate moment here. Stalker with the pulse bomb could put it away.
Happy has to reveal himself, immediately cops a shield bash from Chio.
The Wrecking Ball swap.
Pelican touches here, able to recall away. How quickly can Fearless get here back on the Wrecking Ball? What a classic throwback. Will it be enough? Stalker's pulse, ready to deliver. Violet's able to fade away from it though and avoid certain death, but he still gets brought down. Stalker is inevitable. Violet trying to desperately skate away, but that's another one for the young prodigy. There's nothing he can't do, and the Atlanta Rain are here to bring the house down. Pelican desperate trying to back away, but bringing the West Wind to Seoul. The Atlanta Rain ride it all the way to the throne. The one that was promised to them in the championship. Your mid-season madness victors.
And they just made it look easy there towards the end. The Outlaws trying to make anything happen. They're bringing in the Reaper there, trying to play any style of rush to make an impact, and it did not matter. The Rain is able to deal with them rather easily, and I think they just prove, I mean, we knew there were levels, right? And we knew, you know, maybe some tier breaks when you look at kind of where the power rankings are at. Maybe a bigger one between these teams than we had thought.
A poignant moment there, as well as Fearless congratulates former teammates. The Atlanta Rain, cool, calm and collected. We saw Chio take a deep breath before that last round. He knew they were on the precipice of victory. The precipice of a new chapter for this franchise, and now the precipice of glory. Get that trophy up there, Atlanta Rain. Your mid-season Madness champions.
So, you know, Hawk obviously only plays one map in this set, but he's been really strong when they have to play Diva or Mantra-based comps. It seems like Gator kind of has this team so, you know, well coordinated. They're all on the same page. They're able to just collapse so fast with these dives. Just nobody on the same level as Atlanta Rain.
Hawk came so close to hoisting a trophy of his own. They fell to the Shanghai Dragons in that Overwatch League Grand Final a couple years ago. Finally, his time has come. It's not the big one, but it's big enough for now.
And you see Vigilante get a chance there. Hoist the trophy. You know what it is though? It's funny. They seem happy, but they also seem like they expected this, right? Now, sometimes you see teams win and they hop up, and everybody is just, a sigh of relief. You see how much this means to Vigilante. Somebody who, he comes in at times. It's been a long road. Being able to get a title is huge. But you also see that this team, I think, has their eyes set on the whole championship.
Oh, yeah.
The year-long championship. This one's nice. It feels good. But this is a team that they feel like they are just a large cut above the rest. And that this is just going to be a footnote in the story of a tremendous season.
So much trust put in Gator to build this roster up.
Yeah.
He came across Lip by chance. He didn't even know if he'd be able to bring him onto the team. He just asked. And apparently, there was a pathway to bringing this ridiculous elite level player onto the roster. And now, as Gio pointed out, I don't think as a franchise we have a positive win record yet, but the fortunes of the Atlanta Reign have truly been reversed. And the sky isn't even the limit.
No, I mean, you look across the board. We think the Outlaws are the closest thing to this Atlanta Reign roster. And Atlanta, pretty much from start to finish, right? Just Shambali Monastery, they fall short. The rush looked really good for Houston there. I also think, you had Lip kind of playing that Sojourn for a while, but man, outside of that, it was not close.
A pleasure as always, ladies and gentlemen, to bring the coverage of the mid-season match to you from myself and Matt. Thank you, as always, for your support and for your eyes and ears. We're going to head now down to the arena, soak up some atmosphere here with Sean Miller.
Please applaud for the Atlanta Reign, your 2023 Midseason Madness winners.
Let's hear it for your 2023 OWL Midseason Madness champions, the Atlanta Reign. Thank you to everyone who made this event possible, the staff, the teams, the players, and of course, most importantly, all of you. Thank you.
이 이벤트를 있게 해주신 모든 분들, 선수분들, 팀분들, 스태프분들, 그리고 마지막으로 팬분들 너무나 감사드립니다.
I just have a couple of things to say. First, Atlanta, home michota.
이거는 통역 안 해드려도 되죠?
The only other thing, saranghe Korea, babon bun mokja. Thank you.
Obviously, a couple of these Atlanta Reign guys have been here before on this kind of stage, but now to soak up this kind of victory, Chio and Fielder saying, Fearless, trying to come over here, you want to join us? They knew that they were on a trajectory for greatness.
I was trying to figure out what Sean said, and Danny said he's going to take the whole crowd to dinner. He's got to get over here.
Oh, really?
Take us out to dinner.
Yeah, hit me up.
정학, was there ever a player that have been undefeated on his debut season and won a tournament?
없었나요?
fair question, I guess. Donghack, I mean, we talked about it.
진짜요?
Their age of 17. This is not where most 17-year-olds find them.
너무 좋아요.
Donghack really, I think, throughout the entire series looked
말이 안
unflappable.
나오네요.
Rookies
I
also
feel so
typically
good.
don't.
I can't put it into words.
Yeah, I mean, they don't typically end up on teams like this, right? With Fielder, Gio, Liv, Stog. I mean, just an insane roster top to bottom.
I think a lot of people weren't blown away by the pickup at first. They didn't know. They weren't familiar with his game, so to speak.
예, 제가 못해도
But it's clear to see that, you know,
못할 때도
having someone
있는데
alongside Hawk there to
갑자기
really
팀에서 너무
get on the Winston
잘해주니까
pilot that. You've got to
제가
see some of his
못해도 이길
classic
때도
wrecking ball
있어가지고
play.
좀 이런 생각.
This guy's a real deal.
잘하는구나 정말. 예. 그래서 팀에 처음 들어왔을 때가 진짜 정말 놀라웠어요.
Legit RC back there. Been with the rain for
a while.
Many years.
Was there any pressure coming into the match because you were playing with such high-profile players? And Donghak answered, no, because rather than pressure, it was more of a relief because mostly, even when I wasn't doing that well, our teammates carried for me. So more than pressure, it was more of a relief.
Having those teammates, yeah. I mean, he really didn't make that many mistakes. I mean, he played pretty awesome.
He says
all
that
throughout.
he was by far the cleaner tank, especially his Winston play.
재원이 형!
He was hard to bring down, hard to disrupt.
So you're the youngest member of the team. Who do you want to thank the most? Because taking care of you and also in game and also out of game. Definitely Taehyun.
They spent a lot of time giving Gator credit. I heard him in the interviews.
Yeah, they do. Which we haven't really heard a lot from Gator this season. And when Gator was a player, we heard a lot from him.
Yeah, he's been working. He's got no time to be. I mean, he tweets a Belichick gif here and there. You know what I mean? Still got some banter, but he's been hard at work. And the
stash is looking good.
Well groomed.
아니요, 그건 아니라 지금 살짝 좀 많이 침착한 척을 하고 있어요. 네, 네, 알겠습니다.
So, since you've already have experienced winning a tournament before, you seem really calm. Are you actually really calm? No, I'm just trying to act like I'm it.
That's a fantastic answer.
이런 공격적인 메인 힐러 뒷바라지 하느라 고생 많고 열심히 잘 해줘서 늘 고마워. 근데 필더 치어가 아니라 치어 필더였으면 좋겠어, 나는.
Okay, so we definitely have to talk about Fielder. You guys were really great. Do you have like a message to Fielder? And Chio answered, "Hey, thanks for taking care of like a main support like me. But hey, I want to be called Chio Fielder instead of Fielder Chio."
저 동의합니다.
So, what do you think about? I'm sorry, didn't hear the question correctly, but. 감사합니다. So, there are words that you are at your best right now. So, what do you think about that? And I definitely think I am.
이게 프로게이머지 싶었습니다. 좀 경기가 뛰어야 재미가 있는데 작년엔 기회가 별로 없어가지고 재미가 없었긴 했는데 그래도 이번 시즌에 이렇게 돼가지고 좋은 기회를 얻고 이렇게 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있던 것 같습니다.
So I heard on the interview, prior interview, that being guaranteed playtime is a great motivation for you. And any comments on that? And Stalker answered, definitely getting more playtime is. It feels more like I'm actually a pro gamer. And last year, when I didn't have as much playtime, it was a little bit disappointing. But this year, it's just great.
MVP 뭐 이런 거 정말 누가 받아도 이상하지 않습니다만 오늘 스토커가 정말 엄청난 활약을 했다는 건 다들 인정하실 거예요. 다시 한번 우승 축하드리고요. 자, 이번에는 우리 필더 선수 잠깐 보실까요? 자, 필더 선수. 앞서서 치오 선수가 필더 치오가 아니고 치오 필더였으면 좋겠어요라고 얘기를 했거든요. 거기에 답을 좀 하자면
제가 치오보다 더 잘하니까 필더 치오가 맞는 것 같아요.
So, Chio earlier mentioned that he wants to be called Chio Fielder instead of Fielder Chio. What are your thoughts on that? And Fielder answered, I'm a little better than Chio yet, so I think Fielder Chio is the way for now.
사실 애틀란타는 마지막 관문 필더를 넘어야 이길 수 있다. 이런 얘기가 있습니다. 그만큼 오늘도 정말 슈퍼킬을 해주셨는데 현재 전 세계의 아나들 중에서 내가 최고다라고 솔직히 생각하시죠?
네.
네.
There's a lot of words, there's a lot of discussions about if you want to beat the Atlanta Reign, you have to go through Fielder first. You are definitely mentioned as one of the best Anas in the world. Do you think you are the best Ana in the world? Yes.
당연하게 이런 대답이 나올 줄 알았어요. 필더의 아나는 뭐가 더 특별한 겁니까? 도대체 왜 전 세계 최고의 아나 이 이유가 뭡니까? 뭐가 특별한 겁니까?
저는 약간 다른 선수들과 다르게 이제 팀원을 더 잘 살리는 게 특기라고 생각해요.
팀원을 더 잘 살리는 거 결국 그게 미덕이다. 예. 앞서서 치오가 필더 선수에게 고마움을 표했잖아요. 또 짝꿍으로서 어떻게 치오 선수에게 고맙다 한 말씀?
제가 좀 공격성이 좀 부족한 면이 있는데 이제 치오가 그걸 메꿔주니까 좋은 합이 더 많이 나올 수 있었던 것 같고 항상 나를 케어해줘서 고맙다고 말하고 싶어요.
So starting with the previous question, what makes your Ana so special? Fielder answered that being able to save I have a better ability to save my teammates rather than being aggressive. And also his message to Chio is that I do lack a little bit of aggression. Chio fills that in for me. Thank you for being my partner and thank you.
네, 자 필더 선수와 얘기 나눠봤고 이번에 우리 호크 선수 좀 모셔볼까요? 호크, 네. 본인의 첫 우승인데 소감이 어떠신지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
How do you feel about your first win?
It feels amazing. Last year, I had a really devastating loss in Midseason Madness, and now a year later, feels good. Just finally feels good to win. Finally feels good to win. You know, I played pretty bad today. I lost my map, which I'm a little sad about. It's still okay because we won.
일단 기분 너무 좋고 작년에는 이렇게 우승하지 못했는데 올해 우승하게 돼서 너무 좋고 비록 오늘 제가 출전한 맵은 적지만 그래서 조금 슬프긴 한데 그래도 팀이 우승해서 너무너무 좋습니다.
사실 멤버들이 다 바뀔 때도 늘 애틀란타 레인에 있었습니다. 그래서 애틀란타 레인에 대한 애정이 좀 더 다른 선수들에 비해서는 각별할 것 같은데 어떠신지 여쭤보고 싶어요.
So even through the rebuild, you were with the Atlanta Reign the entire time. I can only assume that you have very special feelings about the Atlanta Reign. Can you comment on that?
They committed onto me, or I've been part of their org for 4.5 years since late 2018, and since Atlanta Academy, been with the same people. They put a lot of faith in me back then. They put a lot of faith in me back now, and they've gone through a lot of different rosters. And they just everyone's supportive of me, and they trust me. They and I don't know. It's just it feels great. I don't know.
제가 이제 4년 반 2018년도부터 애틀랜타 레인에 있었는데 뭐 많은 선수들, 많은 동료들이 바뀌었지만은 바뀌지 않은 스태프분들이나 이제 보드진 분들이 계시고 그분들이 항상 저에게 큰 믿음을 줬고 저도 이제 그분들을 믿기 때문에 뭐 다른 특별한 감정은 모르겠어요. 근데 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 오케이, congrats. 네, 네. 자, 이번에 우리 비질란테 선수 좀 오세요. 예. 비질란테 선수 또 빼놓으면 비질라 앞서서 잠깐 눈물을 보이는 걸 제가 봤거든요. 왜 울컥하던가요?
제가 솔직히 왜 그러는지는 모르겠는데 그냥 좀 솔직히 어제 휴스턴전 처음 나왔는데 아쉽게 졌잖아요. 근데 저희 원래 실력도 그 정도도 아니고 엄청 제가 처음이었는데도 좀 잘 보여드리고 싶었는데 많이 안 풀렸었단 말이에요. 그래서 오늘 솔직히 좀 루킹 스트리트 나오길 기대를 하긴 했었는데 그냥 좀 제가 많이 못 보여줘서 아쉬웠고 근데 지금 그 마음보다 저희 팀이 우승해서 훨씬 더 좋아요.
So, as soon as your team won, I saw a little bit of crying there, but what were your emotions back then? Vigilante answered, well, yesterday against the Outlaws was my the first time playing in a while. I didn't play as well as I wanted to, as I expected to, and also even today I did play New Queen Street, but I could have shown more. There's definitely some disappointment and things that I can improve on, but right now, more than that, I just feel more happy that our team won, and that's more important.
하지만 리그 이제 절반밖에 안 지난 거잖아요. 비질란테 선수에게는 아직도 기회가 많습니다. 앞으로의 목표 한번 들어볼게요.
일단 나오게 되면 가볍게 한 5팀 정도는 부속을 시작하겠습니다.
이야!
Okay, we still have half of the league left. So, what's your resolution coming into the latter half of the season? Whenever I do come out on the match, I will at least break 5 teams down.
네, 정말 열심히 응원할게요. 네. 자, 그다음에 이제 우리 립 선수, 네, 남았죠? 립 선수. 립 선수, 립이 가는 곳은 우승한다. 약간 이런 공식이 또 따라다니는 것 같은데 어떻게 본인 생각하기는 어떻습니까? 야, 역시 내가 이렇게 막 움직이니까 우승도 따라오는구나 라는 생각이 듭니까?
일단 네, 저는 그렇게 당연하게 생각해요. 네.
So, Lip, you win tournaments, you win trophies wherever you go. Do you think that you are actually kind of bringing the trophy with you everywhere? Yeah.
오케이. 올해 애틀란타가 지금처럼 무패 행진을 이어가는 가장 큰 이유 뭐라고 생각하십니까?
일단 연습 과정이나 좀 다른 부분적에서 저희가 잘 되고 있었는데 이번까지는 근데 좀 부족한 부분이 생기면 이제 저희가 계속 더 발전하려고 남들보다 그래도 자만하지 않고 좀 계속 차이를 벌리려고 하는 노력이 많이 있었던 것 같아요.
아, 자만하지 않고.
So, what's your secret to being undefeated? And Lip answered that even though if we were doing really well in scrims and practice, we still found things to improve on, and we wanted to be even more ahead, even though we were already ahead of the other pack. So I think that's one of the reasons that we're so ahead of the other teams.
자, 립 선수 많은 손보라들이 있습니다만 그래도 원조 손보라 그리고 현재 최고의 손보라는 나다. 당연히 그렇게 대답하실 것 같아요. 앞으로의 립 선수의 목표 마지막으로 한번 들어보겠습니다.
제가 일단 작년에 폼이 좀 좋았었는데 이제 플레이오프 때 좀 아쉽게 떨어졌었는데 이번 연도에는 작년보다 더 좋은 모습 보여드리고 최종 목표가 이제 미드시즌 우승도 있겠지만 이제 급파 우승까지 달려보겠습니다.
네.
So, Lip, you are Sombra itself. So, But coming into the latter half of the tournament, what's your goals? And Lip answered, I was playing really well last season, but still I wasn't able to win it all last season. This season, just not only the Midseason Madness, I want to do even better and win all the way to the grand finals.
오케이, 감사합니다. 자, 마지막으로 우리 게이트 코치 좀 모실까요? 아마 애틀란타 레인의 우승이 선수들에게도 감격스럽겠습니다만 게이트 코치에게 진짜 좀 남다르게 느껴지실 것 같은데 지금의 이 우승 게이트 코치에게는 어떻게 와닿으실지 너무나 궁금합니다.
So of course the players, this one's going to be really special to the players, but I can only imagine that this is so special to you as well. How do you what does winning this Midseason Madness mean to you?
I lost my voice, so it means a lot. I've been on the team since the beginning, and this is the first tournament where I'm not on the roster, so I'm not sure what to think about that one, right? So I'm really, it means more than anything. I literally feel like this has been like a 5-year project, and it's just like, this is like finally the right one, you know?
일단은 본인의 목소리가 다 죽어서 목소리가 작다는데 일단 자기가 본인이 제가 처음으로 로스터에 등록되지 않은 상태로 이제 이제 참가하게 된 대회인데 이제 우승하게 된 데서 사실 이 지금 애틀란타 레인은 좀 장기 프로젝트 5년 정도 이상의 프로젝트의 일환인데 지금 올바른 방향으로 가고 있지 않나라는 느낌이 들었습니다.
장기 프로젝트인데 벌써 시작이 이런 거군요. 자, 마지막으로 애틀란타 레인을 응원해주신 많은 팬 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사의 인사를 좀 드려주셔야 될 것 같습니다.
So a lot of fans are cheering for the Atlanta Reign. Do you have any messages to them?
To all our fans, we try unbelievably hard every single day, and we really appreciate all the support, and it will not stop here.
이제 저희 여러분들께서 얼마나 저희를 응원해 주시는지 너무 잘 알고 있고 그리고 그거에 이제 보답하기 위해 저희도 정말 열심히 하고 있습니다. 그래서 앞으로도 많이 사랑해 주시고 저희도 열심히 잘 하겠습니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다, 여러분. 자, 이렇게 선수들과 승리 인터뷰를 나눠봤습니다. 대한민국에서 펼쳐진 2023 오버워치 리그 미드시즌 매드니스의 모든 경기가 마무리됐습니다. 물론 2023 오버워치 리그는 절반이 지났을 뿐입니다. 하지만 선수들도 그리고 이 경기를 지켜본 많은 오버워치의 팬 여러분들도 야, 이게 진짜 오버워치지! 라는 그런 짜릿한 경험을 할 수 있는 시간이 아니었을까라는 생각이 듭니다. 특히 이번 MSM은 리그 6년 역사에 있어서 처음으로 한국에서 펼쳐진 글로벌 이벤트입니다. 한국의 오버워치 팬으로서 사실 늘 이런 자리가 목말랐었는데
Overwatch League, South Korea. It's always been something very special, relationship between those two things, and seeing the crowd turn up here, more than just a proof of concept, a homecoming for our great game. Matt, as Gator put it, 5 years, blood, sweat, tears, bit of disappointment.
Somebody's got to get him a tea.
Sweet victory, yeah. And hopefully a little bit of honey and lemon on the side. It's funny. Try and you know, wax poetic a little bit. The map chimes in with needing tea. 6 years of this hasn't changed.
No, it has not. That's but you don't like change, right? So that's fine. I mean,
I'm liking it more by the moment.
Kind of hearing from him speak though. Like this is not the end for the Atlanta Reign, right? This is a nice to have in a goal of be dominant from start to finish in the season. And right now they're on a trajectory that that looks very much like it'll be the case, right? The Houston Outlaws, we thought that they would give them the toughest fight out of anybody. They did the other day. Today it was not that close. And you look across the landscape of the league and you got to wonder, like, who is going to challenge this team?
Yeah, I mean, they talk about how they work very hard every day. I mean, we believe it. Something that really struck me was that we knew that we were ahead, but that wasn't remotely enough. The Atlanta Reign of course, your 2023 Mid-Season Madness champions, winning it by basically a landslide, really tightening up in that, I guess, rematch against the Houston Outlaws. Beautiful moment. Let's talk about our player of the match here. It's unanimous. It's been decided. Fielder, player of the match.
He was tremendous, right? Like, we talked about it like all series long, the biotic grenades. It was a real difference maker. You saw it in the stats. You saw it just by watching them play. I mean, look at this. Just right to that back corner. Chio, Donghak already in the mix, and that just seals the deal on some of those kills. It was a huge difference maker today. Really, you know, when you kind of looked across, like I actually thought like Shu played pretty well, and they actually did a nice job trying to keep them alive for a period of time. But just those bio grenades are just a huge difference.
Yeah, generally accepted that Ana is just a must-have in these compositions, but Fielder going above and beyond, having an outsized impact over every single map that he played in.
Doing that, I mean, 50 minutes played, right, on the Ana to have, you know, almost 7 biotic grenade kills. I mean, that is insane stuff there from Fielder. Obviously, all the other stats really strong as well.
What a game. What a team. The Atlanta Reign have done it, but they're far from done here. That's right, still half a season to go. And on that note, again, it's been a pleasure. Myself, Mitch Leslie, Matt Morello here to take you through a journey of a match and a tournament. And after the mid-season break, we'll pick it right back up. But for now, good night. We're going to head over to the desk, break down an incredible performance from a fantastic team.
Thank you both so much. Yeah, we're back here for Watchpoint to, you know, put a button on all that is the mid-season madness. What a dominant performance we just got to witness from the Atlanta Reign. Surely we did hope for a closer match. In fact, we hoped for the game we saw yesterday to happen for the grand final. But honestly, Atlanta Reign, they just looked like they downloaded everything the Houston Outlaws did just yesterday, and they rocked up with so much confidence and so much dominance. Any quick reactions to that match? Disappointments, maybe regrets? Anything, Jake? Anything?
No, it's okay. They don't pay me to care anymore. I'm just happy that we saw such incredible play out of the Atlanta Reign. I think they deserve this championship as much as I was, you know, wanting the Outlaws to give them a challenge and make this a great grand final. So far, this meta, I just think the Atlanta Reign were untouchable. We heard it, that they're in their mindset. I think that's exactly what you want in a professional team, right? Even though they're on top, even though they're the best team in the league, they're still pushing to innovate. And that's a very difficult thing to do. It's a just really impressive mindset coming out from the Atlanta Reign. That's why they're the champion today.
Yeah, I echo that as well. I mean, just pushing the boundaries when you're already the best team in the world, it's ridiculously hard. Really happy for these guys. Fielder, at this point now, just been dominant for so long, starting out on Paris Eternal in 2020, winning that stage, of course. Dallas Fuel in 21, 22. I mean, he's been competing in so many playoff games right now, in so many stages, right? And this is, you know, arguably his, you know, best moment in this mid-season madness right now. So Fielder, he has a full career of stage experience and playoff experience, but this was his best match yet. It was spectacular to see.
Yeah, Fielder, Chio, also Stalker as well. He put on an incredible show today. I think every curveball that Houston Outlaws threw today, Atlanta Reign just had the answers to everything. They definitely deserve to be crowned the champions for this tournament.
Yeah, but Outlaws, of course, still a tremendous performance they showed here in the mid-season madness, making it all the way to that final, showing us a lot of great looks, and should be giving every Outlaws fan a lot of hope for the rest of the season. I mean, they are undoubtedly the second best team we have in the league, with the Reign spearheading it. And so far, not many teams have come close to really take down either of the two. And they fought it out for not just, of course, the honor of the mid-season madness Mad Lads title, which is not a real thing, but we make it up to be.
We didn't call them that. Mad Lads.
The Mad Lads. That's what they are now.
Mad Lads.
I don't know, actually sounds as good as I thought it would. Either way, the title doesn't matter because they get the cash to back it up, and that's what's really important. They will be walking away with $500,000 US, and of course the Houston Outlaws, will be awarded with $200,000. And yeah, it's not a little amount of cash to just be taking home in the middle of the season.
They didn't have these prize pools when I was gaming. I'll tell
Yeah,
you
but
that.
that's also like a long time.
That was a long time ago.
$500,000
they've grown.
is pretty. What would you guys do with $500,000?
What would I
I'll give it to you right now.
You don't want to know what I would do with $500 million. You know me and.
So give me a wholesome answer.
Leave it up for interpretation. Even better.
Well, I'm obviously saving it up for my daughter.
All right, retirement,
Sure.
college funds.
Boring.
Johnny,
My
can
daughter,
you give me
yeah.
something?
I'd buy lead tokens, Moira skin.
More Moira
Yeah.
skin.
That's a lot of tokens, bro. How about you?
I buy tokens for
prepared.
everybody, man.
Sure.
First thing I do
I'm buying.
is a round of drinks on me. Rest of it, I'm keeping it for myself. Yeah.
So you
guys
spent
get
like $100 on us?
Yeah, you guys get like $100. I'm a generous guy.
How kind.
Nice.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you guys didn't make the money, so we'll never know what they actually will be doing with it. Of course, one thing I want to mention is that not only did the teams fight for something worth fighting for, no, everyone in the back end of the show was also fighting it out in their brackets.
The real
Oh, yeah.
The real challenge. The real
pick'ems.
challenge.
Who is it this time?
Pick'ems from our production. They have a challenge going on ever since day one. And here's
The belt.
after
The
day
belt.
one, yeah, that's them. We see the belt. It's a championship belt. After day one, there were actually just only 2 perfect brackets left out of thousands. And one of them belonged to our tape operator, Neil.
Neil.
I know. What a goat.
Genius.
What an actual goat. So he was nailing the
two-time.
Spark
The
Mayhem
two-time.
one. The 2-time
He's
champ.
the
That's right.
two-time.
This is the second time he's taken that makeshift belt
And
home.
he's gonna lord it over
what a
all of
guy,
us.
What a guy. Well, as I said, the second time, so congratulations. There is another celebration, of course, also for our crew. Our producer, Nathan, is actually set to get married next weekend, so congratulations.
Let's go, Nathan!
Woo! Yeah, Nathan and Sophia, we wish you all the best for many, many years to come. Now, gentlemen, this is it. This was the mid-season madness. Of course, there is more to come in the season, but I still want to get your final thoughts to wrap it all up.
Final thoughts on the mid-season madness?
Everything. Whatever your heart desires.
Whatever you want. Dan.
Atlanta Reign, OP.
There we go.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Thank you, Danny. I think this really sets up the second half of the season in a really good way. For the Houston Outlaws, I mean, there are tournaments that I played in that I think back on and I'm like, oh, that was really winnable. Like, how didn't I win that tournament? This one for the Houston Outlaws, I think they'll accept that Atlanta Reign were just so dominant in this one. This was Atlanta Reign's tournament to win. They are the best team in the world. But it sets up the second half of the season because now we know that Atlanta Reign, they are, at the very top, undoubtedly the top team in the world. Are they going to continue that dominance? Is anyone going to challenge them for that title, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing the second half of the season. Can anyone bring it to the Atlanta Reign, or are they just going to coast to a championship?
Yeah, I have to credit Atlanta Reign. I think the Sombra Tracer meta is just terrifying to play against them. I think players like Chio and Fielder could potentially be even more threatening when you put them on Lucio comps. I think that's where Chio shines even brighter than on the Brig. So honestly, it's a scary team to look at. I think if you are other teams trying to take shots at Atlanta Reign, trying to find that crack in the armor, you're hoping, I think, for metas that bring out Hawk and Vigilante, because I think we know, not that they're weak players, but that this roster of 5 with Donghak in, I mean, they're unstoppable in these dive comps. So I think for other teams, for Houston Outlaws and the other teams sort of trying to make it on this top level, who even think they can compete, they've got to find a way, I think, to get Atlanta out of this comfort zone. So hopefully new patches come. I think the other teams are hoping for that to have a chance. Because I think if this is another Sombra Tracer meta, again, like you said, Johnny, for the Outlaws, I don't think you can be too disappointed. We made these mistakes. We should have won. It's all right, Atlanta is just the best team in the world at this team comp. They're just so insane, so clean at every single level.
Yeah, and thus far, with the performances they have been showing us, Atlanta Reign definitely put a target on their back for the rest of the season. Can they remain that dominant juggernaut, or will another team take advantage of a potential meta shake-up later on in the season? Well, we will find out soon. For now, we are taking a break for the Overwatch League for a few weeks. Of course, if you're missing competitive action, don't worry about it. We still got Calling All Heroes. We still got Overwatch World Cup. Plenty of Overwatch action to come. So make sure to follow all of that and more. And we will be back with the Overwatch League second half of the season on July 13th. Thank you so much for watching and have a good night.
See you then.
Thanks,
everybody.